All right, that's Symbia's new song, Auto Hoaxer Revolution. Thank you for joining. Today is July 5th, 2021, and we're going to do some updates over the things we've been covering over the last couple of weeks. John McAfee's Dead Man's Switch is a Dead Man's Nothing Burger. Whoa, what just happened? My entire browser just crashed. Doesn't matter, it's still recording. Yeah, John McAfee's Dead Man Switch was a nothing burger. And there's a few reports. I mean, believe what you want. There are claims that he attempted to take his life back in February. And again, there are claims that this was an actual suicide and that there was a note in his pocket. We don't have any evidence for any of this. Now, I have mentioned before that the sister of the individual who was killed for supposedly or allegedly poisoning the dogs of McAfee believes that he's alive and that he escaped justice. She's one of many who think that John McAfee is not dead, and I believe that the leading QAnoners are all of that opinion. Hello to the chat. Thank you for joining. All right, so let me go ahead and continue through the rest of the updates. No UFO disclosure. I mean, what a disappointment. If you look back at June was supposed to be big. June was supposed to be UFO, supposed to be some kind of disclosure, and everything we got was just recycled from last year. Hardly even a distraction. So there are no UFOs going to be revealed this summer or anytime, I don't think. McAfee's Dead Man Switch would have brought a lot of things, I think, into perspective. It would have brought closure, vindication. I mean, we would have found out if we have the goods on the elite, if they really do all the bad things attributed to them. For example, fact check, Hillary Clinton was not hanged at Guantanamo Bay. We have all these articles that are repeatedly debunking the claims of the QAnoners, who say that everything that we see is quite literally a movie to cover up for the fact that the deep state is being defeated. That's this ongoing story, and yet, despite all of my time looking into it and all my research, I have yet to find a single shred of evidence. And so I'm thinking, well, if McAfee's Dead Man's Switch has anything, we would be seeing it by now. It's been about a week and a half. Nothing. So I'm going to drop that story until something else comes up. Some mention was made in the last few days of Jim Morrison's death anniversary. His death anniversary, of course, Jim Morrison, one of the leading 27 clubbers. And so I have a number of articles have popped up in my feed regarding the conspiracy theories that have popped up around Jim Morrison. Did he live underground after faking his death? Is he still alive? Did he actually die? 5 decades after Jim Morrison, frontman of The Doors, was found dead in a bathtub in his Paris apartment, mystery still surrounds his death. No autopsy was performed. Now that's unusual, with many believing he died of a drug overdose, fueling multiple conspiracy theories which swirl today. So there's various accounts of how he might have died. Here's a few. CIA plot. A British journalist in 1983 said that the U.S. CIA killed him as part of a plot to eliminate counterculture figures. His father, George Morrison, was a rear admiral in the U.S. Navy at the time. Others suggest that his death was due to the French services or a Zionist plot. In a 2007 book, it was asserted that he actually died in a nightclub, the Rock and Roll Circus, from an overdose, and then his body was deposited over at the hotel. Another theory is that he was killed. 2014, Faithful said her boyfriend and celebrity drug dealer, a junkie artist who supplied Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones, gave Morrison the drugs that killed him, probably an accident. Did he fake his death? And this is another story. This is the thing. We've looked into all of these, but the one they will not touch, the one that I think has the most supporting it, is the theory that he didn't die. He faked his death, or his death was faked, not as an isolated incident, not some individual going into hiding, but faked as part of a broader strategy involving total control over media and culture. And he's just a bit player. And the theory is that he came back as Rush Limbaugh, that he was repurposed into a conservative firebrand, kind of a controversial figure still, but now only in that direction politically. Instead of attacking the establishment, now he speaks for it. So what I found today that's kind of interesting is that he dies at 27. Then his girlfriend, Pamela Courson, who was 24 at the time, she also died of the same cause, overdose, 3 years later. So Jim Morrison's girlfriend is also a 27 clubber. And I happen to note here too, and this goes along with the theory, that Jim Morrison was repurposed as Rush Limbaugh, is if you look at Jim Morrison's supposedly dead 27 clubber, Pamela Courson, his ex-girlfriend, or girlfriend, she looks exactly like Limbaugh's wife. Sufficiently aged, but aged well. Nothing's changed. I'd say very little has changed at all. Very little cosmetic modification, if any. So take a look for yourself. Is Rush Limbaugh's wife the same as supposedly dead Pamela Courson? I would say yes. All right, let us continue. DHS raises alarm over potential violence pegged for August due to conspiracy theorists. So they're calling it in advance. They're telling you that the QAnoners, the QAnon radicals, are going to do another insurrection. They're going to do another big attack very soon, coming this summer. Evidence, well, what MSM reports. It's their straw man, which tells me that the terrorist will be a straw man. They will invent somebody, they'll carry out a false flag, and they'll blame anybody with a Q on their keyboard. So go ahead and take it off now. I don't know anybody calling for civil war. I don't see it. However, I do see CNN happens to find people calling for civil war. So that is a thing that is building up. And there are some politicians actually raising money off of the idea that they're going to get Trump back into office. Now, this is something I commented on months ago. I said, how come Alex Jones hasn't been arrested? And my take on it was, if he's not arrested for the comment that he made on January 6th, he's an agent. He's put there as an agent provocateur to heat up the rhetoric. And that's why he's immune. And so finally, July 5th, 2021, I'm seeing some taking note. InfoWars, Alex Jones tells the Trump rally, quote, Joe Biden will be removed one way or another. He doesn't speak for me. And I don't think he should speak for conspiracy theorists, quote unquote, or people who are even distrustful of the MSM, but he is. He is your spokesmouth. And then I believe this is why he's allowed to sound off in the way that he does. I've played that clip before. I'm not going to play it right now, but he did say Joe Biden will be removed one way or the other. And everyone was cheering, and I thought that was extreme. Is he going to be visited? Now, I'm not a snitch. I don't really, I'm just suggesting that Alex is most likely there as the straw man I mentioned. He's the one that they created in order to justify censoring everybody. Listen to this now. Tell the DOJ, investigate and arrest Alex Jones. So there's a petition going around that is asking, why is he still free? Now, again, I just think what he said was so extreme that it's really surprising to me that he's still walking around. And you could say he's a character. You could say he's an actor. Sure. I mean, I remember when Madonna said she wanted to nuke the White House. But there's a distinction between Madonna with her pink hat and all these Antifa types and nukes being fake, and then an angry mob and Alex Jones there in a position to be said, I mean, look, he's an instigator. That's the thing. You can't really dispute that. And I'm just suggesting that maybe it's part of a setup, which is why I'm looking so closely into it. Now, I came across something very interesting, a couple of things, very strange. But you remember a couple of months ago, I said, hey, look, Joe Rogan is going to be canceled. I was predicting the cancellation of Joe Rogan based on 42 of his podcasts having been yanked. Spotify deletes 42 episodes of Joe Rogan. And if you pay attention, as we do, to the news and these patterns, the number 42 tends to signify a fall. So we were just suggesting, hey, Joe Rogan's probably going to take a fall here soon. This cancellation agenda. And again, I'm thinking that these characters are taking a fall willingly, that they're part of the program. Well, this is an interesting one here. We have Alex Jones full on attacking Joe Rogan, all out, pretty much calling Joe Rogan racist. I'll play a clip just so you can get the gist of it.
Is Joe, because Joe says we're all simian in a way, which we are. So he's not actually doing that. But according to your gods of Silicon Valley and your whole measurement system, dude, you're a really bad person that shouldn't be on the air. I'm not saying take you off the air. I'm just saying, Joe, I've got 6 more rounds in the cylinder of stuff just as bad or worse.
So, again, that sounds like a threat in a way that he's going to drop some more material. But he's referencing a clip where Joe Rogan is making some comments comparing people to apes. And so Alex kind of says, maybe you shouldn't be on the air if you're going to play by your standards of, say, this. If you play into cancel culture, that's his point. If you play into that, then you should, you live by cancel culture, you should be canceled by it if you cross those lines. And, by the way, I think people forget this, or maybe it's not worth noting, but David Hogg self-canceled like 2 years ago off Twitter. And he did so because he complimented Abraham Lincoln. And later he said, I cannot live with myself. Yep, February 5th, 2020, David Hogg canceled himself on Wednesday for expressing the opinion that Abraham Lincoln was a really good president just hours earlier. So he canceled himself, and then he had to tell everybody, hey, look at me, I canceled myself. So he's virtue signaling that he self-canceled. I mean, this guy's he's going up to heaven. Like, he's got a halo at this point. David Hogg's out there canceling himself. And I was cool with it. I was like, cool, he's gone. They're going to repurpose him. Maybe he'll be another school shooter, grow out his bowl cut. But no. He comes back to cancel Joe Rogan. And back from the dead. And that's who started the cancel Joe Rogan thing. And at first it was over sexism. That didn't work, so I guess they're going to try the racism thing. By the way, we have another group. We have the Dark Side that had hacked the Columbia pipeline. Now we have another hacker group called Revil, R-E-V-I-L, a criminal gang. The attack is a watershed moment, a combination of ransomware and a supply chain attack. A massive chain reaction on Friday. Infected. You see how they continually use the lexicon of epidemiology and infectious diseases to describe stuff that's happening on the internet. This is all very intentional. In fact, I would even say that the idea of the meme, which is a pseudoscientific idea, but like memetics, for example, I think memetics was put there to also build this association early on. It's not a coincidence that the individuals who got, let me bring this up actually, look up Virus of the Mind by Richard Brody. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Richard Brody, a programmer, had found a way to kind of model the way that we share information, to make it seem like, oh, we're just passive recipients and carriers of information, and you can catch bad ideas. You can catch a religion. You can catch a conspiracy theory. Viruses of the Mind. Great book. But, I mean, I thought it was a good explanation of how things work. It's an explanation. It does show some things, but I think that there's an agenda here. Like, there is an infodemic, and the infodemic is the truth is out there, and they're trying to get rid of that. Okay, so anyway, the stores that were targeted are basically being having subject to a ransom. I think it's going to be something in the millions of dollars. We'll see what happens with that. All right, we have more. Twitter suspends anti-vaxxers, spreading the idea that COVID-19's that the vaccines are magnetic. The anti-vaxxers spreading conspiracy theories that COVID-19 vaccines are magnetic are being kicked off of Twitter, and the leading promulgator of that theory, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, was kicked off of Twitter. Now, I've seen some where people are sticking forks and spoons to their bodies, and I'm not sure, but not everything that they're sticking is magnetic. But anyway, the story here is that, of course, they're being injected with something surreptitiously. And here we have L. Edwards, University of Reading associate professor, asserts that magnetic materials are painful to inject into a person's arm. He goes on to explain that this is the reason why vaccines are mainly composed of water and salt. The vaccine itself is a minimal part about it. Tenpenny has other allegations against the vaccine, including that there are 5G tips that will connect you to the network wirelessly. That's an interesting theory, but if they have that ability, they're going to sell it to people first. There are people who will line up to be injected with microchips before they ever have to find a way to sneak one into you. How many of you guys remember King Joseph? I believe it was Heli. What was the name of the king last year? It was there was an individual who claimed to be the king, or the king of England, and he was going to take his throne back. There were a few people who have been doing this in the last few years, but there was this hidden king, Gregory Hallett. Hallett. So the hidden king, Joseph Gregory Hallett, was claiming to be a messiah. He was raised in an occult secret society called the Priory of Sion, and he claimed to be the rightful heir to the English throne. He said that the coronavirus lockdown was for the world governments to silently shift their power to bring about a new world. So that's most of it. That's a big part of his story. And so he was also saying, though, that he has a very pivotal role. That never came into fruition, but it was a very popular story. He was a very popular figure among QAnons for some time. In fact, when Trump walked out in front of that church with the Bible, they thought Trump was signaling this guy. So, is Joseph Gregory Hallett the Messiah? I don't know. That was last year. This year, woman who claims to be the secret Queen of Canada develops a following among QAnon devotees, report says. So this is a queen, this is another figure, a hidden queen, Romana Didulo, a British Columbian woman in her 50s, followed by 20,000 users of Telegram. And in her introductory video, she's introduced as the head of state and commander-in-chief of Canada, the Republic. Canada's actual head of state, Queen Elizabeth II, has been executed, according to her and her followers. And she was appointed as queen by the same people who are helping Donald Trump get back into office. So here you have it. There's your Queen of Canada. I'll put a link to everything discussed here over at autohoax.com, and that's where you can also get the podcast. It's a 30-minute breakdown of the major fake news events of the day. It's the only truly counter media presence out there. Elon Musk suggests that a brain parasite is forcing humans to create AI. And then if you take what Grimes says, because she says that AI is going to help us perfect communism so that we can just sit around and make NFTs all day. So Elon Musk is positing that all of this is starting from cat dung, toxoplasmosis. So toxoplasmosis, and this all starts with rats. And this is kind of fascinating because, we've seen rats, those little what are they? Some kind of rats. Were they muskrats? Rats on the Falcon 9 rocket. And this is not a joke. So if you go back to CRS-19, this was back in December of 2019. This was the refill mission from SpaceX on December the 5th, where they were sending materials, monkey suits, probably a couple of guitars. Who knows what else they send up there to the space station. Well, on this mission, they were also sending mice so they could do science on them. They were sending genetically modified mice. They called them mighty mice. And this was discussed in the news widely that SpaceX is sending genetically modified mice to the space station to study muscular atrophy. And look, they've been up there 20 years. And I've only seen chubby astronauts. None of them are that fit. None of them are emaciated. They're not living an ascetic life up there. I mean, it looks like they're stopping at McDonald's every time they go around the world 93 miles. Like, those people are not suffering from muscular atrophy because they're not in space. It's just a bad joke. But this thing, it's called Mousegate. That's the scandal. And you can see it here. If you look at their actual launch coverage, you can see what appears to be a mouse, like a rat, running around on the Merlin engine. So again, a couple of things to connect here. One, it's the Merlin engine. So that's already, that's kind of suggestive of something I would like magic or something. But two, a mouse on the exterior of the rocket. It's that on the mission where they're sending mice to space. That can't possibly be a joke. So anyway, getting back to this story, rats to cats. Musk is suggesting that rats have given cats toxoplasmosis. And here's his actual tweet. It infects rats, then cats, then humans who make cat videos. An AI trains and achieves superhuman intelligence training on internet cat videos, thus making toxoplasmosis the arbiter of our destiny. Now, you may think he's joking. Maybe you don't. But this idea that there's some kind of mind control, that some sort of brain parasite that is hijacking us to cause us to create AI, that's where his mind is at. That's where Elon Musk's mind is at. And it's such a joke to me, but many people take this very seriously, and they're going to line up for the cattle carts to Mars once they start selling tickets. And I believe he's also offered indentured servitude. So if you can't afford the tickets, you can work it off. Although it's a one-way trip anyway. You're never coming back. I wanted to bring something up really quick here, because I found a great website that breaks down the Apollo 11 photography. And it really made me think that the flat Earth debates are pointless. And I've said this for some time, but this is the reason why. There is no model for a lack of exploration. That's why. It's just incomplete. So the debate is premature. It's not that the globe is something that can't be debated or that the flat Earth isn't debatable, but it's premature. But you know what can be debated right now is the moon landing and the space station. But you'll find that the professional conspiracy theorists out there, the big names out there who've been out there for decades, they only attack the moon landings. They won't touch the space station. And there's a reason why, because they're all operatives. They're gatekeepers. But these are the things you actually can take down. And the people who routinely defend the ball Earth theory, they can't defend the space station. It's laughable. They can't defend the moon landing joke either. Just a heads up there. But I have a number of examples, and I'll post them over on the site, of this Apollo 11 footage and photography that pretty much debunks itself. How many of you saw the picture of the Bucket Brigade out there? We've had a couple of interesting things out there that look very phony. We have the fire in the ocean, and luckily they were able to go put that fire out. And then there was a mud volcano blowing up. Don't know if these things are connected. Oh, great. I have a great tip here. Someone sent this to me. This is a great find, having to do with what we've been discussing with David Bowie and space oddity. Very interesting material here having to do with the monolith and AI all in one. This comes from My Third Eye. He asked me, is President Joe going to cede power to AI, as Bowie predicted in 1969? And I had not heard about David Bowie predicting President Joe giving our governmental authority over to some AI. I'd never heard of that. Well, this is the thing. The Man Who Sold the World makes a reference to this. The album Save Your Machine. On Save Your Machine, there's a few lines here actually, about a President Joe who has a savior machine, and he basically hands over power of the world to this machine. The significance here is that David Bowie of Space Oddity is a name based off of David Bowman from Space Odyssey from Kubrick. And Space Odyssey, Kubrick is all about the monolith, which is where the AI comes into the picture. So it is kind of interesting to find that, and I have the lyrics here. I'm not going to play it. I actually find his music unlistenable. From The Man Who Sold the World, in the lyrics, he says, President Joe once had a dream. The world held in his hand, gave their pledge. So he sold them his scheme for a savior machine. Now, remember what Grimes said about AI perfecting communism, solving hunger, creating peace? The next line says, they called it the prayer, its answer was law, its logic stopped war and gave them food. So anyway, this idea of a savior machine and the monolith and President Joe all connects together, especially when you look at the digital monolith over at NATO that they were ogling and worshiping over there. In fact, I searched digital monolith and my article was one of the first ones to come up. Digital monolith NATO. One world monolith, monocult rather. And this is, again, it's a television monolith. And you have all the world leaders up there. I don't know if they kneeled or if they kissed it, but they were certainly hypnotized by it. Again, appreciate that link. That was from My Third Eye. I get a lot of the YouTube chat comments, and I post them on my blog so I don't miss any of the stuff that people are posting. There's a Marvel series called Loki. They're 4 episodes in, and one of the most common words they throw around, according to the witness here, is variant. He said, I'm sure it's all coincidences. There's no way the timing of the show would coincide with MSM garbage. So apparently, if you look at the show called Loki, and I haven't seen it yet, the word variant is, I guess, the word of the season. And this is what they do. The entertainment is there to bolster the mass media brainwashing. The entertainment is there. It's the sugar in the poison. All right, let me go ahead and check my Twitter. I had a few links, and I think we're caught up on almost everything. The McAfee thing is looking very shady. If he had a dead man switch, where is it? There was absolutely no connection to any falling condos there. There is a lot of hopium going around the QAnoner crowd, and they're hanging on every tweet of General Flynn, waiting for some kind of salvation from above. World Economic Forum's move towards Gaia is something to watch, and that's the global AI initiative agenda, that thing. It's AI. A is 1, I is 9. You see the 19 encoded into everything that involves a reset. Pearl Harbor was Operation AI. September 11th, 19 hijackers. 19 years later, COVID-19. The 19 is the reset agenda encoded into stuff. And it's not a coincidence that the post-reset crowd, led by Klaus Vader, are up there talking about AI. Also, I'm seeing a lot of crisis shakers. I'd like to know your thoughts on it. A lot of people are tweeting online, tweeting about how the vaccines are making them shake. And so I'm seeing a lot of these, and I'm calling them crisis shakers, simply because if it was a real medical emergency, they would be cashing out on it. They would be on the news, I would imagine. It wouldn't just be on Twitter. And it reminds me of a lot of these COVID patients that were clearly just crisis actors. So I think we have crisis shakers. I wouldn't let them influence your opinions. People do things for clicks. They do things for clout. Also, another minor synchronicity or pattern here. Someone pointed this out. Tom Cruise's fan mail address is at 42 West, 603rd Avenue. 42 West. The number 42, if you've been following this channel, is all over this ongoing narrative of the man who fell to earth. And it's a theme that runs through many of his movies. And the fact that Tom Cruise is about to go up to the space station sort of stands out right now. In fact, that's going to be something else to watch. Today is the 5th. So in about 6 days, Richard Branson of Virgin Galactic is going to go up to space. We'll see what's going to happen there. 7/11, the 42nd anniversary of the fall of Skylab. Probably not a coincidence there either. Finally, the Church of Satan is calling out QAnon conspiracy believers for projecting their own evils. Here's a direct quote from their site from yesterday. QAnon conspiracy believers are overwhelmingly Christian, and it's not a coincidence. If you believe one set of lies about a sky daddy and his crucified kid, you can believe other false narratives about pedopoliticians feasting on babies while worshiping Satan. The demonstrable fact that Christian denominations have overwhelmingly been proven to be tainted with systemic pedophilia in our courts of law is yet another part of reality that these lunatics refuse to acknowledge. And that was from something that was posted yesterday. Independence Day, America the Fragile. So there you have it. Even the Satanists have something to say about their reputation being smeared with all these Hollywood elites and Democrats. All right, thanks for joining. Go to autohoax.com to get the archives, the notes, the replays, and we'll see you all tomorrow, same time.
data or deceit. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bent you over like a whore. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84. What? Puzzle, face mask muzzle. I'm going to my grandma's house. Shut in, shut up. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID-19. Computer.
All right, thanks for joining. Today is December the 2nd, 2020. I hope everyone is masked and vaxxed, COVID compliant, and refraining from spreading dangerous misinformation 2019. This is
Have you
2021, aka 1984, the year it will be forever. Going through the chats, thanks for joining early. We started the 24/3 podcast platform from Spotify to Apple, Google Podcasts, and every other one you can name. And we update regularly, premiered. So subscribe if you don't want to miss anything. All right, joined by Thirst for Truth, Salty Siren, Maxwell Cooper, Lloyd Milleris, Nia Silv. Thanks everyone, of course, who pitched in on the paying off, and despite all the attempts of the PC police to curtail our messaging, we've only gotten worse, and our trajectory is unchanged. Now, if you look at the screen here, you have a close-up of Bill Cosby. I mean, I'm not trying to hyperanalyze it, but it's just kind of strange that he gets out of jail after having Cosby'd 33 women. But I'm like, wait a minute. Who would actually allow this anyway? Who would allow a close-up of them eating a pizza in this day and age, knowing what it looks like? So is this some decode this? Tell us what it means? Because I'm sure it means something. Brogetta says, what up? Thanks for joining us. Clockwork 113. I have a whole lot of things to talk about. Now, the phone's not on yet. I have to pay it tonight at midnight or something. I'm going to pay it. So the phone number has a whole lot of voicemails saved up as well. So as soon as I get that done, I'm going to go ahead and play the voicemails. But if you have something to talk about, if you need to call in, you can call in on the Google phone. And I'll put the number in the chat. Many of you probably have it memorized. Okay, so prosecution. This is a Kenosha update from Kenosha Kyle. Prosecution looks to introduce evidence that Rittenhouse is associated boys on the left, boys on the right, fighting over favors from daddy government. Like, this is Arrested Development gone wild. It's society-wide. Like, this is the vanguard of our political party, you know, this group. Anyway, the Proud Boys have been exposed as having been run by a federal agent. Like, that's not a secret. And if you recall, back in August 29th, the week after the boy Prayer Patriots was shot in the chest by one of the Antifa leaders out there in Portland at 8:46 p.m. Riots, and I mean, was it controlled riots? Was it a movie set? I mean, if you really think about it, staging a riot would be akin to shooting a scene from Lord of the Rings. We're just talking about movies. And in many of these movies, the people are digitally inserted, but the action happens in a... So that's the level of fakery here. And we never have really come to any kind of conclusion about Gage Grosskreutz. Did he really get shot in the bicep by Kyle Rittenhouse? And I don't think so. I mean, I think it was a squib. I think it was a rubber sleeve with blood in it that they pop. You know, it's just like movie magic. And my thinking here is that if you could just go out there, and I'm not saying twist his arm, literally, but just ask a few questions like, hey, Gage, can we see your arm? Can we see any evidence that your bicep was shot off? Because if he doesn't have an injury consistent with what we saw in the video, then the whole thing is fake and an act. I find this Kenosha Kyle to be a very questionable character. First of all, she was front row at one of the Trump rallies right before the riots there in Kenosha, who, by the way, received $42 million from Donald Trump after this debacle. So Kyle Rittenhouse is front row seats at a Trump. So here you have a city under siege. It's being burned down night after night, and you have a white hat front row at the Trump rally. He alone stands up to the mob. And of course, the shooting was really interesting as well. It just seemed very convenient that he shot some characters that are... He shot some people. He did a public service, if you want to be honest about these characters that he took out. I mean, look, one of them was Rosenbaum. You know, I mean, the best that could be said about him was he died doing something he loved, chasing a minor. But he was the one who was supposedly shot in the head. I say supposedly, because if you look at the people who filmed it, they're all high up in media. All the people who did first aid, high up in media. I mean, this whole thing could have been staged. But the other guy he shot, the guy he shot in the chest, the guy at the skateboard, Anthony Gruber, was friends with Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake is the one who was shot 7 times by the police officer and was the reason for the riots in Kenosha in the first place. So what are the odds that he would have such a direct confrontation with a friend of the guy that triggered the riots in the first place? Who, by the way, Blake, was visited by Kamala Harris while he was in the hospital, which I think is really strange considering the reason why the police were at his house. Going through some comments here. X Divine Matrix says Cosby friends. Oh, I see. He's like, I need some pizza, guys. Can you hook me up? Yeah. Why now? Why did they let him out now? And it's just kind of a coincidence for me because I was looking into Neil deGrasse Tyson, who I learned had attended an event at Ghislaine Maxwell's house. Big deal, right? Well, what if I told you that the person you hired to do babysitting or dog walking spent some time at Jeffrey Dahmer's house? Like, you have to question somebody's judgment, and guilt by association. Yeah, I know it's kind of a fallacious way of looking at things. However, there are just so many dots being connected here, it's ridiculous. And it is true that there were some pretty hideous allegations against Neil deGrasse Tyson back in '84, where supposedly he Cosby'd somebody before that term had been well, actually, the term Cosby originated, I think, about 5 years ago. It's fascinating in itself, because I thought it was real. I was caught up in the live action, live streaming, and I just had a hard time believing that they could have faked injury so well. Like, it was so well choreographed. So the only way they could have done this, it would not have been possible, I would contend, to have choreographed such a scene live. I would say it would be a mix of live action and inserted footage. Simple as that. Kind of like some people still think 9/11 happened as advertised, which is insane to me. I mean, believe what you want. You can choose to live with myths and computer models malforming your reality, and you'll fit in better. But anyway, so the story with Kyle, though, took a strange turn when Lin Wood came to his defense. And I'm trying to figure out, it's one of two things. The wildest, fringiest side of QAnon. Not to mention, Lin was also the attorney for the parents of JonBenet Ramsey, among others. So it brings in this very strange element where it's like, is this guy an opportunist, or is Kyle part of this psychological operation? Well, then I saw this article a few months ago where Kyle Rittenhouse's mother was angry at Lin Wood. She says that they abandoned him. Lin Wood accused of leaving Kyle Rittenhouse to rot in jail in order to raise money for his Fight Back campaign. So she's suggesting that her son Kyle was being martyred to raise funds, and moreover, they're trying to figure out where this $4 million went. Now, I follow Lin Wood on Telegram, where those cars came from, but he has a very lavish lifestyle. But it's kind of funny, not funny, that if Kyle truly did go defend his city, he just got ripped off by this major league world-class grifter. It was the one thing that really got me thinking that this could be a total setup, because in every instance where you had casualties, the people treating the victims were live streamers who were on the ground covering the riots. So it's like CJ, the riot covering guy, does the actual tourniquet on Rittenhouse. So that's kind of strange. It's a small group, but then you can actually see a picture of the guy in the hospital the next day. And even that's kind of strange. Like, look at all these pictures of people taking selfies in the hospital when they're, getting their COVID treatments or whatever it is. But in reality, I don't think you're allowed to take pictures in hospitals. I know at the hospital where I live, if you take out a camera, they watch you. There are policies against that. So I find it very dubious whenever somebody takes a selfie. Like, do you remember last year was it in Seattle, Summer of Love? You had Summer and Love who were hit by a car. I don't know if you know that story. Extremely well choreographed psychological operation. possibly pure CGI or something else. But here's the story. You can judge for yourself based on the story. So in Seattle last summer, last July 4th, you had Summer Taylor and Diaz Love. So Summer and Love. They were out in the street protesting. They were doing the Cupid Shuffle. And then cars. I mean, this is one of these things where all of these events just seemed choreographed and faked. But the live streamers who covered these things night after night were also the witnesses to all of the psyops as well, the questionable events, like the shooting of the Prayer Patriot or this Kenosha thing. So it's like, are we really looking at organic footage, independent coverage, or are we looking at proxies for Tucker Carlson? And Tucker Carlson, by the way, says that the NSA is stalking him, but the NSA says they're not. So who are you going to believe? Kind of a strange claim, almost desperate. I almost wonder if something's going to leak and he's doing damage control in advance. Like there's something really strange about what he alleged the other night. So if I was going to place a bet, I would bet that Tucker Carlson is probably expecting something. Not to get all Q-droppy on you. Okay, I'm going through comments. Delta Summer. Oh, that's right, the Delta strain. The Delta strain has no resonance. I mean, COVID jumped the shark a long time ago. I'm surprised they're even pushing it anymore. Like, when are they just going to bring on the space wars? In fact, something else came up. So I've been talking about space wars and how Russia is sending their cosmonauts to the Chinese space station, and now China, and I have some video here, it looks like they're preparing themselves for dominance in outer space. But look at this. Ring of Fire. Now, if you remember from our Metascript analysis and all these buzzwords, forced memes, and symbolism that we see out there, this is one of the things we talked about. Ring of Fire. World War III fears as U.S. warned it could face a Pearl Harbor-style attack as Russia conducts war games. So we're just looking at war games with Russia and China, and they're 35 miles away from our turf, and they think it might start something. I think it's absurd, but this is all story, just like the idea that the space station which has an arm, by the way. The arm of the space station was hit by a piece of space junk which poked a hole in it. Now, the reason why that sounds unlikely to be true is that the mission is called Celestial Immunity. So the astronauts are up there getting vaxxed, and then the arm of the space station gets vaxxed. So when I see these stories in the news, I don't assume them to be true. I'm just telling you, hey, this is what the public is being conditioned for. These are the memes being released out there. Because whatever they believe will happen. That's pretty much been established. By the way, apparently the UFO thing isn't believable by enough credulous morons because it's not going to happen. It's already July. No UFOs. Nothing. Now check this out. If you're looking at the screen, this is a bit of a perception test. And I'll tell you how I got here. So what you're looking at, it says the view from the Heavenly Palace. This is the Chinese space station. It says amazing. Science is beautiful. And so it looks like you're looking down at the Earth from a space station with a bunch of panels. So I put this up there, and a whole lot of people on Twitter have retweeted it. And I'm getting retweets because I say those dumb flat earthers think this is fake. So they didn't even question it. They assume they're looking at the Chinese space station, like looking down at the Earth or whatever. So the truth is, this is actually, here's how I got here. I was looking at the Tower of Babel story, and I was thinking about this notion of too big to fail as this meme that's been propagated. And I find the Too Big to Fail Wikipedia page, and the main image that shows up is a headquarters of AIG, the insurance company that was rescued during the subprime mortgage crisis. And I noticed that the picture of the AIG tower, and again, it's too big to fail, looks a lot like the view from the space station looking down. And I'll just, for comparison, and I'll show you what I'm getting at with this. Because I've been saying for some time that the space station, International Space Station, represents the I would say the epitome of man's conceit. And that man ascending into heaven, one language, transhumanism, putting life in new worlds. Like, this is about as much hubris as we could possibly exhibit. And if there is a God and his character is as described in the Bible, this would be the time, I think, that you would describe as, we have a Tower of Babel. And I would say that that's what this space program represents today. And I have a few different reasons why and how I arrive at this. But I often pointed out how, and I don't think this is accidental, how the solar panels on the space station have an interesting and curious resemblance to the World Trade Towers. Now, the connection here goes deep within the meta script. If you look at 9/11 and other events as being part of a contiguous program, which I do. But my point here is I've been noting for some time that this is a correlation here, that the International Space Station, man united in a quest to go from the earth to the heavens, is very much like the Tower of Babel, one language. And I've been suggesting it's about to fall. And that even 9/11 kind of signaled that the Tower of Babylon is falling. And you could even look at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York, where it has revelations, but in the 21st century. And it has scenes in the pillars reminiscent of 9/11. And these things were carved, 10 years prior. My point being, if 9/11 represents, or rather, if New York represents Babylon in a modern take on Revelations, then the Tower of Babel would be the World Trade Towers. And it would extend, I would say, to the space station. And this is where the story goes next, if you ask me. So I think next what we're looking at is this idea of too big to fail is going to be brought back again. But this time, I think it's going to involve everything above. Outer space, the hubris of saturating low Earth orbit with cheap routers. This whole thing is just so insane. It's just too hard to believe, and I don't think it's sustainable. And I think the way the script is going, they're going to tear the Tower of Babylon down. The Tower of Babel crumbles sooner than later. And this is also why I think it's noteworthy that Russia and China are doing drills together, considering that China has their own space station now. They don't need ours. But anyway, I got here because I was just noting how similar the AIG towers are in appearance to the space station. And I thought that is kind of interesting, because I only found this by correlating too big to fail with this. And stylistically, this correlation, I first started noting this more than a couple years ago, but I found this piece analyzing the work of Stanley Kubrick, where you can see a scene in Space Odyssey 2001 where you have a spaceship approaching the twin wheels of their space station, and how similar that image is to the image of Flight 175 going into the South Tower. And this was part of a series, again, suggesting that we're looking at a number of contiguous psychological operations with the same authors, the same basic script. And so here you can even see, with Stanley Kubrick's Space Odyssey, you can see a correlation between space station and 9/11. It's all in the iconography. Symbolism is rampant. We're all very much aware of it. But when you go into these movies, there are narratives and storylines. Like, for example, the story in Doctor Strangelove revolves around a jet airplane on a rogue, low-level attack mission. And so you have this a flight, and it's a really daring flight very close to the ground, very similar to Flight 77 at treetop height hitting the Pentagon. And there are more relations between Kubrick's films and 9/11, more than I care to go through right here, especially regarding Ground Zero. Space Odyssey and The Shining, both. I mean, that's kind of a longer conversation, but my point in bringing this up is that I think everything that we're seeing in the media, and when I say everything, I mean it's all just part of a long, protracted psychological operation. And I think even QAnon, that's one of the things to consider here too. It's easy to dismiss the QAnoners with a laugh or whatever. However, the same authors that brought you 9/11 brought you COVID-19. And they're bringing you whatever is next with this post-reset. So it's the same authors. And what's more, I would contend that the QAnon script is part of the story, as is Trump. And, if you've looked into this view that many of the people on the world stage are in fact lifetime actors and characters, you can see pretty clearly that Donald Trump has existed in the American psyche. He has existed in culture. He pre-existed himself, as did Elon Musk and other characters we could name, who you can find evidence of their archetype, of their character, being imprinted into our minds before they even emerge. I mean, Trump is an interesting character himself, and he's stirring the pot right now. He went out and he tweeted, he doesn't tweet anymore, but he has his own platform, and he said, "Who shot Ashley Babbitt?" Which is kind of a funny question because that whole thing's a psyop. It can't be answered. But I don't think he's trying to get at the truth. It's one of these, well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, do people actually think that's real? That's what surprises me. The QAnoners are supposedly conspiracy theorists, but many of the narratives they accept are just suggestive of very gullible people. I mean, the Space Force thing. I mean, if you're still buying, part of the whole thing is, this is why you can't paint people with a broad brush. The Space Force is an integral part of the QAnon salvation story. Donnie of the Dead says the new theory is that Pence's SS detail shot Babbitt. I saw one screen cap where it looked like the silhouette of Chuck Schumer. I just don't think that Babbitt was actually shot. I don't think she was shot, and I don't think they can produce evidence for it. I even think her name Babbitt is a reference to the book by Lewis Sinclair, Sinclair Lewis, the book about these conservative Americans who are afraid at the change they see. They're clinging to their American dream, even though it's a fraud. I mean, it's one of those types of books. Let me pull that up. Because these names mean something. It's not a joke, if you ask me. It's not a joke. It is a joke, rather. It's not a coincidence that the person with the "Don't Tread on Me" flag got trampled to death. I mean, that's hilarious. It's just comedic writing. So Babbitt is a satirical novel about American culture that critiques the vacuity of middle life or middle class life. So your vacuous middle class existence is the target of this book's criticism, and it's all about criticizing your pressure to conform. And what's more, when you look at the Babbitt character, she's literally wrapped in an American flag when she jumps through that window and gets shot in the head or whatever. Totally a fake story. I don't think these characters are believable. Just like Jake and Jelly, or whatever his real name is, Chansley. I think his dad is a judge and a Democrat. He's 33. He's an actor. I mean, we're looking at crisis actors. The reason why, if you look at the photos, the reason why you see 7 photographers for every insurrectionist is pretty simple. They didn't want real crowds of people that they didn't control. It was mostly agents, operatives, and actors. It's funny, they think it's a conspiracy theory or that we're being obtuse when we say it's just a guided tour. No, it was bad performance art, horrible performance art. I mean, it made no sense. The QAnon shaman's character was nothing like any. It's a caricature, is what that was. Restless Bear says there was no reason to shoot her either. Right. And what about these other characters, like Officer Sicknick? It's like first they said he was killed by somebody with a fire extinguisher. Then he wasn't killed, and then they couldn't find his body. They had all these stories. None of them added up. And I had some caller who's like, oh, I was at Sick Nick's funeral. I was like, really? I mean, these people call and they lie in defense of these mainstream lies. I don't think Officer Sicknick even existed. I mean, look, one of the characters, this is probably my favorite one. So you have this officer who looks like the RoboCop. He's wearing body armor. And, I mean, he looks like he could sit in a trash compactor and just kick it while it crushes. But no, he's there, and there's like this flimsy wooden door. And he's got these angry patriots closing the door. And he's just sitting there squirming and crying like a baby. And the news is like, this officer almost got crushed to death. And it's like, since when does the MSM stick up for officers? Why aren't they praising the Trumpers for attacking police? So the guy goes out to the news media afterward with a smirk on his face that you can see through the mask. And he says, I will happily get crushed to crush white power. Or something so corny. Like I said, it's all just theater. And it's really bad. And I stopped believing it. I mean, after 1/6, I thought they couldn't disappoint me anymore. You know, after Starman, I think that was it. I realized, okay, so the big picture today, I think the big, people have these idea that the truthers, you just got to get the truth out there. It's like, no, that doesn't really matter. I think people have been rendered visually illiterate. They've been put into a movie, that they exist on the world stage, on the construct, through carefully constructed lies, myths, narratives. You know, like global warming, for example. You want to talk about Metascript? Here's one: global warming, where they plot it out over the years. This is how the data is going to change. This is what it's going to reflect. This is how we're going to sell the story, and they maintain the lie. It's like any rolling prophecy. It's a scam. But global warming turned 33 last month. Just pointing that out, NASA had declared that we have this problem. Now it's called global warming, although it changed to climate change. And I pay attention to the buzzwords. Like I remember back when they still had those red boxes in the theaters. In the stores where you get DVDs. I had picked up one called Geostorm, just to know. I'm like, let me see what people are taking in right now as entertainment, because it's all propaganda and brainwashing. Entertainment's the side effect. It's tasty poison. So it opens up with a scene where the space station is controlling the weather, and it has a computer virus and a glitch, and it starts causing fire-nados, like tornadoes made of fire. And the next day, fire-nados goes viral on Twitter because they see them in California. And I'm sure there's such a phenomenon as a fire-nado, quote unquote, but they were exaggerating it. And I don't think it's a coincidence that people at home watching these movies, seeing fire-nados, and now nature's the bad guy. It's not some psycho with an axe. No, now the bad guy's Mother Nature. And it's because of the Republicans and their big trucks and their addiction to fossil fuels. But you're watching fire-nados in the movies, and then you see them on TV. And this was the summer of 2019-ish. This is around when Australia was burning and Joaquin Phoenix was doing his activism with Jane Fonda. Tom Hanks was heading over to Australia to deal with the fires caused by America, of course. And then this was like almost like a warm-up for the COVID thing. But anyway, that's kind of an interesting point there too, that the trajectory of the COVID lockdowns was actually what the environmentalists wanted to implement over the next few years, and they just fast-tracked it. And now they're even openly talking about climate lockdowns. And I'm all for it. Look, if you believe in global warming and you believe in pandemics, stay home and turn off your lights. Stop taking bath. people can opt into this thing, but it's like, that's the strange thing. Why is it that the ones with the loudest mouths about changing our ways to save the planet are the biggest consumers? I read somewhere that one single Big Mac requires enough water in its production for the land and the cow that it would be equivalent to taking a 47-minute hot shower. Like, that's how much water is being wasted for you to eat that one burger. So I look at someone like Al Gore, and I'm like, what, 30 burgers a day? What's 30 times 47? I mean, how much water is this guy wasting every day? And he's lecturing us. And he's got like, what, a $33 million air conditioning bill? At least. Lloyd Miller says, are satellites causing firenadoes to fake global warming? See, I don't think they have to actually do anything physically. I think that the idea of Project Bluebeam, for example, this ongoing theory that there's going to be this massive theatrical special effects production in the sky that will cause us all to change, I don't think that's going to happen. I think what they do is they just make it happen on TV. And they convince people through peer pressure and shaming people who don't believe. In fact, I have a really good meme here that diagrams exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so here you have some flying saucers. Then you have a UN guy in the back with a projector. It says, you guys should form a one world government, by the way, LOL. Take me to your leader, or whatever. And the NPCs say, OMG aliens, this is just like the movies. And this is exactly how people will react. They will see it. It's just like the movies, bias confirmation. They're going to hit their knees. I mean, people, they will. But again, it doesn't have to happen out there. It just has to happen in the streets. I mean, in the TV. And then crisis actors will say they saw it. I mean, think about this. 9/11 changed the whole world. But how many of you actually saw it? Same with COVID. How many of you actually saw COVID? Zaret the Alchemist says, Al Gore's electric bill was exposed a few years back, $12,000 a month. Exactly. The man bear pig. Huge hypocrite. Selling indulgences, which is what they're doing. Over here you got to get it's basically like a vax, it's like a PCR test. I mean, for your vehicle. You've got to get an emissions test. They got to swab your tailpipe just to make sure that you're not worsening the hole in the ozone. It's all because of the California Clean Air Act. And I'm like, is that even real? The ozone hole? And we're still paying for it? It's a mafia. El Corleone and the Environmental Protectionist Agency. And then I see these pictures, these videos of the Terminator hanging out with John Kerry. John Kerry, Skull and Bonesman. Skull and Bonesman, Satanist, depopulationist, misanthrope. I mean, how do you classify people who are part of this cult of Saturn worship? Anyway, he's hanging out with the Terminator, and they're talking about this thing called World War Zero. And this is right before COVID. And he's like, we need to cut our carbon emissions in half by 2030. What do you mean cut our carbon emissions in half? Like breathe half as much? And within a month, everybody's got their mouths covered. I don't think these are coincidences. And it's not a coincidence that you take somebody like Arnold Schwarzenegger as the Terminator and then recast him as this World War Zero. Because World War Zero is, I think, a very cynical way of describing what they're really about. I mean, just look at the people who are behind it. Penguin Dung says, why are we even paying electric bills? What are there elves running on treadmills for our electricity or something? Right, I'm still waiting for one of these Neo-Tartarians to build some free energy architecture in their backyard. Just demonstrate it. Someone build up some kind of energy extraction thing with all the ornamental designs and show us how it works. I'm not disputing it necessarily, but there are a lot of people who have come to these very grandiose interpretations about what life was like a few hundred years ago, and I'm interested to see what people have come up with. But I'd like to see somebody do something Tesla-like instead of talking about how godlike he was. But the more I look into the real Tesla, the more it seems like, I don't know, maybe I'm reading the wrong information. But it seems like a lot of things attributed to him aren't actually things that he could be credited with. All right, let me see here. Zareth the Alchemist says 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. Carbon. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Yes, well, this carbon footprint is also a replacement for the original sin. Something you have to confess away. And the modern confession is recycling. I mean, think about this. So you go throughout your week, you do a bunch of bad things, you go to church on Sunday or whatever, and then you tell the priest, you're like, okay, I did these things. These things were bad. I made these bad choices. Forgive me. You give him some money, you're good with God. Same thing with recycling. You buy a bunch of stuff, you purchase things. Some of your purchases are bad. They're not recyclable. And so you have to separate those from those that are, and then you take those to the recycling bin to show that you're cognizant of your choices, your sins, and your righteous choices. And of course, recycling, I would say, is an act of contrition. And it's all about your conscience. In fact, NBC has something called climate confessionals. I don't know do any of you do climate confessions? Climate confessions. Where do you fall short? Even those who care deeply about the planet's future can slip up now and then. Where do you fall short in preventing climate change? So climate change is a replacement for the wrath of God. Not a coincidence that NOAA, the agency that monitors global warming and the coming flood, uses the dove as a symbol. The dove is a symbol of the flood. So it says, write your confession or view confessions. So I don't have anything to confess. So I'm going to view some confessions. Okay, let's look at food waste. I'm working on buying less and less. I'm 66. I use reusable plastic bags to offset deforestation. Now, these are confessions. Amazon delivers one order of multiple items in separate packages instead of one. This means more paper, more plastic, and gas. Another confessee says, I still eat red meat. I have been trying to eat beans for 10 years. I still use plastic bags. I traded my tiny Spark for a Trax that uses a lot more gas. Living in traffic, I didn't feel safe in my other car. Anyway, as you can see, these are people making confessions about, well, how they fell short in trying to prevent God's wrath, the next flood. I also want to point out that these are atheists who laugh at believers in God. The idea of the wrath of God is some kind of archaic myth. It's a mockable. It's a grift. They don't believe in any of that religious nonsense, no. But this, oh yeah. They hit their knees in front of their big screen and they confess their climate sins to NBC. That's just a few. I've gone through a number of those. All right, let us continue. Bill Gates, known for womanizing, having naked pool parties, biographer says. See, this confirms it. I've always figured he was acting like an awkward nerd as a cover. Let me go through your comments. There's something here someone said. Clockwork113 says, I think Ewar Anon is controlled opposition. Okay, I did want to get into that briefly. I really like Ewar Anon's channel. However, there's another channel that I follow who claims, and this is a whole other topic, she claims that a lot of his content is lifted from hers. So I've gone through her content and I want to look at where they differ before I can jump to that conclusion. What I like, though, without getting into that allegation, and I'll find that channel for you, But what I do like about Iwar is that he picks up where Sturgio Studios 10 left off, and he also explains what Sturgio's is communicating, which I think is a big deal because Sturgio's doesn't talk, and so it's nice to have someone who can actually explain it in a way that that we can all understand. Even if you don't agree with it, you're trying to understand a hypothetical model. That's what confuses me about some of these professional anti-flat earthers or whatever. It's like, look, I know you don't get it or you don't agree with it, but can you at least not attack a straw man? How hard is it to understand the opposition's viewpoint and what they're proposing to be a model, even if they're not using the proper scientific lexicon? I was watching a debate with Fight the Flat Earth and Santos Bonaccio, or Bonacci, the astrotheologist, and it was a wreck. It didn't go anywhere, but it didn't have to go that way. But it was because they refused to take into account what he was positing as his model, his cosmography. Maybe he should have used the word cosmography instead of model, but they wouldn't even hear it. And I think it's like, well, it's probably because they aren't taking the time to see it from his perspective, even if they think it's ridiculous. Like there's this TV show out based on the books of Terry Pratchett, where, I mean, obviously it's satire, it's fantasy. The Earth is on top of 5 elephants or whatever. It's like, you can take these hypothetical situations, and you don't have to immediately attack it. In order to see where people are actually arriving at these things, and I don't feel like they really got where he was arriving, where he was trying to go. Zareth says Dubé was one of the influences on his work. Well, that's an interesting point. Or I mean, when you say Dubé, what do you actually mean? Because you have Robotham, you have the Flat Earth Society. Like that's one of the things that you don't hear often, is that most of the Flat Earth promulgators are just parroting stuff that they got from the Flat Earth Society. But instead of giving them credit, they say, don't look over there, those guys are shills. And I haven't found that to be the case. But they all add their own particular spin on it. A lot of them are insisting that there's a dome. And, whether or not you think these individuals are shills, they all agree that we're under a dome. And this is where Iwar Anon differs from all of them. Iwar Anon is his name. He suggests that the moon, he's kind of extrapolating from where Sturgio Studios 10 left off with this idea of the moon actually being more or less a projection that shows you a map of the continents below. But the problem with that, if you look at it, is that obviously, if you're trying to correlate the continents with the craters, there's too many craters. But what he has done is he has actually isolated a small group of craters that he thinks actually relates to or corresponds to the known world. So this leaves like 75% of the moon's surface as outside of our world that would be areas that would be accessible according to this map above. And he posits that our North Pole moves and is making a circuit with every one of these ages, along with the precession of the equinoxes. And it's an interesting theory because it suggests that we're progressively moving in a big circle, and that the sun and moon system we're under moves with it, which would also suggest that if we're at this new age and it's changing, that there would be climate changes. It wouldn't be caused by consumption of fossil fuels. It'd be caused by some colossal shift in everything that would affect our geography and possibly put half this place underwater and open up the other half. I don't know. Someone here says Dubé uses David Icke as a reference. Look, I like to use David Icke as a reference. I wish he would have stuck with the reptiles. Like he dropped that back in after Children of the Matrix. He dropped that. He went to the Shadow People, and I don't even think he's about the reptiles anymore. but he was talking about saving the children 20 years ago. But nobody's talking reptilians anymore. Nobody's talking about all these various celebrities being shape-shifting reptilians, although there is this new theory that David Icke was actually putting that out there as disinformation to cover up something else even more unbelievable than the reptilian theory. But I like David Icke's book Tales from the Time Loop. I like his concept of what existence is or could possibly be. And he takes this idea that the reptilians are actually just collective projections of our worst aspects that we have to get over collectively before we can break free of this matrix. It's an interesting idea. But for some reason, they've censored his books. They think that he's somehow referencing a certain group of people when he talks reptilians. But I don't think that's the case. I think he's talking about a mindset and a worldview. And one thing that he needs to be given credit for about David Icke as well, he needs to be given full credit for being a total auto-hoaxer with regards to the pandemic. You know, they were saying in the papers that he was pushing the 5G causes COVID, and they were censoring him like crazy. My Vimeo account, a pro account, was pulled because I had some David Icke content. But in an interview, he said that no, he didn't think that there was anything. So it's interesting how he gets misrepresented. And then I saw him at some protest. It was an anti-lockdown gathering. And of all things, he decides to quote Bill Hicks. And he says everything's an illusion. And I thought, why would David Icke quote Bill Hicks? Is that sort of a way of shouting out Alex Jones? I mean, I don't know. Clockwork Orange says, Icke is just another EGI. Right, well, agent or not, his books are entertaining, and there's a reason why his books are popular. One of the things he has done, and this is the thing, all of these characters, disinformation agents or not, they do present research. And he did consolidate a lot of good material with regards to symbolism, occult rituals. Because he has a good understanding of New Ageism. He's kind of a New Ager. So I found that he was very insightful, and he often speaks of his own experiences with synchronicity. You know, contrast his books with someone like Tex Mars, and I like Tex Mars. A lot of great books. He did Codex Magica, just an encyclopedia of symbolism in plain sight. But you know, he comes at this from a very Christian perspective. So Christian, New Ager, you get two different takes on it. With Icke, I think you get a better understanding of the occult aspect of all this. Frog King says, Tim, there was a commercial being ran within a year or so ago of an alien ship landing and everybody watching what comes out, and it's the devil. That might have been that Arthur C. Clarke. Was it Childhood's End? 6119 says, my girlfriend's a reptilian. Well, Icke's story, if you read Children of the Matrix, is that the elite are mostly reptilian. You know, they have there's like a mix here. And that if you have any reptilian DNA in you, it's latent, but you can awaken it if you go to your local Masonic lodge and you do the rituals, that you can awaken this other side of you. You can basically become a conduit. You're possessible. So if you're possessible, you can be made useful to the system. That's David Icke's take on it. And that all of the elite are controlled by interdimensional aliens. And it doesn't matter if you want to call them reptilians. You just say interdimensionals. But that they're all being controlled from beyond. And it's an interesting theory, but I kind of think that it could also be a cover for so many other things, like deep fakery, hyper-realistic masks, or this EGI theory, for those of you who think that might be it, although that could easily be distraction from the reptilian thing. And if you're wondering what that is, it's pretty simple, but also very complex. It's this notion that everything is so topsy-turvy, but that it's not even about topsy-turvy. It's this idea that the occult secret societies that rule the world are androgynous, is how you'd explain it. And that there's a lot of elite inversion is this term that I've seen. But again, you get these wild theories and they stick around for a few years and they pass. It used to be Satanists, then it was reptilians. And so it may be something else later. Zareth says, look at the back of your hand. It's exfoliating scales. So there's that. Penguin Dung says, I've dated a reptilian once. Well, if you go deep into the Q tunnel, the Q rabbit trail, you get into reptoids, avians, and Nordics. And Greys, I believe. All right, let us continue. Last thing I brought up was Bill Gates womanizing with naked pool parties. Here's one of the reasons why I stopped even caring about the pandemic thing and this new variant. This is just a clear example of predictive programming and meta-scripting in plain sight. So you know something's not real if you find the playbook. So this is the cover of The Economist from December of 2017. It says, and just look at the terminology here carefully, sharp power, the new shape of Chinese influence. So when you get this image in your head, you know, I mean, what's the first thing it conjures for you? You have the earth covered in spikes. It looks like a COVID. And then you have the word new, novel. And then you have influence, think influenza or flu. And then, of course, Chinese influence. So the new Chinese flu, the novel Chinese flu, and of course, sharp power. And this is all about, of course, Chinese taking a dominant role in the coming years. This, to me, is clear predictive programming, 3 years ahead of the actual event. Donnie the Dead says, look at all those protein spikes. Right. Zareth the Alchemist says, I saw a shapeshifter myself. Well, I believe that's the thing that that's how he got his information, is mostly people telling him what they witnessed. And he said that the shapeshifters shift when they are excited or aroused, basically. Like they see blood or something. All right, I'm going through my notes here. This is a work of art if you're looking at the screen. I Am the Way. I just think it's so bizarre the way they've tried to create a celebrity and a likable character out of Fauci, who, you know, you can rearrange the letters in his name a little bit. Dr. Fauci, you can rearrange it into Dracula. The key is you take the F and you flex it down into an A. Very easy to do. And then the I is a capital L. Lowercase everything else. It's not that complex, but yeah, it says Dracula. And also there's Dr. Eichhoff. Fauci backwards, I-C-A-U-F, Eichhoff. But here I've done Dr. Fauci as Pinhead. And I put syringes instead of nails. But it means the exact same thing. They're selling you salvation. It's a sacrament. Have an image here of the space station last week missing one of the panels that might have some significance. Also noteworthy that some of the Russians are going to the Chinese space station, and their space station's already up. And, you know, just my first impression when I saw the footage of the Earth from the Chinese space station, I thought, wow, cheap Chinese knockoff, as I expected. Not believable at all. You know, I was expecting them to improve their graphics. Frog King says, Billy Corrigan has a story on a podcast about seeing a shapeshifter in front of him. Yeah, I think he might know something. They have a couple of videos that I think are very revealing. All right, let me see what else we have. That's, again, the Chinese space station. I have an image here of American nurses preparing for the Delta variant. Of course, that, as you know, just means twerking. Now, did you see this? So Bill Cosby, of course, released from prison. Don't take the Jello. But he had 33 people accuse him. I was shocked by the verdict, says Gloria Allred, lawyer for 33 of Bill Cosby's accusers. That's the kind of thing that makes me think that we're looking at a hoax, that we're looking at something other than what they're saying. All right, I'm going through my Minds. If you follow me on Minds, you'll find a lot of the things that I discuss, a lot of the interesting links, things that people send me just show up there. Highly recommend it. Just go to infiniteplainsociety.com, and that takes you to a link tree that has everything that we talk about here. So you won't miss anything, and it also has all the relevant links and all these various videos that we've been finding, like this video of NASA astronauts on Earth Day dropping their globe, and they all reach to grab it. They just reflexively try to grab it before it hits the ground.
You're pretty amazed, and you start taking pictures and all of that of it, but then you forget that there are people in danger. That whole hurricane, you're pretty amazed.
Again,
and you start taking
the reason why
pictures
that's
and
a
all
problem
of that of it, but then you forget
is that they're in outer space and it shouldn't be falling. But it fell right in front of everybody. They played it off poorly. All right, let's see what else we have here. Oh yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse. Let's get back to Kyle really quick here. Is he associated with the Proud Boys? Well, yeah, if he's a Fed, then yes. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. His backstory is very questionable. It's like, is he believable? You know, he's like 15 years old, raising money for the local police. I think this is just an operative. I won't believe it as a real event until I see Gage Grosskreuz's bicep or lack thereof. You know, I don't think that anything short of that will convince me that this thing was real. And if they pulled off a brilliant psychological operation. I have to say that. So you've got Proud Boys, and now Canada's also added 3%ers to their group of terrorists. Look at all these. Look, this is the thing they've done. You know, they've recreated the universal terror threat, but they've replaced the Islamic terrorists with white nationalists, and they've added these other ones. So you've got 3%ers, and 3%ers were part of the group that wanted to kidnap the governor of Michigan, which is insane. Like, who would want to babysit that? So you've got 3%ers. Proud Boys is another terrorist entity that had a pivotal role in the attack on the Capitol. And I think the other one might be Oath Keepers. I'm trying to figure out what the third group is. But anyway, these are all considered to be terrorist organizations.
Targeting the U.S. federal government building and the Muslim community. For example, in November of 2015, a 3%.
And targeting the Muslim community. You see how they flipped this? How they flipped the script? How the threat has completely been reversed? And this is all templated. Like I've said before, it's not a coincidence that you have the incel instead of the terror cell. Same basic dynamic, but instead of blowing themselves up for virgins, they're blowing themselves up. And, well, maybe they are expecting that. But the incels are also sexually repressed terrorists. And you also have the radicalizing verses of the Quran having been replaced with the radicalizing verses of QAnon. These are templates. And there's a few things down the line. Even the idea of Israel is the little Satan, America is the great Satan. And then you take the QAnon story, and they're fighting the deep state. And if you look at their narratives, you can see that they have the same enemies as the jihadis. It's the evil bad guys that control Hollywood and the government and everything else. So it's fascinating now, though, that now the Muslim community is the target of this new threat, the QAnon radicals.
States. They have been linked to bomb plots targeting the U.S. federal government building and the Muslim community. For example, in November of 2015, a 3%er was arrested and eventually convicted of shooting and wounding 5 men at a Black Lives Matter demonstration in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And in 2020, 2 of the group's leaders directed a plot to allegedly kidnap the governor of Michigan, involving the acquiring and detonating of explosives to divert police attention from the kidnapping. The second.
Okay, so anyway, stories, all fake, just as fake as the terrorists in caves blowing up buildings on the other side of the world. This may be worth playing again. I'm just going to have to... There's a couple of things here. This is one that's worth noting too. So this is something that's shown up in some of the 4chan boards that I monitor. QAnon has noticed this. Q rotated becomes a reset symbol. So if you look at the idea here, that we're looking at a big reset. Although McAfee's Dead Man's Switch appears to be a nothing burger. I was hoping it'd be something interesting. I mean, the best thing that we have right now, Pizzagate wise, is Bill Cosby eating pizza, but Dead Man's Switch, we were supposed to get the goods, 31 terabytes. And somebody wrongly associated the imploding or collapsing condo with McAfee, and somehow he was storing the info there. Not true. And someone said, I think it was a collapse-ademic in Discord. Somebody posted that. There was another collapse in DC of some other building. It's like, what's going on here? They run the same types of psyops. They really do overlap these things. Like, do you remember the King Super shooting out there in Boulder, Colorado on 322? Store number 33 union workers were shot at while they were trying to get their COVID-19 vaxes. They go for their COVID-19 shots and they get shot with an AR-15. That whole event, which was fake, was tied. It was inextricably tied with the shootings that happened both in Atlanta and the Christchurch shooting. If you look at these stories and how they reference one another, they all exist in the same fictional universe, which of course is the one that most of the people that live in. Lunar Node says maybe the reason Bill went free is because of the Dead Man's Switch. Right? Could be. Well, I'll have to check. I'll have to check to see what's on that wallet, that blockchain address, but I haven't seen anything yet. Although, a couple of things that are noteworthy here. The sister of the man that was allegedly killed, either by McAfee or someone McAfee hired, the guy that allegedly poisoned his dogs, poisoned McAfee's dogs. Anyway, the sister of that guy who was killed in his home, she thinks that McAfee is still alive. So the story goes, he's got these 9 dogs roaming the beach. His neighbor poisons the dogs. McAfee retaliates. And then he hides and he escapes. And at another point in time, McAfee had escaped a deportation by faking a heart attack. So, he's also known for employing body doubles, something like 8. And at one point, he claimed that one of his body doubles was going to a cryptocurrency conference and was killed. Zara says, this is the 4th time your broadcast was cut off. Never happens on any other channel. Wow. Well, just to give you a rundown, we are live on 3 different YouTube channels. One has 50 people watching. One has about 20. One of my channels has been repurposed for nothing but art. Some of you have found it, and you might like this. So now that we have the 24/7 stream going on again, the art stream will always be playing whatever's playing here. So if you ever have this on in the background, I'm usually live when I'm not live, just hanging out in Discord. or doing the art, but it's on that other channel. But we're also live on Facebook, Odyssey, DLive, Twitch. We're live on radio.net, and you can also find us, I believe, on TuneIn. I can put the links down there, but there's a number of links. If you just go to infiniteplainsociety.com, if YouTube is failing, there's a number of options. Let's see. Let us continue. Donnie of the Dead says the hashtag Pizzagate is blocked by Twitter. Yeah, that is such a strange thing. The story is, go inside Bill Cosby's estate, his first day free from prison. So he's not at a Pizza Hut, and that pizza looks gross. You know, actually, now that I think about it, I was asking earlier, I said, why is this guy wiping his mouth when he hasn't taken a bite off the pizza? Well, I think he picked all the cheese off of it and all the pepperonis, and he left the sauce behind. So I'm not sure what that means. I'll have to ask. Okay, Heidi says the pizza looks gross. A-Dog says don't drink anything he serves. John MC says he should invite Cardi B over. They can trade drink recipes. Everyone is commenting on how it's such a gross looking piece of pizza. But, you know, it could just be a piece of pizza. It doesn't have to imply that he's in the club of Club Adrenochrome. Although I tend to think so. I'm not convinced that the story is 100% true. I think there's some exaggeration there. Now, I have something I want to play. I played this a few days ago. If anyone would hear this, this is just want to show you where things are at right now. I think this is fascinating. So this is a pastor, Kenny Hart, who is comparing Colin Kaepernick. I'm sorry, he's comparing Jesus Christ to Colin Kaepernick. And he uses the expression Kaepernickian to say that Jesus is Kaepernickian when he weeps over Jerusalem.
My experience in America has been clouded by my race and my position in the society. And that experience does not mean I don't love my country. It means that I have to love my country differently. It means that my love has to change its form. You know, it's not that love is different. It just takes a different form. And so, you know, when Kaepernick takes that knee, you know, he's told to do that by a Green Beret. Like, a lot of people don't know that backstory, but yeah, it was a Green Beret. What's his name?
Now, anyway, the phrase he uses is Kaepernickian, and I thought that's kind of strange to compare somebody in the present time, or rather to compare somebody in the past to somebody in the present. Kind of a strange reversal here, but
he told him, hey man, here's a way.
But I'm just going to leave it at that. I just think it's kind of noteworthy here that you have a pastor who is making this comparison as though it's valid, and maybe it is valid, but I'm just pointing it out there because I think it's an important plot point. A commenter says satellites crash out of the sky in Call of Duty Warzone. Okay, now Call of Duty 3, let me pull, this is interesting. There's Call of Duty, I think it's called Warzone, Black Ops Cold War. This is the one. Yeah. Okay. Satellites are being forced out of orbit and are crash landing at multiple points for their 4th season. Yeah, they have predictive programming in their games that showed you COVID, showed you masks. So this is, I think, probably likely. I was looking at this game trailer for something called, I think it was Dark Winter, The Division. These games are very prophetic. But for them to be bringing up space wars and satellites falling from the sky, yeah, there's another one too. I think it's called Battleground 2042. This is a theme that we're seeing in all of the games, and there's a reason why. Everything that you see in the games is predictive programming. Here it is. The sky is falling.
The sight. A smart one.
So it says the sky is falling. Brace for impact. It's one of these games with a lot of explosions and all this stuff, but it's all propaganda because this is going to prepare them, the viewers, to accept what comes next. And it looks like it involves zombies. So that's something to look forward to. Here's an image of a burning satellite. Now, how often, this is the thing, whenever there's a major psyop, they give you this visual imagery before. So how often have you seen something that looks like the space station, burning up? I can give you an example. The poster from X-Men's Dark Phoenix, the movie that opened with a $33 million opening weekend, their poster actually had the space shuttle going through these flames. But this is an interesting image in itself. Satellites will crash. So I have something else here. It's a video from, I believe it's from the Chinese Space Agency, and it's showing anti-satellite ballistics at work. Let's see if I can pull this up because this is very similar to the image in this video game. I'll show you what I mean. Oh, by the way, Richard Branson is going to space on July the 11th. The date, July the 11th, is the anniversary of the day that Skylab fell from the sky in 1979. So just heads up, he's going up on that date, which I think is kind of ominous. Now I'm looking for a certain video if I can find it. It's of, it looks, oh that's right, I do have it here. Now again, we're looking at an image from, this is a game called Call of Duty Warzone Season 4. And you have a pretty good image of a satellite being taken out and what it would look like. So I have a video here. It's a simulation of a Chinese anti-satellite ballistic taking out, here it is. It almost looks identical. This comes from an article. The report says, space station is part of China's plan to dominate space. So here you have a missile taking out, presumably, maybe a CubeSat. I mean, if they take out the DirecTV satellite, it's going to be war. So one thing I hope they don't do, out of everything that's going to happen that appears to be scripted, the Skyfall and everything, I hope they don't kill the internet. And I'm hinging this hope on maybe they need us to be connected to keep the brainwashing up. So maybe it's safe, but I would hate the idea that they just make us go cold turkey. All right, I'm going through your comments. Mary Smith says his chair design looks like pizza. Yeah, I can see that. Lloyd Miller says Kaepernick is Jesus-like, not the other way around. Well, that's what I found so strange. And he used the phrase Kaepernicky. Very Kaepernicky of Jesus. Wow, that was like, you read the Bible, like, wow. Jesus was really being like this sports celebrity when he made that decision. Okay, let us move on. Just predictive programming like crazy. Black Ops Cold War Warzone Season 4. In fact, Black Ops Cold War, that trailer came out last August. It came out on that, it was, I believe let me pull that date up because it was right before Kenosha started. So the summer of 2020, you had the Black Moon. Black Moon, what is it and why you can't see it? And I remember this date because this was, of course, around the time of the riots and everything. And this video game comes out, and the trailer had Yuri Bezmenov talking about subversion in America. And the cover, of course, actually the release date, everything about it seemed timed. That's why when somebody points to some of these games and like, hey, look, they're tearing down satellites in the new Call of Duty, it's like, okay, it's meta script. In other words, everything that you see in the news is going to be put into your subconscious, because your subconscious's eyes are wide shut. It takes it all in. And you're going to be inundated with the messages that they need you to have, and you're going to have it in your head long before, whether you're watching TV, which all television programming is MK Ultra, playing video games, or even reading comic books. Nothing is exempt at a certain level. New York mayor urging citizens to reduce electricity use to avoid blackouts. Interesting. Now, remember in New York, they had those blackouts in 2019 on 42nd Street on the 11th. I'm sorry, it was on the 13th of July 2019, and put 42,000 people in the dark. And they're like, this is the 42nd anniversary of the other Manhattan blackouts, these notorious blackouts. Anyway, if they're telling you in advance there's going to be blackouts, there probably will be. Last year, we had the National Guard out doing these EMP drills. So this is something that is in the cards. Like we had the Chinese space junk that was talked about last month. Well, a year prior, there was a drill for space junk falling. And it happened to, this is the thing. Okay, 2019, you have a drill for space junk. 2020, a piece of Chinese space junk almost hits New York. So you almost have a space junk 9/11. 2021, the same thing happens, only this time it's not a drill. It's, quote, real. So it's almost like there's a calendar here. So I think it's pretty obvious that it's going there. Have you seen this? People are spotting parallels between Britney Spears' testimony and Miley Cyrus's Black Mirror episode. They're talking about her legal arrangements. Britney Spears is apparently in some type of a conservatorship, probably because she can't take care of herself or whatever. But people are suggesting that she's being controlled. And there's an episode of Black Mirror where Miley Cyrus plays a character who's being controlled by her aunt. And as she gets older and more rebellious, her aunt gradually replaces her with a CGI version. And it gets pretty dark, but it's very realistic. I mean, it could totally be done. All right, let's see what else is going on. Going through my Twitter feed. I mean, there's so many things happening right now at this time. Donald Trump, of course, stirring the pot, suggesting, of course, that there's some kind of conspiracy to cover up who shot Ashley Babbitt. He's going to be speaking in a couple of days. Don't know what that means, although, judging by the people who I follow on Twitter, they're expecting Trump to take back the office, possibly with JFK Jr. at his side in August. Speaking of Black Mirror, there's an episode in there, the very first episode, which I couldn't watch it. It's just disgusting. But it had to do with a politician doing something horrible on film and everybody watching. And that's actually what the QAnoners are waiting for. They're saying that everything that supposedly McAfee would have on his dead man switch, that all of this information is going to be dropped at once. All the voter fraud stuff, all the Pizzagate stuff, but that it's going to be broadcast on every social media platform and that there's going to be no way to not see it. And so that's what they're hoping for. And of course, I don't necessarily buy into the whole narrative. I find it very hard to believe this idea of saving the children from the deep state. I think it's all kind of satanic panic all over again. I need more evidence. But whether or not that part of it is real, what is certain is that the QAnon narrative is a carefully crafted story that's being played out, and I would consider it to be a psyop. If you're looking at the screen, you can see another indicator that Joe Biden is being portrayed by an actor. That's a rubber hood. That's a hyper-realistic silicone mask. And you can see the crease in it. Again, There's a line. Very consistent with what you see with masks. That's not how skin folds. That's not real. Does anybody here think that Joe Biden is Joe Biden? I'm still leaning towards Joe as Bo. That Bo Biden didn't really die at 46, but that he fake died and took on the role of his father. And I would point to the skulls. Look at their skulls. What you'll see is that Bo Biden's skull is closer to the Joe Biden skull of today than today's Joe Biden is to Vice President Joe. It's like they switched at some point. That's been one of my theories. I could be wrong. I'm not totally married to the theory there, but Joe Biden is a puppet, whether or not he's being played by somebody else or he's being shuffled around. The McCloskeys agree to forfeit their guns. Another perfect example of what we'd say when we bring up world stage characters. The McCloskeys are the ones who came out in front of their mansion pointing weapons at the BLM protesters who were passing in front of their house. Now, you could justify it. They did knock down a fence or something, but they came out in front of their home, practically in their front lawn, and pointed weapons. But one of the things that was pointed out is that the Turner Diaries, which is like the Bible of the white nationalists, it's a book about whites getting together and nuking everybody else. But basically, the cover art of this book, which was published 42 years before the McCloskeys emerged, the cover art looks exactly like the McCloskeys did on that day. And if you remember, they were dressed on that day for this big PR event. She was wearing this black and white striped shirt. He had a polo shirt. And then she had her golden gun, holding it sideways, very gangster. But that is the exact wardrobe of the same couple on the cover of the Turner Diaries. The Turner Diaries is the book that inspired Timothy McVeigh. Again, I'm suggesting that these are made for TV characters based on archetypes. Portal Complex said Rumsfeld didn't kill himself. Did he get vaxxed? That would be my question. Donnie the Dead said, I think Joe is Jim Carrey, as Carrey swore to never portray him on SNL again. See, that's likely as well. The Jim Carrey thing. There was one video back when they were still campaigning where Joe Biden ran up the stairs of the jet. Now, he didn't fall up like he ran. And I thought, man, that is somebody 20 or 30 years younger. But body doubles are used all the time. In fact, even Laura Loomer, of all people, actually confronted Kamala Harris and was like, wait, you're not Kamala Harris. She actually called out a body double. Nothing controversial about suggesting that these characters all have body doubles, but the idea that we're dealing with human puppets, that's kind of what we're veering into here. Which, yeah, it's absolutely true. Here's a video. For the first time, the Chinese have entered their own space station orbit. I'll be watching their footage. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I mean, I would have hoped that they would have improved. I think this does look like an improvement. I don't see the wires hanging out everywhere. It doesn't look like a nightmare in that sense. But it didn't take them that long. And I was thinking to myself, are we going to see them build the space station this time? We have time lapses of all kinds of buildings. And yet, here, the space station just magically appeared. And sure enough, the Chinese space station just magically appeared. All right, so by tomorrow, we're going to have the phones back on. Won't take very. I think maybe by tonight I'll get him back on, but we'll be taking calls tomorrow, and I'm going to have to go through a lot of voicemails. I got 2 weeks worth of voicemails to address. So those of you who've been leaving voicemails, I appreciate it. Also, thanks to all of you who have kept this channel up. I had to take a little bit of time off to deal with some things to make sure that we can keep this schedule and maintain it. Somebody posted a picture of Joe Biden's wife with her dress on backward. And then this was a day after Donald Trump came out with his pants on backward. Is this another Illuminati hazing thing like the Black Eye Club? Jordan says McCloskey is shorter than his wife. Right? I saw that. Are you suggesting... What are you suggesting? I say, look, I'm looking at all these characters. I'm suggesting that they're basically given a script on how to act because it makes gun owners look crazy. And they're demonizing self-defense. And there's a rationale here that's worth pointing out. So they're demonizing self-defense for the same reason that they demonize people who are against vaccines. It has to do with your role, or the role you assign the government in your life. Is the government there to protect you, or do you have to defend yourself? So the fact that the gunophobes, the anti-Second Amendment people, are pro-vax is not a coincidence, or that the anti-vaxxers are pro-Second Amendment. You're not going to find anti-vaxxers who want to get rid of guns. There's a dynamic here, and it has to do with protection. Same thing applies with the border. Why the same side that is pro-vax is for open borders, and vice versa. Because, the border, the boundary, whether it's your front door or your skin, we're talking about boundaries. And so who defends you if someone kicks in your front door? Do you? Or does the government? Because you're not allowed to have guns. Who defends you if you got a virus trying to get in your door? The government-injected vaccine or your immune system? So it's a perfect polarity they created here. If you're looking at the screen, you see a volcano as captured from the space station. This is one of the areas where they're consistently lying to us. This is where you can expose it as a hoax, I think, where that's not 300 miles up. It could be maybe, I would say 70,000 feet. I don't know. Maybe a U2, but I think they're taking footage from the U2 program and attributing it to low Earth orbit. It's very easy to point out these inconsistencies. The space station is a weak spot, which is why I'm surprised that they didn't improve it for this Chinese space station. I thought, man, they've got to figure out everything they're doing wrong just by listening to us, just by listening to channels like this, and maybe improve on it. But no, they certainly did not. I wanted to bring this up too because, as you know, I brought this up earlier, Branson is going up to space in 10 days. Then you have Tom Cruise, who's going to space supposedly in October, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do it sooner because there's a bit of a race. There's another director, another production trying to get into the space station. So I was looking into this thing, and it's like this idea that you have this movie star going to the space station to film the first movie in space. And the first reason I paid attention to this is that he worked with Kubrick, the guy who faked the moon landing. Or helped. So his connection to Kubrick, Eyes Wide Shut, it suggests quite a lot for this upcoming stunt movie or whatever. But the thing is, for the last few movies he's done, Tom Cruise has actually performed stunts, hanging off cliffs, dangling off buildings, hanging from planes. So he has been doing stunts. And even the director here said that he was mad that he couldn't stop Tom Cruise, that he was scared, he was sweating. He said, we had 5 cameras on the cliff and a helicopter camera and a cameraman hanging from safety cables. We had to do it again and again. I was so scared I was sweating and I couldn't watch the monitor when we shot the scene. So it's already been, put out there that he does these death-defying stunts for his movies. So, I'm kind of interested to see what happens here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe speed this up a little bit. Maybe it happens sooner than later. But it's supposed to happen in the next month or so. And there are a number of things about this trip to the space station that I think are worth pointing out. A couple of other things. I've been collecting a lot of great videos on these various glitches within the space program. This one came from a Twitter account I follow. And here you see a very interesting way of using harnesses to fake gravity, or 0G, or 1/6 Earth's gravity. And in this way, what they're doing is they're using cables like they do in the ISS. In fact, this is decades ago. But they're juxtaposing these videos with astronauts on the moon. And the way that these cable knots move is exactly the way the astronauts move. The way that these acrobats are diving around and doing flips, falling forward and then bouncing back up, it looks exactly like the astronauts. It's a no-brainer. Just another example of how they faked the moon landing. I would subscribe to my blog or newsletters. You'll get links to all these videos as we find them. Also, someone sent me this. This is a crisis actor at one of the recent shootings, and he just happens to have a hat on with a Masonic insignia on it. And I have a collection of laughing crisis actors that I'll be going through as well. I'll put these into the playlist. But that's pretty blatant there. He's got his symbol on his forehead there. Rod Jenkinson says the Chinese version has a distinctly made in China feel to it. Well, I commented on this back when they started putting their probes on the moon. And I'm like, why don't they share the same production facility? The same movie studio? Use the same cameras, because some of them are faker than others. And I don't know, maybe they don't want to call them out. Maybe that would cause some hostilities. Like, you guys are doing it wrong. But they're all doing it together. Earlier I mentioned Pearl Harbor. And on the topic of Pearl Harbor, well, some will say that debunks flat Earth, because how did they manage to do that? If the Earth is flat, it would mean that these countries are not aligned this way. And I have to point out that if the world isn't a ball, then all of these wars are going to be faked and staged in a way to reinforce the big lie. In other words, all of the countries that would be at war with one another, all these various nations, are actually working together at the very top. So I don't think it's a debunk. Not that it's ever been bunked. I don't think that there is a flat Earth debate at this time. And I've been following some of the more recent ones, and I find it peculiar that the anti-flat Earth crowd feels like they can attack the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant map, as though that were the model. And they suggest, and then they characterize it as the flat earthers think that this is the model, and that the Bible supports this, and that this has a dome. And no, it's totally a fallacious approach there. It's a straw man attack on the whole concept. All right, let me see what else we have. Again, I'm going to put my infiniteplainsociety.com link there. That'll take you right over to the link tree with all the various live links. Also, every day we're recording at some point during the day for autohoax.com, a daily news-based podcast covering the major fake events of the day, the fake narratives as they develop. So you don't want to miss that. You can catch the replays as well. So I'll put a link to that as well. Also, follow me on minds.com/Infinite Plane Society if you want any of the links or any of the screen caps. I post it all there. And again, tomorrow we'll have phones on, and I do have an interview with an author on the QAnon topic. So you won't want to miss that. I'll be, again, turning the phones on tomorrow. I was trying to get them on tonight, but I wasn't able to make that happen. Maybe about an hour from now. And most nights we're going to be live, just for future reference, from about 9 to 11. We'll be in that window. 9 to 11 Mountain Time. Of course, if you miss it, you can always catch us on the replay. All right, so this is the newest song from JT33, The Reckoning. Thanks for joining. See you all later.
People, they're sitting around me, they're living in fear. Fear of the virus, fear of the violence. They ought to be fearing the tyrants. Take a look at all the tyranny here. Only you the clear, witness to bear. You're consciously cognitive dissonant. We're coming in burning brighter than the filament. Filling these people with the light of the truth, and they still want to battle me. Shining that very same light onto this ever fictitious reality. Society's living in sickness. This pandemic's escape for the richest. In this matrix we see through the glitches. Snitches no longer get stitches. They get rewards. I'd rather just leave them in ditches. To give up the pen of the game, to give up the pen of the game. The birth on this plane, to give up the pen of the game. The birth on this plane, to give up the pen of the game. The birth on this pen of the game, to give up the pen of the game. The birth on this plane, to give up the pen of the game. My mission is beckoning. We are the fingerprints of life's outstretched hand. This is the reckoning, exposing the truth of the negatives. We always picture the positive narrative. Sleepyhead NPCs been popping them sedatives. Night night, we put them to bed with a lullaby sounding like Fright Night. Better put on your night light. There's no waking or walking dead. We watching them flutter by. We transform like a butterfly. We ready for the fight, that's right. We taking a flight like the sparrow, piercing straight through the heart like an arrow. Soaring on a different frequency. You can never fathom all the hurt you receive when you beef with me. I swear it's a zombie apocalypse coming, I'm running. It's like the sixth sense. I see mass people and vax people. Our community does not consent to the immunity from all these pharmaceutical companies. Free from impunity, free from impunity, free from impunity, free from impunity.
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. I don't know.
What is gravity?
Mocks you, and you don't want to be mocked. You don't want your beliefs to be made fun of, and so you push that person away. And I've talked to many people who have cut off contact with their Q believing loved ones because it completely consumes them. It becomes everything that they talk about, everything that they do. They start to feel unsafe around those people. And it is a serious issue going on right now in this country.
Well, you had some polling data here. You said going beyond Q itself, a 2020 poll by NPR found a third of Americans believe in the existence of the deep state, pulling the strings of international politics. So what are your thoughts on this deep state construct? Because I've questioned from the beginning, is there even a deep state? Has this been established, or is this just a euphemism for Democrats? I mean, what's your thought on that phrase, the deep state?
Sure, and it's interesting because that phrase, the deep state, used to have a very specific meaning. That term came from Turkey in the mid-'90s, and there was an incident where, and I want to say it was 1996, but I could be completely wrong about that. There was a car accident where a senior government official was in a car accident, and riding in the car with him was a high-ranking police official and a really well-known terrorist. And they were all going off somewhere together to some secret meeting. And this term, the deep state, became the euphemism for this kind of state within a state that was acting like they were fighting terrorism, but was really working with terrorists. Since then, that term has completely lost all of its specific meaning, and it now just basically means people we don't like who are in power. And the idea of the deep state, as it's popularly thought of, really is no different than the 1990s concept of the New World Order, or the concept of the Illuminati, or the Trilateral Commission, or the Council on Foreign Relations, or the Bilderberg Group. It's this kind of shadowy group that's doing something bad to the bulk of the population, and there's nothing that we can do about it. And the deep state is just another version of that, and I'm sure something else will come along to supplant that. So that's really where that comes from. And when QAnon believers talk about the deep state, they're basically just talking about people who are not like them. And it really doesn't have a lot of meaning anymore, other than it's a very, very vague definition.
Exactly. And I find it another example of how conservatism doesn't really exist in America anymore, thanks to Trump, because the conservatives used to be like, limited government. They weren't looking for big state solutions.
Sure.
But now they're trying to purify the state, which is what they always accuse the other side of trying to do, of trying to perfect everything. And so I think it's really interesting, too, how the conservative movement has almost been eclipsed by this desire to take control of the state. And it's a very statist thing when you look into, as you've pointed out, their end game, or what they see they see this as an actual desirable goal, saving the world by, executing the bad guys, which again, that's not how we normally do things. That's a complete inversion of our normal process. And it's a fascinating thing that they've managed to sell people on this. And my first experience with QAnon was a friend who was into it. He told me, he said, there's going to be a point in the future where the National Guard's going to take out the deep state, and it's going to be broadcast on TV, and all of their crimes will be reported. So it's a very doomsday type situation, the storm, ultimately. And so what are your thoughts about that? Do you think that there is a point where the digital soldiers are going to be activated to actually go after their political enemies, or do you think this is just a mythology?
Well, I think you're right. There's a real sort of doom and gloom among QAnon believers. Like if you go on their social media, they sort of, it's very sort of double-sided. On one hand, there's this like utopianism of like everything is great and we're winning all the time and everything is going to be awesome, and the bad guys are going to get taken out and we're going to have utopia. But then they're also just simultaneously some of the most miserable people that you will ever be around. There's threads on a bunch of different Q social media. Some of it's gone now, but people talking about all of the relationships they've lost and how they spent Christmas by themselves because nobody in their family wanted to hear about QAnon anymore. There was one post that went really viral a couple of years ago of a guy who made like a Doritos and bologna sandwich and was like, I'm celebrating Thanksgiving with my Q family. And it got just dumped on mercilessly. There was another thread of people who talked about all of the pop culture they can't enjoy anymore because they're awoke now to QAnon. But I do think that there is danger in this idea of being a digital soldier. You know, you are fighting not just, you're not fighting over land, you're not fighting over money, you're fighting good versus evil. You're fighting to save the souls of children. You are fighting against they look at it as a 5,000-year-old Luciferian cult. And when you start to believe that you are fighting against that, that's a fight that you can't afford to lose. And the thing that really scares me is not the sort of rank and file, miserable, lonely QAnon believer eating their bologna and Doritos sandwich and sitting there in silence. It's that small group who thinks that they are personally fighting the sort of monstrous deep state. And one of the things that I really found in the book is that the crimes committed by QAnon believers are not crimes of anger. They're not sort of lashing out indiscriminately. These are people who really believed either they were in danger, children were in danger, or America was in danger. And it becomes very difficult to do anything about that person because they're fighting their own battle in their head. And you don't know it's a real battle until they've shot someone.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my biggest fear.
You're talking about good intentions. Their intentions are good. It's like the well-intentioned people, but their means that they allow themselves because they have the moral high ground are actually terrible. And they get the moral high ground because they have this belief rooted in things like Isaac Cappy's claims. Isaac Cappy, actor,
right,
who fell off the bridge, whatever the case was, that was taken by QAnoners as a sign that he was telling the truth and he had to be taken out. And that kind of faded for a while because his dead man switch never surfaced. Well, later, last summer, right before the election, Lynn Wood when he was chanting about hanging Pence, he brought up Cappy and he said, let's do this for Cappy. So they try to create a martyr out of Cappy. And I noticed in your book, you remarked on how they were creating a martyr out of Ashley Babbitt. Another example of that. What's your take on this martyrdom of Isaac Cappy or Ashley Babbitt? Are they really martyrs for a cause, or is this disingenuous by the QAnon crowd?
I think it's very disingenuous. The Isaac Cappy, it's a very sad story to me. This was a guy, and I've watched some of his videos. He made a lot, and I haven't seen all of it. But the stuff I've seen, there's something there that is not right. He is clearly struggling. And obviously I never knew him. I couldn't diagnose him, even if I did know him, I couldn't diagnose him. But he's clearly unwell in a lot of these videos. And what bothers me is the exploitation of someone who is clearly unwell. Nobody in his circle stopped to get him help. Nobody in his circle said, hey, I think, hey man, I agree with you, but let's dial it back a little bit. Let's take care of yourself too. No one did that. And instead he took his own life. And there wasn't anybody, I guess, who was able to get to him and say, don't do it. It's not worth it. And instead his death was exploited. And I feel the same thing is happening with Ashley Babbitt. I don't have a lot of sympathy for Ashley Babbitt, but at the same time, using her death to advance this narrative is really irresponsible to me. This was a person, and yes, she was, at least to me, was a very misguided person whose death was completely needless, but she was a person. And there's no self-awareness. There's no looking inward of, hey, maybe we went too far with this. Maybe we need to re-examine how we look at the world and how we take in information. It's just that the narrative just never stops. And you're always building on the narrative. And she and Cappy become just another step on that ladder of narrative to tell this story. And I find it very sad.
Yeah, and you're right about exploitative. And so for a group that considers themselves to be fighting a war against evil, QAnoners do pass on a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and lies in the form of manufactured evidence or screen caps of tweets that turn out not to be real. And I always found that to be questionable because I thought if they really had a case, they wouldn't have to manufacture evidence to paint people up in negative light, specifically with a lot of their accusations about various celebrities. And I don't see a lot of walking back when they're proven wrong. One thing you alluded to are the ankle bracelets. And every time there's ankle bracelets, we're told, well, that person is about to be executed and they've been replaced or something along those lines. But time rolls on and Hillary Clinton's still with us. I still see Anderson Cooper and Tom Hanks. No sign of them disappearing.
Yeah.
So these prophecies aren't coming true. And that's something that you actually covered extensively. As far as the record of QAnon and their prophecies, what you said was more false claims than an insurance scam. Care to elaborate on these prophecies?
Sure. One of the things that Q changed up very early on was the drops became much less specific. They stopped being about certain things that would happen on certain days at certain times, and then they just became vague pronouncements of things that were at some point going to happen. And some of these were so vague and so non-specific that they could really be interpreted any possible way. And I look at it through the analogy of darts. You know, if you throw 1,000 darts at a dartboard, you're going to hit a few bullseyes, but that doesn't make you a professional darts player. Q never really got anything right. Q talked about these great events that were going to happen soon or next week or big week coming, but that doesn't mean anything unless you say what is going to happen soon. How will we know that it's a big week? What are the booms? How do we know that they've happened? How do we prove these claims? There was never any of that. So nothing Q said was a testable claim. You know, certainly not when you get past Hillary Clinton will be arrested on November 3rd. I mean, that's a testable claim. I guess every November 3rd it's a testable claim. But just saying big week ahead or Tuesday, that's nothing. That doesn't mean anything. Those are just words. And people give them the meaning that they want to have. But Q never made a claim like that actually came true because they weren't claiming anything.
Right, too vague, and for them to attribute any kind of prophetic value, it's mathematically, no, it hasn't been proven to be in any way accurate. And I'm glad you went through all of those because some people think, well, it's mathematically impossible for this not to be someone close to Trump, and they run with that, and they're able to find verification everywhere. You had mentioned on Christmas you had QAnoners alone with their Dorito sandwiches, and you might have seen this. I think it was Christmas in 2019. The QAnon narrative was that JFK Jr. was going to show up in the Christmas parade in the Santa Claus costume. And at first I thought it was a joke, but have you come across this story about the return of JFK Jr. Along with this Great Awakening?
Oh, yeah. That's one of those things that I don't exactly know how it got started because there's never been a Q drop about JFK Jr. faking his own death. There was one that alluded to Hillary Clinton having had him killed in 1999 to ensure that she could run for Senate because he was thinking about running for Senate. Well, he wasn't running for Senate. He was talking to people about possibly doing it. He also, he made pilot error, and that happens a lot with light planes. Like this is not a mystery. But the JFK Jr. thing grew out of that one drop into JFK Jr. has been for 20 years and is going to reveal himself at the exact right moment and take his place alongside Donald Trump and renew the Kennedy dynasty. Q never said it, and in fact, Q once did a question and answer session, and we specifically asked about JFK Jr. and said, no, he's dead. Even there are some things that even Q doesn't want to be part of, but there's actually quite a bit of Q mythology that was never in a drop, and just kind of stuck to the community. The idea of adrenochrome, the oxidized adrenaline secreted by terrified children. Q never talks about that. That term is never mentioned in a Q drop. Now, it does get mentioned by one of the previous Anon accounts, and I talk about those accounts quite a bit in the book, and there's one that really had never been written about before. This guy who called himself Highway Patrolman, and he was an anon on 4chan who pretended like he was a high-ranking like state police official in a border state. And one of Highway Patrolman's claims that he'd intercepted a shipment of adrenochrome worth $100 billion or something. And 4chan just like laughed him off the board. They thought it was so stupid. So we saw those claims get repurposed later on down the road, not by Q, but by Q promoters. So at some point, Q is not even necessary for QAnon, the movement, to thrive. And we've seen that now because there hasn't been a new Q drop since December. And I don't think there's ever going to be another one.
No, I don't think so. There doesn't have to be. My observation has been that there are enough influencers in there who can reinterpret the word of Q, and they can probably do it into the future. And it's really fascinating to me how these they've become almost like verses, and they're lining them up with the dates, and they're saying this is a prophecy, the future proves the past. That's one of their things they say, one of their slogans, the future proves the past. You've come across that one. What are your thoughts on that? Is that just an exercise in bias confirmation?
Totally. It is what the great sociologist Robert Lifton called a thought-terminating cliche. It's a little phrase that you can use to end the discussion and end your need to think about things further. And we all do that. That's a very common linguistic technique. I mean, when you say something like, well, it is what it is, that's a thought-terminating cliche. That's not bad. It's just, it's an easy way of saying there's nothing I can do about this. So, let it go. But Q is full of those things, and you will see them all over Q drops, the discourse of QAnon promoters, think of believers. So if you're wavering on, is this really going to happen? Are the arrests ever going to come? Is Hillary ever going to be punished? You think, oh, trust the plan. When you see a QAnon believer who does something that you're not supposed to do, you think of them, well, they're not one of us. Of course, that violates where we go one, we go all, but it's not exactly a movement that is internally consistent. You have a way of rationalizing every single thing that.
Right, correct, and that's one of the things that's been very consistent. They can never be proven wrong. There's always some out for them. And there's something you put in your book here about the proofs, Q proofs. Proofs provide just that for believers, evidence that Q and Trump are intimately connected, that there's no way anybody could post that without that connection. So they're operating under the presumption that this is high-level intel and he's connected to Trump and this secret mission. Put it on your Twitter feed. You commented on one of his tweets where he asked who killed Ashley Babbitt to be demanding the identity in this case here. And that just happened. Any thoughts on that? Do you think that's a very dangerous thing for him to do at a minimum?
I think it's extremely dangerous. I mean, whether or not, whatever your interpretation of what happened on January 6th was, to me at least, I feel like the Capitol Police officer who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt was defending himself. I mean, take the context out of it. There was a mob setting on this guy, and he defended himself. He stood his ground. And to me, his name is not a matter of public record. This is somebody who was doing his job. And for Donald Trump, for Donald Trump to be asking who this guy is, who did this, is putting him in the crosshairs of this movement that has proven time and time again that it has violent intentions. This guy, if his name is ever made public, he's going to have to go into hiding. And I think we can all agree that that's not the way things are supposed to work. We are not supposed to find people that we disagree with and attempt to destroy them and send them running because of a torrent of death threats. And that's exactly what's going to happen if his identity is ever found. And he should know that. I mean, he really should know better than to do that. But, either he does and he doesn't care, or he doesn't.
That's probably why he got kicked off of Twitter. A lot of people claim censorship to gain clout or sympathy, but a lot of it is just they're crossing certain lines there when it comes to publishing content to a mass audience. And that's why I wonder, how does this guy get away with plausible deniability in this whole scenario? When it comes to the Capitol riot on 1/6, Jacob Angeli, the 33-year-old who wore the Viking hat and carried the spear, He's using,
Yeah.
I think his attorneys are calling it the dumbass defense, where he's claiming that he was overwhelmed by Trump's messaging and couldn't resist it. Do you see some of these rioters as victims of conspiracy theories, or do you think that there's something else motivating them, hatred or something? I mean, what's your explanation?
I don't think that these were brainwashed zombies who were just doing what their leader told them to do. You know, you can say that they got caught up in the moment, that they maybe took leave of their senses, that, that they, disassociated in that moment when they broke into the Capitol. I mean, you can talk about that. But ultimately, getting on an airplane and flying across the country to attend a rally where you're going to persuade the vice president to throw out the election results, that's a choice. That is an informed choice that you make. That is a decision that you embark on. That's not the act of a sort of brainwashed cultist. That's a person who has a goal in mind and wants to do everything they can to achieve that goal. I know that some of the defense that Angeli is using, well, he can't be a bad guy. He stopped one of the rioters from stealing a muffin. I mean, this is the thought process here that, well, it can't be me. It's not my fault. I tried to do the right thing. It's all these other people. But at the same time, how do you differentiate at some point? Like, you broke into the Capitol. You weren't supposed to be there. You were trespassing. That you did something not awful while you were there does not mean that you weren't there illegally. And so what I would love, and it's really shows how conservatism has inverted during the Trump years, is some sort of personal responsibility by some of these people, is not making up stories that it was Antifa or undercover FBI agents, but saying, yeah, I did this. I had a goal in mind. I wanted Pence punished for his apostasy, whatever. Take some responsibility for what you've done and own up to it. And that's what conservatism used to be, and it's not anymore. And I think that we see that in the sort of continued justifications of the people who stormed the Capitol.
Well, I certainly don't like the idea that they can just say, oh, it's because they're mentally ill and they're susceptible to conspiracy theories, because then it becomes an angle to attack free speech, the free flow of information, and conspiracy theories or conjecture itself. And I would rather discuss than censor this material. And that's one of the reasons why I read your book. And for anyone who just joined us, we're speaking with Mike Rothschild, the author of The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, Cult, and Conspiracy Theory of Everything. Now, I did have somebody in the comment here, Mike, who asked if you get a lot of questions because of your name. And another person said, Rothschild is part of the Q operation. You care to address that? Do you get a lot of that?
I do get a lot of that. I am not related to the famous family, not in any way that I know of. And I'm not part of the Q operation. And if I were part of this, extremely wealthy string pulling family, I would not be writing books. I would not be debating people on social media. I would just be enjoying my money and collecting art and fine wine and living on a yacht or something. I wouldn't bother to do this. The really truly wealthy people of the world, the people who really do make the power elite, as it were, they don't feel the need to justify their every action on social media. They just do it, which of course is one of the big problems we're going through right now. But no, I have no connection to the Rothschild banking family, and the vast majority of what you hear about the Rothschild family is nonsense anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of those, and I was talking to some friends about this earlier, about how a lot of this QAnon stuff seems templated on the past. And it seems like a lot of the blame and scapegoating of the Rothschilds has been moved to Bill Gates and the Hollywood elite. It's more like they've just kind of transferred their bad guy to another group that's more relatable and easily identifiable, and you can see them on Twitter and Facebook. And QAnon is very celebrity obsessed, which is also very fascinating, because it pretty much suggests that everybody on the political left is guilty. And I would ask QAnoners who call in, I would ask them, so Hillary Clinton drinks adrenochrome. Does Donald Trump? They would say no. And I'm supposed to believe that this practice is partisan. So that's how you can, that's to me, that's just a giveaway that
Right.
this is just way too partisan to be anything other than a massive libel and slander campaign.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, this idea that the global power elite has been doing these horrible things to us for thousands of years. Oh, but not this one guy. You know, he doesn't do that. I mean, come on. That is the epitome of the logical fallacy of special pleading. You know, you sort of make up an answer that explains things the way you want them to be explained. But there's a huge obsession with celebrities in QAnon. You know, Tom Hanks, Patton Oswalt, Chrissy Teigen, you know, certainly political figures, but also like the director James Gunn. I mean, they find old out of context tweets and bad jokes by these people and repackage them as like, oh, they're admitting to their pedophilia in public. That's not really what actual pedophiles do. I mean, the actual pedophile is like the guy working for Joe Paterno for 40 years who, you know, it was sort of an open secret, but nobody could really do anything about it. I mean, the actual pedophiles are in the shadows, and they've perfected exactly how they do what they do and how they prey on people. They're not, you know, making jokes about it on Twitter. They're just doing it. And it takes decades to find these people and suss out their crimes. You know, they're not publicly flaunting it. That's not the way this works. And so in so many cases, QAnon is really just sort of a fundamental misunderstanding of how the world works. And it pictures a world that only exists in the way you want it to, rather than the way it actually is.
Yeah, it reminds me in many ways, the whole narrative itself, it reminds me of eschatology. It's like, in a way, they're waiting for the Great Awakening, where the seals are opened, which to me sounds biblical, opening the 7 seals or whatever. But in this case, it's the sealed indictments. So we find out who's guilty, who's innocent. We can have the judgment, and then we can have the Great Awakening. And now you mentioned NESARA. This is the utopian side that people may not be aware of about QAnon. What is the big promise at the end of the road here for QAnon when they beat the deep state? What is this NESARA for people who haven't heard about it before?
Sure. And this is a fascinating subject to me. I could talk for quite a while about this. NESARA was an economic proposal that was written by this guy named Harvey Bernard. And Bernard had a very utopian idea of the way the U.S. economy and really the world economy could be rewritten. And it involved the elimination of consumer debt and a return to the gold standard and all of this very sort of pie in the sky money stuff. And he printed up 1,000 copies of this book, NESARA, and he sent it to basically everybody in Congress and every major media figure. And this was in the early 90s, I think. And of course, none of it went anywhere. Like nobody, NESARA never became law. It is not the way we live now. But NESARA was incorporated into an already running scam that was called Omega. And Omega was the brainchild of this guy named Clyde Hood. It was this sort of small-time grifter in Mattoon, Illinois, this little town in downstate Illinois. And Clyde Hood reinvented himself as a Fortune 500 investment banker who had access to prime European banknotes. And he was one of 6 people in the world who could access these notes. And for an investment of $100, you could buy a prime European banknote. And then you could roll it over, and you could roll it over, and roll it over, and roll it over. And finally, there would come a day when the prime European banknote would mature, and you would have millions of dollars. Clyde Hood and his inner circle of maybe about 12.5 people got filthy rich off this. And Mattoon is a very small, not a very wealthy town. And these people were driving 100-year-old cars and building mansions. There are stories of sacks of cash that are so full they would fall apart when you pick them up. There was a lot of money going around with this. One of the victims of Omega was this woman who lived in Yelm, Washington, named Shani Goodwin. And Shani Goodwin also had a talent for grifting. And she took the mythology of Omega and welded it to NESARA to create this mythology of this vast amount of trillions of dollars that was being held hostage by the dark forces. And there was a white hat group that was fighting this dark cabal. And at any moment, these trillions of dollars in prosperity packets were going to be released to the world. And if you knew about NESARA, and if you were on Shani Goodwin's email list and you sent her money, you would have the first access to this money. And NESARA is still going. And this is something that peaked in about 2004. Shani Goodwin died about 10 years ago, at least 10 years ago. But there are still, right now, there are NESARA Facebook groups, there are NESARA Twitter accounts. There were people who thought that the CARES Act was actually NESARA being passed. There are people who are still devoted to this. And it is a utopian economic system that will make everybody rich. And of course, they don't understand that if everybody was rich, then money doesn't mean anything anymore. It has no value. So that is one of the things that you see in QAnon, is this kind of endless optimism for this great world to come. And the only thing that's different about QAnon is that it's not about money. And so you can keep people on the hook forever, and you're not doing anything illegal. You know, a bunch of the people with Omega were indicted. A bunch of the people with NESARA were indicted. And that's the difference with QAnon, is that it is really endless at this point.
Right, because they're selling hopium. That's all they're selling. And I've been using that
Right.
phrase. I heard that phrase, but it seems to fit because, and I find it dark to be hoping for a doomsday. It's not that bright, but yeah, at the end, everybody gets free money and lives happily ever after. And what's more, I hear talk of technology being released. That Space Force was Trump's way of getting a lot of the suppressed technology that the elite were keeping from us out into the open. And people have even connected Donald Trump's uncle to Nikola Tesla. And they make connections between Trump,
Right.
hidden technology, time travel, all of this to be released when Trump conquers the deep state. So yeah, there is this Great Awakening does have a very utopian vision for what comes after.
Yeah, and it connects back to these previous, fringe culture totems. And somebody like Nikola Tesla is a perfect example of that. There is a connection between Donald Trump's uncle and Nikola Tesla. During World War II, John Trump, who was a physicist, was working for the FBI and working in their, one of their offices working with kind of cutting edge technology. And it was John Trump's duty to go through Nikola Tesla's end of his life papers and see if there's anything useful in there. You know, Tesla died really in squalor. He was living in a hotel and he was consumed with OCD, and he was making these just crazy inventions of death rays and things like that. And John Trump went through these papers and basically wrote a memo that said, there's nothing here. This is the ravings of a madman. And of course, the Q believers, you say, well, he had to say that. He couldn't allow the FBI to get the technology, but he memorized the technology and he passed it on to Donald Trump so that Donald Trump could implement it. I mean, it's just like completely off the wall stuff and doesn't really interact with the real world at all. But this is the world that these people live in, that this is not a new thing, that this has been going on for centuries and for millennia, this battle between good and evil. And so everything gets sucked into that and pushed out through that prism. So you can take anything that happens. You can take, Nikola Tesla's deathbed rantings, or you can take John McAfee's death. You can take anything that happens in the news and bake it to fit within this framework. And what it is it's an endlessly self-sustaining universe.
Okay, with the McAfee in particular, so there was an element there where I can understand why they tied it in, because right after he died, the letter Q pops up on his screen, and he has already been connected with investigating Epstein Island with a drone. So many believe that was him. So you have that, but then people said, well, his computers were over in the condo in Florida that collapsed. So they add on to it. But what do you think about the core thing here? McAfee having Q put on his Instagram. That's the kind of thing that makes me think QAnon will never go away. Because how do you debunk that?
Right. Yeah. I mean, when you look at McAfee, and I think McAfee is a really good example of somebody who's like Isaac Cappy, clearly troubled. I mean, you watch the videos they've made, you read his social media posts and the bizarre, grandiose claims that he made, and you can tell something is not right there. This is not a person who has a healthy relationship with the world. And, he had just at that moment he was already in prison in Spain, and his extradition was going to go through. He was going to be extradited to the United States for tax evasion. Here's a guy who's looking at probably a fairly substantial prison term. His life as he knew it is over. And I can completely understand why. This is somebody who said, I'm not going to live that way. I'm going to go out on my own terms. And, whether there's a bribe to a guard or whatever, I mean, we may never know that. But it's not difficult to see why he would take his own life. And at the same time, it's also not difficult to see why he would continue trolling people after he was dead. And I don't know who ran his Instagram account, but clearly he had some kind of a social media team. Now, whether that person did that of their own accord or whether there was some instruction to do that, I have no idea. But clearly that is just trolling from beyond the grave, knowing that when this goes public, people are going to be talking about this. And people are going to be talking about you after you're dead. They're not going to be talking about why you're going to prison. They're going to be talking about this thing that your team put up on social media. And it's kind of brilliant as sort of performance art. It's also really sad, but as just a piece of like social media era performance art, I think it's brilliant.
Right. Well, I have found a few instances where McAfee was kind of insinuating that he was Q. And at other times, he insinuated he was the guy who was setting the drone over Epstein's island. So what's your take on this Epstein Island thing? Is it connected to Pizzagate, and is this connected to reality, or is it mostly mythology? Like, what's the real story here, in your opinion, with this Epstein narrative that they broad brush everybody with?
Sure. Yeah, and when the news of Epstein's death broke, I was sitting there. I think it was a Sunday, and I was like, "This is going to be the Super Bowl of conspiracy theories. Like, everybody's going to get in on this." And of course, it's completely understandable why. Here's a very powerful guy who is in prison, and people who are in prison are not supposed to be able to take their own life. That's just that's what prison is for, to protect you from doing that, so you can be tried. And of course, then it starts to come out that the cameras weren't working, and the guards were asleep, and then all this other stuff. And for me, at least, I look at this and I ask myself, what is the simplest explanation for this? Like, what is the explanation that requires the fewest people, and the fewest things to go right? Maybe he got knocked off in prison by the Clintons, or maybe by Trump, or maybe by whoever. But it's also pretty likely, and I think more likely, that this is just a rundown prison where the cameras probably haven't worked in a long time, and where the guards are probably making like minimum wage and don't have a lot of motivation to stop this guy from doing this. So, I mean, could he have been murdered? Sure. But is it more likely, at least to me, that he took his own life, seeing what was going to happen to him, seeing that he was going to have to face his accusers in court? That, to me, makes much more sense. And the island is the same thing. It's creepy. It's weird. There's like a weird temple with a gold dome. Like, that's creepy. I get why that's an object of people talking. Now, a lot of the stuff that Q is talking about with like tunnels and hidden cameras and rituals, and like, none of that's ever been proven. It doesn't need to be. We knew what Epstein was. Everybody knew that he was a criminal. He'd already done time in prison. Everybody knew he was a creep. I don't think anybody knew the extent of it, but the idea that Q like discovered all of this, and Q is the reason we were talking about Epstein. No, the reason we're talking about Epstein is because a guy who deserved justice was about to get it and denied it from us. To me, that's the story. The story is Epstein escaping justice, not, drones and tunnels and, rituals and stuff like that.
Right. Quite a lot added on there. And it's important to separate the mythology from the actual Q drops. And a lot of this mythology, as we've described and discussed here, is very much crowdsourced. And your book really does put it all into, I believe, the right context to understand what this movement is. And so the full title of your book, it became a movement, a cult, and a conspiracy of everything. So I wanted to talk about the cultic aspect a little bit here. For one, we have the religious side of it. A lot of these people do believe they're fighting a war of good versus evil. And then there's the other side, the online community and their echo chambers. How do you think people break out of this? Because I saw at the end of the book, you had a lot of words to say on the topic of cult mind control and deprogramming. Do you think that this is something that will require systematic deprogramming for a lot of these individuals to actually get off of this hope for this eventual revelation or awakening?
Well, I want to say, first of all, that term deprogramming is really not, it's not what most people in the sort of cult extraction field use. I mean, I know there's a lot of debate about what this really is. You know, is it a cult? Is it not a cult? Is it brainwashing? Is it not brainwashing? To me, I find that when people hear, you know, terms like deprogramming, like brainwashing, even the term cult, and I really struggle with, you know, do I even include that in the title? Because I don't know if QAnon really is a cult. It's cult-like in a lot of ways, but then there's a lot of ways that it's not quite like a cult. I think that the thing that we have to do when we have somebody in our lives who is really, really sucked into this is decide whether or not we want to do what we have to do to help that person. Is it safe? Is it realistic? You know, if you have a QAnon believing family member who has become violent, who has become racist, anti-Semitic because of this, who is aggressive, and who you genuinely do not want in your life, there is no requirement to have that person in your life. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to try to help that person. If you don't feel safe, don't do it. But if you do want to do it, if you do feel like there is somebody in your life who is maybe starting to waver a little bit, like you can tell maybe in their social media or in the conversations that you have with them, if you are talking to them, that this is maybe not working for them anymore, what you can do is present yourself as a safe harbor, a person who will talk to them non-judgmentally, and not even about QAnon, not about politics, just shared experiences, memories that you've had together, things that you've enjoyed together, ways that you can connect without the churn of social media. Try to unplug that person. I talk to a lot of experts in this field who say that, you know, this constant churn of doom scrolling that we're all in is really terrible for us. And it's really helpful for all of us to be able to unplug every once in a while and just get out into fresh air and have a conversation with a real person, you know, a person who you know, who is face to face and safe. And then you also have to learn about what it is they believe, you know, get to understand what about something like QAnon is so compelling. Why do people get so deep into it? And if that person really is starting to waver, and now they think that you are a safe person to talk to, who's not going to mock them or judge them, then they really will reach out to you if they really do want to start to get out of it, if they really do feel apologetic about some of the actions they've taken. Then you can do it together. But it's very slow, it's very agonizing, and there's no guarantee at all that it will work. And it's very difficult to find former QAnon believers who will talk about this stuff on the record. Many of them are embarrassed and feel ashamed at what they've done and how they pushed people away. But it is possible to help a person out of this one-on-one. Now, you know, large-scale de-radicalization, I don't think that's even possible. Certainly not with something like QAnon in the social media era. It has to be one-on-one. It has to be sort of day by day, and it's very grueling.
Well, there's no more Q drops, as we discussed. It's been more than 6 months since they've heard anything, and so a lot of it's grasping at straws. And I keep thinking, okay, this has got to lose traction if nothing happens, nothing concrete. And then you have individuals like General Flynn at these, you know, he went to this QAnon, it wasn't specifically QAnon, it was a Patriot gathering, I believe it was in Austin, where he kind of flippantly answers a question from the audience. He fields a question and they say, you know, can't we just install Trump? And he pretty much said he doesn't see why not. Same with Sidney Powell. So a number of characters out there, the pillow guy, Mike Lindell, they have all said Trump's coming back in August. Now, these individuals, I think, are primarily responsible for the continuation of this Q narrative. What do you think? Are these the three main players? Are there any others?
Absolutely. These are some of the biggest players. What Flynn and Wood and Powell have done is really take hold of this leaderless story. And, you know, one of the biggest problems in the QAnon community right now is that nobody's in charge of it. Nobody's directing it. And on one hand, that sort of sends all the followers scurrying in every which way direction. Now, it's also good to me. It's not a problem, because this is a point where somebody could take control of this movement and use it to specifically direct violence. And that has not happened, and that's very fortunate. But these folks know exactly what they're doing. They know how much faith the QAnon movement puts in them. They know how much faith the QAnon movement puts in Donald Trump being the real winner of the election, and everything that's happened was all necessary in order to really prove all of the fraud. You know, you hear the phrase in Q-land a lot. It had to be this way. Trump had to appear to lose in order to win. And of course, I ask people, well, why couldn't he have just won? You know, they never have an answer for that. It's always about it's always about exposing the corruption, which I guess you have to pretend to lose in order to win. And these people know that. People like Mike Flynn, they know how devoted the Q movement is, and they have exploited it. They've massively exploited it. You know, Michael Flynn has $5 million of legal bills he has to pay. And in QAnon, he has a movement that is more than willing to give him money to do that. You know, Lynn Wood, it's the same thing. Sidney Powell, it's the same thing. Giuliani is the same thing. Maybe they're not out there quoting Q drops, but they don't have to be. They're throwing out the terminology of the movement that lets people know that I'm one of you and I believe the same things that you do, and I've got the power to fix it. And it's very dangerous, at least to me.
I think so. I think they're playing with fire, and I think there is a financial incentive. I find it very fascinating that Mike Lindell has $2 million worth of masks he can't get rid of because they're not good enough to meet CDC standards, and nobody wants to buy them. And I'm like, okay,
Right.
Obviously somebody here some people here are definitely making some money in this. Now, I have some questions in the chat section from people. Clockwork 113 wants to know your thoughts on some other conspiracies. He says, "What's your take on the Mandela effect?" Any thoughts on?
Oh, the Mandela effect. Sure, and that's what that is our sort of collective misremembrance of things, and it's named after people who could swear up and down that they watched the televised funeral of Nelson Mandela, except Nelson Mandela didn't die then. He died, fairly recently. But people who are like, oh, I was a kid and I saw Nelson Mandela's funeral. Well, you didn't. You think you did because your brain has told you that you did. And the Berenstain Bear books are the same way, or that Sinbad movie that doesn't exist. I think it's a Sinbad movie.
Yes.
But the Mandela effect, I think, is a really good example of our brains really being kind of terrible at retaining information. And, we all sort of tell people, well, I know what I saw. I know what I remember. Well, what you remember may just not be accurate. What you saw may be completely misinterpreted or something that you have turned into something else. I mean, we are all kind of terrible at remembering things for how they actually were, but we're great at remembering things for how we think they were. So I think it's a fascinating, sort of brain chemistry subject.
Yeah, I agree. I looked into it and I read about the eyewitness testimony, just the research on eyewitness testimony in general and how unreliable it is, and also how powerful the effect of consensus is on our beliefs. And I think this kind of relates to the QAnon thing, because I know a lot of people who believe in the Mandela effect and they hang out together. And if you don't believe it, they call you an NPC or a troll and they kick you out because they don't want it debunked. And I kind of feel like the QAnon community is almost like the Mandela effect community, where it's a self-reinforcing echo chamber.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's the kind of thing where, you believe it and you don't want to hear any differently. Totally. And eyewitness testimony is always unreliable. There's a great example of this in the Flight 800, the plane from New York to Paris that crashed in 1996. And there's always been a conspiracy theory that was shot down by a missile. And you have people like eyewitnesses who have sworn in FBI affidavits, like under oath, that they saw and then that they heard and then saw the missile hit the plane. Except that is literally impossible because that violates the laws of physics. But these people swear they saw it, and you can't tell them that they didn't. So what you're left with is just a piece of testimony that is totally useless because it's impossible.
Right, exactly. It is a very fascinating topic in general, I think also because it has all these spin-off theories, like it connects to CERN and it connects to the idea of simulation theory. I think it's a fascinating conspiracy theory or alternative interpretation of the facts. But as far as conspiracy theory goes, QAnon, I think it's kind of an outlier. And I kind of resent, in a way, the fact that it kind of broad brushes everybody. Like, for one thing, QAnon is really big on the Space Force. And in that Q&A you alluded to, he said that the Earth is not flat. So this would take the flat earthers out of the QAnon crowd, which makes sense to me because the QAnon thing seems more political than metaphysical or getting into the nature of the world. But to get back to the word cult that you used in your title, this is where I find it to be culty. It's the online community that it doesn't even matter what your beliefs are or what convinced you. You're in the group now, and you just turn on your phone and you're there. That's the part that I agree with you, that we're dealing with a cult, just a culture. It's not a dangerous cult necessarily, although the media is trying to paint it as such. But anyway, what are your thoughts as far as tomorrow? Donald Trump has a rally, and he's been inviting people, and I believe he even has some QAnon influencers with media passes. Do you think he's going to continue to stir the pot to roll this narrative forward that there's a war on the deep state?
Yeah, I saw that just today. One of the big QAnon influencers, this guy Jeff Peterson, who goes by In the Matrix, is going to be there as a press member, which is like bizarre. The Trump rallies, it's like I kind of don't even pay attention to them because it's always the same thing. The claims, much like you, the claims are always really vague. There's no details ever presented. It's always just sort of the same platitudes and playing to the greatest hits. And of course now the crowds are smaller and there's no Air Force One, and it's honestly just a little sad. I feel like it's still it's dangerous just because of all of the everything that's going on and sort of the violence in this movement. But to me, it's like that's not the thing that I'm worried about. Like, I'm not worried about him going out there and like activating the Q army. He's just going to go out there and say what he says, and his most devoted fans are going to love it no matter what. And it is cult-like, and I think you get that a lot with QAnon, where there's an in-group and an out-group, and there's a jargon, and there is a pushing away of non-believers and a punishing of apostates. I mean, that's very cult-like. There are ways in which QAnon is not a cult, is not a traditional cult. There's no charismatic leader. There's no Jim Jones who's like word is God. You don't have that with QAnon. And I feel like when you say the word cult, people get certain connotations that aren't always useful when dealing with QAnon, but at the same time, like, it looks a lot like a cult. Even people who are scholars in that world were sort of struggling with how to look at it. And, people that I interviewed for the book were like, I really don't know what this is. So, yeah, it's that term is very loaded, but I think it does apply in a number of ways.
Well, you've used the term religion. Religion, in a sense, I think it becomes, or rather, a movement, but I've used the word religion. I've seen other people use that in a sense that it's like a total worldview, but it's like it's a political religion. And in many ways, it seems like they've templated, maybe deliberately, they've templated their political narrative onto the book of Revelations itself. And I've thought this for some time because they're always hoping for the end, and it's a rolling prophecy. And you can find this with many prophecy cults where they can prophesize the end of the world, and when it doesn't happen, the faithful will find a reason to stick around, and nothing can ever really end that. No amount of contrary evidence will ever undo it because they can just explain it away in some way. So, this is, again, the side of it that I think is somewhat culty, but as far as their charismatic leader, they've got Trump, and Trump's own biographer said that he's going through his Fat Elvis stage, and I think he even called it sad, as you did. And I'm like, okay, well, if Trump exits, what becomes of QAnon? Like, is this the end of it, by your assessment, or do you think that there's going to be someone else who can keep this thing going, like Marjorie Green or Matt Gaetz, these characters, or Flynn? Do you think there are any people out there who are going to manage to keep this going post-Trump?
That is the question. What happens to a movement that has a messianic view of Trump when the messianic figure is not around anymore? I have no idea. I think about it. I think about that a lot, and I don't know. Now, I think that if Trump were to officially kind of anoint a successor, where he brings Matt Gaetz or whoever up on stage and say, I'm not going to run again, but this is my candidate. I'm going to support him with everything I've got. He upholds the MAGA values, whatever. That would be a little bit different. But right now we have no idea if Trump is going to run or not in 2024. And I sort of go back and forth on, of course he is, and then of course he isn't. So I really don't know. But I think that there are figures in that world who are charismatic enough and beloved enough to pick up the mantle. And I think Flynn is definitely one of them. He's absolutely beloved in that community. He knows exactly what to say. He has that sort of military background and sort of the homespun American values. And of course, he was a victim of the deep state and the Mueller witch hunt and all that stuff. Marjorie Taylor Greene really could do it too. She's very charismatic. She's very attractive. She's a woman. I think that really helps. She's a businesswoman. She is an outrageous button pusher. That's what she was doing before she got into politics, was just trolling, and she's great at it. So I think that she absolutely could do that. Beyond that, I don't look at Matt Gaetz as being all that charismatic. I don't look at somebody like Ron DeSantis as being all that charismatic. Ted Cruz is never going to be that guy. Mike Pence is certainly never going to be that guy. So I would say of the figures in Trump world that I keep an eye on, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene and Michael Flynn are the two that I could see becoming the successor to that messianic role in QAnon.
Got it. And one of the things you said here, people came to QAnon because of the pandemic, and they stayed for the stolen election conspiracy theories. And that's a great point. People had a lot of free time. It was an election year. And so I think it was a great opportunity for people presenting this information to have a captive audience. So on the stolen election conspiracy theories, where do you think that's going? Is this all just ginning up discontent, or do you think they actually have any sort of intention of overturning things?
Well, they can't overturn it. The election is what it is. You can say what you want about it, but Joe Biden's the president. The electoral votes were certified. The process played out as it's always played out. He was sworn in. He's got the nuclear codes. He's the president. So whether or not you want to believe that doesn't matter, because he is. But I think that the QAnon promoter community has really latched onto this idea that Biden is not the real president. And you can get people to believe that because they want it to be true. It's the same with so much of QAnon in general, is this idea that it's true if I believe it, and it's my truth. And you can't tell me what my truth is, only I can. And of course, so can Lynn Wood, apparently. But I think they're going to ride the stolen election as far as they can. And they're doing it right now with the Maricopa County audit. There's no indication that there was any particular fraud in Maricopa County or anywhere else. There never has been. There's always a few votes that get thrown out for whatever reason, but never to the extent that they think is going to happen. And where it all falls apart for me is that there are no details offered up of how this is all going to happen. How would Trump be reinstated when there is no law that allows for that? How is this extraordinary thing going to happen? Who is going to make the decision? How does this all work? And they never tell you how. They just tell you that it's going to happen. And that's where trust the plan comes in. There's no mechanism for this to actually take place, but it's going to. So just trust it. Because it'll be fine. And that is a movement that is very malleable and can be exploited in any number of ways. So I think they're going to have quite a long time of prophesying that Trump will return to office. And then at some point, it will become clear that he's not going to, unless he runs in 2024 and he wins, which is entirely possible. And of course, then they will, vindicate themselves, even though what they believed was going to happen didn't happen, and will, sort of have to start all over again.
Yeah, and that's a great point. They'll feel vindicated even though they didn't actually accomplish what they were supposed to. And this is something I comment on frequently. In 2015 or 2016, or when this thing started to really pick up steam, this deep state narrative, or I guess 2017 was it, with the Save the Children thing, where they wanted to save the children who were being trafficked for adrenochrome. And I thought, well, that was 2016. This is 5 years later. Now we're talking 2024. At some point, it's going to be save the disaffected teenagers. Like, they didn't save the children on time, if that was the objective. So, yeah, it's just not. It's not a credible story to me anymore if it extends that much further into the future. But anyway, your book does quite a lot, I think, for bringing this thing down to reality. I think you've done a great job of going through all of the claims and how they've arrived at their different conclusions, and you've separated the mythology from the actual Q drops, which have already stopped. So I want to ask you, where do you want people to go purchase your book from? Do you prefer we go to Amazon, or you have a link that I think I have on your Twitter page? Is that where I should be sending people, for people who want to read The Storm is Upon Us?
Yeah, there are any number of places you can buy it. Obviously, if Amazon's your thing, go for it. If you want to support your local bookstore, that's great too. Whether by going in person or bookshop.org is a great resource for that. You can get it as a Kindle. You can get it as an ebook. There's any number of ways to get it, and I really appreciate people who are maybe more or maybe less skeptical about QAnon reading the book, because I think it will put a lot of things in perspective about this, about where this came from, how it is being exploited, what about it is true and what about it isn't. Why do we believe things like this in the first place? And I think that's useful for anybody to have. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm there at RothschildMD. I talk about all this stuff quite a bit. This is a really important subject, because it's not just about QAnon. It's about how we process information and how we allow it to influence how we think and what we do. And I think we're really all just figuring this out as we go.
Absolutely. And I think it's a great book. I recommend anybody who was into Q, believed in Q, even if you still do, I would say recommend it, because it's an incredible study. And it's also a great example of how groups can be influenced, how demagogues can reach certain groups with certain messages and almost put them under a spell. I mean, I think we're looking at a very effective alternative reality game being played out in front of us. And it's a fascinating study. So I'm going to send everybody to darkmatter.radio as well, where we have a link to your book. I have a couple more questions for you, if we can keep you for another 7 or 8 minutes here and just make it 90 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Commenter here says, ask him if he thinks Q sent Kyle to Kenosha. Now, the background there is QAnon. Of course, Q has the number 17 attached to their symbolism. So you have Kyle, who's 17. He has a white hat when he shows up at a Trump rally, and then he goes to Kenosha. So his question is, do you think that Q sent Kyle to Kenosha, or have you come across that claim?
I haven't. I haven't seen a lot of the connection between Kyle Rittenhouse and QAnon. I don't think Q is sending anybody anywhere, and I haven't seen in his social any particular mention of Q. He intersects with a lot of those same people, like Lin Wood, but I don't think there's any particular connection there that I've seen.
Right. Yeah, Kyle's an interesting character. I'm trying to figure out, is he just caught in the middle of something? I've been following his mother's pleas to get justice for Kyle or get him help, because Lin Wood more or less exploited the kid's situation, kept him, I think, locked up a little longer to raise money, and it looks like a mess. But then I find other accounts where Kyle's at some bar hanging out with Proud Boys, who seem to be doing some kind of initiation for him. So what are your thoughts on Kyle Rittenhouse? Is he innocent, just trying to defend a neighboring city, or do you think he's something of an activist, or somewhere in between?
Well, I question why he was there. I mean, this is a kid who had to cross state lines to go to a counter protest. He wasn't in any danger. His city wasn't in any danger. I don't know why you're going there. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, it's clear what he thinks is going to happen because he's got an AR-15 and he's wearing rubber gloves. I mean, I don't know if that's intent to kill somebody, but I don't know what his intent was. I don't know why you put yourself in that situation, why you take that kind of risk. That's the question that I've had over and over about that incident is like, why is he there? What is he doing there? He's 17. It's a school night. What stay home and do your homework. Why are you in the middle of this? What do you hope to accomplish? And I'm fascinated by what is eventually going to happen when his trial takes place, because I find that to be really the most fascinating aspect of that whole incident.
Yeah, it really is going to be an interesting case. And yeah, that question came up because when we were following this story, a lot of QAnoners did indeed attribute this to, this was a white hat operation. And this idea of Q sent anybody, I don't think Q sent anybody anywhere, but the guy who led the Capitol riot had the sign, Q sent me. So no, Q doesn't send anybody anywhere, but people can, I guess, act in the name of Q. It's a fascinating topic. I'm glad I've had you on for this long. I have a commenter here says they just ordered your book. I highly recommend it.
Awesome.
And again, thanks for taking the time. We've had you on a good amount of time, and I'll put a link on darkmatter.radio to the Twitter account of yours to get the book, and also to the uploaded podcast so that you can share this around and other people can hear this and hear what you have to say on the topic. So again, thanks a lot for your time. Anything else you want to leave us with here, Mike?
No, that's it. Just, take care of yourselves. It's a difficult time right now. Everybody's sort of, under constant stress, it feels like. And I really encourage people to just take care of themselves and try to unplug every so often. And all the madness will be there when you come back on. So everybody just take care of yourselves.
Yeah, great point. Commenter here says, Q sent my brother to the funny farm. He's probably joking, but it underscores your point. Take some time off if you get caught in any of these echo chambers so you don't find yourself believing these strange things from cryptic voices from who knows where. Thanks again for your time, Mike. Have a great night, and I'll be in touch via email.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Thanks.
All right, everyone. That was Mike Rothschild, author of The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, Cult, and Conspiracy Theory of Everything. I'll put a link at darkmatter.radio. Mary Smith says, thanks, Michael. I didn't know anything. Yeah, if you didn't know anything about QAnon, this is the way to find out. You have to talk to someone who's done the deep research because a lot of it is partisan attacks or simply ad hominem, suggesting that these people are motivated by hate. And that really wasn't the topic here. It's not a hate group. It's not a racist group. We're talking about a political conspiracy theory that's a combination of things. I mean, it's almost a religion. His description is perfect. A movement, cult, and conspiracy theory of everything. Nothing like it. It's probably the result of, 2020 and everything that followed from that. I mean, it's a fascinating topic. Anyway, thanks for joining. Subscribe below if you haven't. I'll put links, darkmatter.radio, in the chat. Definitely support the author and write reviews. That will help their book get more traction. Have a great night, and I'm going to return to the 24/7 stream, and whatever podcast is in the roster will take over. This is Bow Down Babylon by Empress Infinite.
Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. You got to face your limitations. Babylon weeping your corruption. People got no time to lose.
All right, thanks for joining. We're going to be going through some voicemails here. We've got voicemails from 2 weeks going back. I believe going back as far as June 11th, and it's 7-3. So, sent out some live notifications. People should be arriving here shortly. I'm going to take care of that and a few other things. Hello to the chat. How many of you were here last night for the Dark Matter After Midnight with the author of the... It's an anti-Q... Well, it's not anti-QAnon, but it's a QAnon book, but it's not a pro-QAnon perspective. It's more of an objective analysis of the movement / cult. Very informative. But it's go time. If there is anything to the cult, and it always seems that way, it's always go time. It's always about to happen. But right now, I think it's true. Right now, it's actually about to happen because Trump's out right now in Florida. He's stirring the pot, asking questions about Ashley Babbitt, and that's a very complex thing. I mean, think about it. Who killed Ashley Babbitt? That's what Trump tweets out. Well, not tweets, he puts out on his own platform. But those of you who are aware and appraised of the truth of this whole operation know that that was theater. Nobody died. So there's not only not a martyr, but there's no victims because there was no insurrection. But the truth doesn't really matter in this context. And I think we all understand that by this time. Here's the latest from Trump. He's going to be making an announcement in New Jersey on Wednesday. And he's going to talk about protecting the First Amendment. So we'll see what that is. I'm still waiting to see what happens in Florida today. There was an event out in Boston. Wakefield Reading residents asked to shelter in place as armed standoff closes I-95. I was looking at that to see if anything would happen, but nothing happened as far as there wasn't really any kind of gunfire. Nobody got killed. Nobody got shot. But there was something worth examining here, and I think it has to do with, and it'll probably have to do with guns. It says here, as you've heard, there are a number of guns, and we're working on identifying these individuals. But it's armed individuals. So it's a Second Amendment thing, we'll see. It has to do with possibly even the fact that the group had some sort of ideology behind them. I think it was, here it is. The suspects are part of a group called Rise of the Moors. Now, I'm not very familiar with this group, but in my experience, most, if not all of the groups that we see out there are led by feds. And when is that not true? It's true with the Proud Boys. And that's coming into play right now as Kyle Rittenhouse is being looked at very closely because of his relationship with the Proud Boys. So if you remember when he went to that bar and he did the AOK sign, well, the AOK sign is no longer okay, as you all know. Well, that's being held against him. And it turns out the people he was hanging out with there were part of the Proud Boy group. So the mass media is saying, oh no, he was associating with racists. But to me, it looks like, no, he's associating with feds, which kind of underscores the idea that Kyle has been controlled opposition all along, that it was never an authentic thing. And personally, I'm not going to believe the Kenosha events to be as televised and live streamed until I see evidence convincing enough to sway me away from the notion that this whole thing was just a psyop. There's so many holes in the story. In particular, I guess the only thing that would convince me would be the arm of Gage Grosskreutz. You know, if we see that bicep intact, we know it was a hoax. And to date, he has not emerged to show the scar. And supposedly 90% of his bicep was shot off. And I'm sure many of you saw the the footage and we hyper analyzed it because it could have been a squib. And if you're not familiar with squibs, a squib is basically a blood bag put beneath your clothes that pops on film. Tominoid says the word Babbitt entered the English language as a person, business, or professional who conforms unthinkingly to middle-class standards. Yet we were discussing this character yesterday, and not only that, but these characters, like this character at the riot, the Babbitt, was wrapped in an American flag, like quite literally. So yeah, they were definitely fighting for these prevailing middle-class standards. And I think that this also shows that the authors of the event of 1/6 were very well read. I mean, if you look at the iconography, the symbolism, when the guy with the Viking helmet and the animal skin cape and the other guy steal the podium, you look at the scene and it looks like the fall of Rome. It looks like they had highly literate references all throughout the event, plus the jokes. I still think it's a joke that the person with the Gadsden flag, "Don't tread on me," got trampled. I think that these are little inside jokes for the script writers. These names are all chosen very advisedly, and we've discussed this at length. Most of the names that we see, in particular, I like to point out Chauvin. How much clearer can you get? The Proud Boys, if you didn't know, are proud of what? Being Western chauvinists. So Derek Chauvin represents that side in this dialectic, the side of Western chauvinism. He's the indicator that, no, this is going too far, this is wrong, this is oppressive. So they chose the name Chauvin. Like, these aren't real people, these are lifetime actors. And that's one of the main things to take away from this form of assessing the media. Not taking for granted that everybody is honest and who they say they are. It's just basic spycraft and deception. And people who don't take that into account are naive. Echo Charlie says the Kenosha hat trick was a thing of wonder, highlight of the 2020 riot season. Well, if it was real, and this actually was very telling. Like, where do you stand on this? Whose side are you on, Kyle or the mob? Real or fake? Let's just take it as a thought experiment. Let's say Kenosha was fake. And you have 3 days of riots. The police are standing down for political reasons. And if you watch the footage, and let's just assume the footage was all... I mean, look, if it's a hypothetical, in this hypothetical situation, people were getting mugged, beaten. There were shootings. There was a lot of destruction. That wasn't fake. The question is, how do they insert an operation into the middle of it? A highly, an extremely well choreographed and very meaningful psychological operation, one that just drives the narrative. How do they put that into the middle of, actual riots? And I'm starting to think maybe it's not that difficult. It's just closing off a couple of blocks, maybe inserted footage. But anyway, real or fake, where do you stand on it? Because the story is he decides to go stand up for a neighboring city. And he does just that. And he doesn't actually attack anybody. It's all self-defense, even though he brings a weapon. So his critics say he shouldn't have been there. But what they don't say is the rioters shouldn't have been there. Do you realize how many of those rioters were bussed in from out of town? And this is the case with all of these events. So to criticize Kyle for going there without criticizing the rioters for going there reveals, well, you're on the side of the mob. If you're on the side of law and order as opposed to the chaos of the mob, then yeah, you would probably have to say, well, the vigilantes, the militia, filled in the power vacuum. And that's what it looked like. Restless Bear says, I don't have a hard time believing Kyle was real. It was an easy thing to happen during those riots. I didn't either. And the one thing that I still can't get around is the bicep. That's the thing. Because that is one of the finest examples of special effects I've ever seen. In fact, we talked about this for weeks in our Discord channel, where A lot of people are predisposed to just call it fake, but I wasn't satisfied with that. You can't just say it's fake and walk away. You didn't give us a burden of proof, and it caused us to do a lot of research into squibs, into special effects, into things we may have overlooked. But no one to date has actually provided any definitive evidence that it was fake. We have a lot of questions, and it is very questionable. Is it fakeable? Well, that's the thing. Is it fakeable? And my answer there is yes. And I was leaning towards real until Lin Wood stepped onto the set. You know, Lin Wood, the attorney from, I think they call him Attorney of the Damned. He represented the Ramses parents. But when that individual entered the scene, I kind of thought, okay, this has got to be spectacle. And then Donald Trump goes to Kenosha, drops off a $42 million check. And I'm wondering, well, could this have just been a theatrical production to help sell his election? You know, sell the Purge narrative, like from the movie The Purge, where America is going to go to hell quickly if we don't get a law and order president back in. So I'm more inclined to think that Kenosha was just a movie, more or less, superimposed onto the real thing. But look, if I find out it was real, I'll give props where due. I've been saying for some time, someone needs to go find out. I'm not saying dig up any graves or twist any arms, but I don't think it'd be difficult to find out. And that's the thing. It's not on me to find out. It's on the person who's asserting the whole thing to be fake. Restless Bear says, I think they took advantage of a convenient situation. That's the other possibility. It's likely that you do have the real riots, but then you have the instigation. You have the agitators, the agents, the provocateurs. But then you could have an entirely pre-scripted, choreographed sequence of events inserted into the middle of it. Echo Charlie said Donald Trump wanted to win Wisconsin in 2020. Right. Well, there's a few other things about Kyle you should know, too. It wasn't like he was just watching YouTube videos and he saw the riots and he said, I have to do something. His background was training with the police as young as 14 years of age. He was involved in fundraising and trying to foster inter-community communication with the police departments and the people in their neighborhoods when he was like 16. So he was already an operative, if you ask me. He was already an operative. He was trained for this. And there was something I thought was kind of interesting that night in Kenosha. A number of things stood out to me. In one scene, a police officer walks up to the militia individuals, and Kyle's among them, and he says, okay, we're going to push them down this way. Talking about the mob of people. And he hands Kyle and the other a bottle of water. So they get bottled water. And I thought, well, you know, it could be something innocuous as giving them water, or it could be a sign to say it's clear, scene is clear. We're going to go with the operation. We've closed off the set. The actors are going to come at you and you're going to do your thing. So I'm open to the possibility that we looked at a psychological operation. I mean, you know, the Derek Chauvin event was fake. I mean, the name is not a coincidence, and the correlation to Proud Boys. And the way that these events are symbolically, and in many ways, it's not just symbolically, there's subtexts that are pretty much overt, where they're linked to other events. You know, the death of George Floyd and subsequent events has been linked symbolically to 9/11, to Rodney King and those riots. Well, Kyle's on trial, so that's going to be something to be following over the next few months. What happens with Kyle Rittenhouse? You know they're going to point out double standards. Like, how did he walk away from the scene holding a weapon, whereas anyone else holding a cell phone would have been shot? You know, they'll try to play it like it was some kind of an example of privilege. And there is the possibility that Kyle is an innocent patsy, more or less, caught in the middle of a bigger scheme. His mother, Wendy, would kind of suggest this, unless she's an actress. And I'm saying this because she's trying to suggest that Lynn Wood manipulated the situation and exploited Kyle, kept him in jail longer to raise more money. And apparently, Kyle and his mom, in their defense, they're out tens of thousands of dollars. They're trying to find all kinds of money that was due them, but went to all these other individuals who suddenly got in front of him and his cause and made him into a bit of a hero for a little while. But that bar scene is very fascinating to me, because at the bar scene that I mentioned earlier, I think it was called Pugsley's. So he's at the bar doing the AOK symbol. His mom's there, which is why it was legal for him to be at a bar. And they play this song from the movie Aladdin, Proud of My Boy. And that's, I believe, the Proud Boy theme song. So, again, it's all looking to me like a Fed-run operation. And Kyle, innocent, caught in the middle, or an actor. Again, I'm leaning towards actor. The only thing that will ever change my mind, and if you want to change my mind, you're going to have to go out to Kenosha and twist a certain arm. I'm not going to say whose. A Trump supporter warns CNN reporter of, quote, civil war if former president is not reinstated soon. Now, this is from thehill.com, and it's also a CNN reporter, so there's no reason to assume the person they're speaking with is a real person. But if you look at social media, you can kind of see the vibes and how people do think this is a real thing. He didn't lose. I know he didn't lose, one woman told O'Sullivan, indicating she believes the claims that widespread voter fraud led to an unfair election that swung in Biden's favor. He's coming back soon, and you guys are going down, a Trump supporter identified as Ron said, sparking laughter from the others in his group. The military knows it was a fraud. He won by over 80%. He's coming back in the middle of August. So that's about 6 weeks from now. Again, this is all backed up by things that have been said overtly and insinuated by people close to Trump or in the periphery there. Individuals like the Pillow Guy, Sidney Powell, General Flynn, they kind of seem to be doubling down on it. O'Sullivan asks, what happens if that doesn't come true? And the response is, we're going to be in a civil war because the militia will take over. A self-described member of the 3 Percenters who attended, now that's another one too. The 3 Percenters is a group that was added to a terrorist list in Canada. So in Canada, 3 Percenters are terrorists. Anyway, says at least 6 members of 3 Percenters have been charged with conspiring to attack the U.S. Capitol. One woman told O'Sullivan she believed that it was completely staged. And I believe that. In fact, I know that to be true. And until there's evidence to the contrary, I have no reason to not think that to be true. The so-called insurrection of 1/6 was a lot of cameramen, camera women or whatever, and theatrical photographs being taken, people being walked around, let in. It was not an insurrection. But you do have a lot of shady characters who showed up with weapons in their hotel rooms, and they're being arrested. And so they're painting this up to be, this was meant to be an insurrection. They were trying to take over. They wanted to hang Pence. But it all hinges on the testimony of a few very questionable characters. People like Jake Angeli, the guy with the Viking hat, who claims that Q sent him. And I talked to the lead Q investigator yesterday in that interview on Dark Matter. And, he said, Q doesn't send anybody anywhere. There is no Q sent me. But I want to point this out, though, because my thinking on this whole Q thing, and this is why I feel like it's a very important topic, is that everything we're experiencing now is part of a template. And I think that we're just reliving what happened after 9/11. So you have 9/11, and then you have the post 9/11 world. And the post 9/11 world was characterized by smaller attacks, the Patriot Act, civil liberties being curtailed. You had pro-war and anti-war. This 19-year program based on eliminating this worldwide ubiquitous threat, which is gone now. So the new 9/11 for this next 19 years, I believe, was COVID, which kicked off on 3/11, the date the pandemic started. And since then, you can see how the narrative has changed to where now, instead of radical Islamists that everybody's learning about, that we have to get educated on, the new threat, like after 9/11, suddenly everyone had to become an expert on jihadis. Well, now the new threat is the QAnoners. And that's why I think it's interesting that the information about the group is being so, it's proliferating. You can't avoid it. And it's all obviously disinformation, but it's one of the dominant stories. This QAnon story. And the reason why I believe is this is a massive public misinformation campaign. So the public will accept the existence of a new threat, and it's the white Al-Qaeda. This is the plan. And I think it's a template. And as I said, it's all templated. Like after 9/11, you had certain changes that we went through. Certain issues arose because of this new threat. And we're seeing the exact same thing. And in many ways, QAnon is the Quran for the white Al-Qaeda, the vanilla ISIS. And one of the things I learned in that book, The Storm, is that the QAnon drops, if you total them up, it constitutes a larger body of work than the New Testament. Okay, let's see. So there you have it, your new terror threat. We're just kind of waiting. And I'm seeing some interesting things kind of popping up here. If you look at the Metascript perspective, a lot of building collapses, some kind of collapse-epidemic. Like, what's that about? And also the way that the collapse in Miami looks, it certainly recalls the Oklahoma City bombing, to my mind, which is a callback to the Turner Diaries. A very significant book there, the one that inspired Timothy McVeigh, because that book has made a comeback in recent days because of the 1/6 insurrection. I want to bring up something kind of random here. Someone had tried to suggest to me about a year ago that Steve Carell, the comedian, is actually playing the role of Alice Cooper. And so I have a picture comparing them. And so that's gone around for a while. That's not a new one. You've probably seen this. There's a number of reasons why it's not there. But anyway, then I have seen people making comparisons of Jill Biden and Alice Cooper. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but you got to draw a line somewhere. You can't say that Alice Cooper looks like Steve Carell and that Jill Biden looks like Alice Cooper. And then you put Alice Cooper, Jill Biden, and Steve Carell together, and you don't have a match all the way across. Because you couldn't say Steve Carell and Jill look anything alike. So it kind of debunks itself, but I just thought I'd put it out there. Not the same. Although I did find a picture, and I think it was posted by... No, it was actually posted by Alice Cooper himself, where he held up a photo, or a meme rather. He framed the meme comparing himself to Steve Carell. I'll see if I can find that post. Oh, look. According to FEMA, the best way to prepare for hurricanes, get your vax.
Can do to our communities and the importance of having an emergency plan and taking the steps to ready yourselves, your family, and your community.
You can take simple steps to prepare for hurricanes, including getting a COVID-19 vaccine and building a ready kit with items and documents you need in case you need to evacuate.
All right, get your vax and then pack your bags. Good advice. Right now, though, another one of the stories that we cover here quite often, or this ongoing development, is the attack on conspiracies, and that's the purpose of QAnon. I think the whole purpose of QAnon was to infiltrate the not conspiracy but alternative media and broad brush everybody. And I see that it's worked quite well, because now they can set a precedent and say, hey, conspiracy theories used to be a laughing matter. You know, look at the flat earthers, look at the Bigfoot believers. But now conspiracy theories make you dangerous. Sort of like religion. Oh, religion's fine, but we can't have radical religions. You know, this argument, the slippery slope argument that is used against religion can be used against the free flow of information itself. And that's what I think the ultimate purpose here is. I think it's about thought control and about censorship. In fact, the COVID-19 pandemic, in my opinion, was a convenient excuse, just a cover, something to do in order to give them the opportunity to cure the infodemic. And the infodemic is the real thing. That's the information that contradicts the powers that be, the ones that control the media, and it's the real conspiracy stuff. Not the fake conspiracies that they give the masses to mock and laugh at, but the real questions. All right, let me go ahead and go through some voicemails. We have quite a few. Like I said, this probably goes back about 2 weeks. So let's just go through go back to 611.
Hello?
Okay, I think he calls back.
Hey, Tim, it's Steve Bergman calling from Canada here. I called in and talked on your show last year, and we had a good 3.5-hour interview. I'm curious why you didn't upload. I know your YouTube channel got deleted, but I'm curious why it didn't get re-uploaded on ips.com or whatever your website is. But look forward to chatting again soon. It looks like you're just wrapping up this show, so hopefully I'll catch you next time. And I got a whole bunch of new information. However the flow of the conversation goes, I'm sure it'll be a good one. So keep up the great work, Tim, and hopefully talk soon, buddy. Cheers.
Okay, and to answer that question once and for all, because it's a very tricky thing to have multiple things going on, live streams, audio streams, forums, Discord, social media, and having everyone on the same sheet just doesn't happen very easily. So what I've done is I've redirected infiniteplainsociety.com, and it takes you to a simple page that has links to everything I listed. So 24/7 stream is right on top. The forum is next. Latest on SoundCloud. Listen now on the 24/7 player. Gab TV, DLive, Minds, Odyssey. And I just updated these things. Twitter account, podcast feeds. So the podcast feeds, if you click this one, this will take you to a list of all the different platforms that host Infinite Plane Radio, and you'll find we have Spotify, Radio Public, Pocket Casts, Overcast, Google Podcasts, Breaker, Apple Podcasts, and I believe we're on Amazon. My point is, if you subscribe to any of these feeds, you'll get the latest. And if you want the video, I'll usually put the video link in the description. And we also have the video links posted at that infiniteplainsociety.com. So, and if you didn't know, on SoundCloud, even though it's an MP3, I upload them all as video. So you can download it and you'll get the video. Echo Charlie says, why can't they just do a subliminal vax campaign? Right, exactly. Well, that's part of it. See, I happen to think that it's all a psyop. It's all meant to, it's a schism. It injects a schism into society. But the psychological operation is all about the boundary. So you got borders with your nations. You have your home, your front door. And you have your skin. Like all these different boundaries. And the threat of the needle going through the skin with an unknown taps into some primal fears, I think deep fears, fear of the unknown. And of course, the trust relationship that you have with government, I think, determines your relationship to the vax issue. And that's what they've been playing off of. So I think that they wanted it to be a polarizing thing. That's why they didn't just give it to us as a pill, or just, hey, if it's convenient, just go pick up this pill because there's a bad bug going around. No, it's got to be this injectable. I think it's all a psyop. It's not a real transmissible pandemic that we're experiencing here. It's just a war game based on this hypothetical thing, like a demon that possesses. But that as long as you accept the premise, you're kind of stuck with this dilemma. Do I take the jab or do I not take the jab? Those of us who don't believe aren't really stuck with that dilemma. But the jab thing, the jab question, it's almost like, are you saved? You know, or and this is again, it's a personal choice, because this choice has everything to do with your role in society. Do you feel like you are accountable to everybody else enough to face your individuality a little bit, give a little bit for the community? So it gets people to do their part. I saw this tweet earlier today where an individual said, I got my vaxes, I wear the masks, I carry my hand sanitizer, and I still caught COVID because somebody didn't do their part. So, you know, the anti-vaxxers are pretty hateable at this point, because the ones who are obedient still get punished for what the disobedient ones do. And this isn't all that dissimilar from certain religions, you know, like the Calvinist Baptists and others who, in their explanation of their particular view on Christianity, they see that God's judging the world because of the sinners. And you can't just let the sinners do their thing, because you get caught up in this dragnet that when God floods, well, the flood doesn't really discriminate. So they kind of resent the ones who are triggering God's wrath. And it's not that dissimilar from global warming, where in much the same way, the non-believers are held to be responsible for what the believers are living through. That's where you get Greta with her, how dare you? You know, how dare you screw up the world? Okay, this is the tweet that I referenced. So apparently I don't have a cold. I tested positive for COVID. Yes, fully vaccinated. Yes, wear my masks and carry hand sanitizer. So far, things are manageable. Mostly, I'm just mad that despite precaution, someone around me wasn't doing their part. Angry face emoji. So somebody else got him sick. He stayed clean. He got vaxxed. He's masked. He probably has a space junk helmet on, but somebody didn't obey. Some Trumper, some conspiracy theorist, some vax hesitant, super spreading bioterrorist. And this is an important point too. The left, the pro-vax, they would be pro-mandatory vax far before the right would, because they're pro-gun control, which is about government mandating, you know, your self-defense be relegated to the authorities. So, you know, it's about power relationships. And so they're mad because not everyone's doing it. And this is typical of religions. They can't just have their own faith and live and let live. No, they won't be happy until everybody's converted. And this is one of the themes behind the last major PSYOP, 9/11, where the terrorist ideology, when you get into it, the idea is that you can't have your second coming, you can't have your paradise until you've killed all the non-believers, the infidels. And that's what we see here with all forms of utopianism. So the anti-vaxxers, the non-vaxxers, you're actually considered to be infidels in this new paradigm. And the new religion, which most people, including most of your friends, family, and neighbors and coworkers are all part of, the new religion is a combination of Islam, Christianity, scientism, and Judaism, all mashed together. And the space program itself has given all of the faiths a new heaven. It's the new religion. The new Bible is essentially the smartphone. And here's the thing. Right now, we're living through, I believe, a mass curation process where now everybody has the Bible in hand. That is the authority. This is the authority on reality. You have the book that tells you everything you need to know about creation, your life, your role, what is forbidden, what is acceptable. The new Bible is the smartphone, but the problem is it has too many authors. See, in the Bible, you have one author, it's God. And you have a few spokesmen, men, and that gets the message out with the fewest amount of signal attenuation. It's a clear message. As clear as they could have gotten it, but you see it's not perfect. But the smartphone, the new Bible, this will be perfect. Once they curate it by eliminating all the heretical, that's where the Q story fits in. Because they are giving the powers that be all the excuse that they need to take greater control over the content that we have access to. Now, if you look at the screen, this is from the NATO event, a big witches convention recently. And what you're looking at is the digital monolith. And this is from the Charlie Kirk show. The image says, "Watch the world elitists ogle bizarre NATO monolith." So you have a digital monolith here. And we have discussed this at length. The symbol of the obelisk, the symbol of the monolith are synonymous. Only the monolith is also, I think, more about this monolithic worldview. And that's what they're praising right here. So it's a monolithic worldview. The digital screen on it says combat climate change. In the new religion, God's wrath is actually climate change. Because most of the people in the New World Order religion don't believe in God or the flood myths. But you give them a flood myth with science attached to it, you call it climate change, and they believe in it. Oh, by the way, happy birthday, climate change. Climate change turned 33 last month. But the significance of the digital monolith, this is what I wanted to get into. Because I've been saying, ever since we started hyper-analyzing Stanley Kubrick's film, that the screen, your smartphone screen, is the monolith. And this is the screen through which your reality is filtered. So you're being given a curated view of everything. And of course, if something gets in that they don't want you to see, they eventually censor it. And if you retain that information in your head, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a super spreader. And you have to have that information removed. So the lexicon of epidemiology applied to the spread of misinformation is very intentional, because they have been setting us up for this, for thought crimes. Because thought crimes, mind viruses, are transmissible and they lead to destruction and death and terrorism, etc. They had people accepting this premise for 9/11, where, oh, you have some Quran verses, you've been radicalized, let's dump some water up your nose until you confess, and we get these mind viruses out. We contact trace to see where you got them. So contact tracing actually started then. And I considered it to just be a new inquisition. Who was meeting with the devil? Contact tracing, who associated with who, and could they have picked up the devil virus? Well, it's the same thing here. The eradication of conspiracy theories is about the purification of your handheld Bible, the internet. The world of information is being curated as rapidly as they can digitally burn books. And that's what they're doing. They're just deleting stuff and replacing it with acceptable stuff. And they're preventing people from finding the wrong information in the first place. So it makes sense to me, though, that if we're going to take the monolith as a symbol for the curated worldview, that they would now be worshiping a digital monolith. Because it's no longer analog. They don't have to go send out their agents to go burn books or burn individuals. No, now you just delete the information and you censor and ghost and shadow ban the individuals. Problem solved. And I think that's the message here of the digital monolith. All right, let us continue. I have a few other things I want to go through today. So this is just a short opinion piece. A few things, actually. Let me bring up this one first. This is from the Daily Mail. So there's an organic food shop of QAnon believers, and it looks like they were targeted. So this is another example of, I think the public's getting used to seeing QAnons getting arrested. Started with 1-6. In fact, the author of the book, The Storm, wanted to reference the criminality of QAnoners. I didn't want to go there because I don't want to broad brush any group. Because the same individual, the same people, the same sympathies won't criticize Antifa, for example, and their myriad of crimes and violent offenses. But people are being accustomed and conditioned to accept that, yeah, it's normal to see QAnoners and conspiracy theorists being arrested. It's a strange thing that's going on. And I'm like, wow, look, organic food shop peddling dangerous COVID conspiracies. Its store's owners are arrested after refusing to serve customers wearing masks. Do you remember a time when wearing a mask into a store might get you, I don't know, the cops called on you because only robbers wore masks? Well, now we're in the post-reset phase where, society has gone cannibalistic. It's self-looting. And it's appropriate that we're all wearing, or that they're asking us to wear masks. And here we have these store owners don't want masked individuals in their store, and for that they get arrested. But they're called dangerous. Well, you don't have to go in there. There are other stores. Nobody's forcing you to go into a store owned by people who have political opinions that are wildly different than yours. You don't have to. It says the store's social media pivoted from 6 years of posts about healthy eating, as seen here, to conspiracy theories. Right. And that's another thing too. Conspiracy theorists are said to be immersed in their own universe. These conspiracy theorists are dangerous because they are constantly immersed in their echo chambers. But nobody ever talks about mainstream media extremists, which is the norm. I mean, mainstream society has been totally conditioned to think that they have everything right and that their fears are legitimate, and acting on those fears is rational. But I'm like, nah, it's actually the case that the mainstream is in a cult. In fact, it's a doomsday cult. If you believe what you're supposed to believe, truly, you would be wearing a helmet right now for space junk. You would have so many fears, you'd probably never leave quarantine. Okay, it says here, June 29th, 2020, they started posting anti-vaxxer quotes, which rapidly escalated to posting several times a day with QAnon-style memes of COVID and U.S. election conspiracy theories. So you see this rapid escalation? This is the slippery slope. Like, oh, one day he listened to Alex Jones. The next day he heard a flat earth video. And next thing you know, he's shooting up a synagogue. Like, they always have these slippery slope stories. It says QAnon is a discredited far-right conspiracy theory that claims a cabal of satanic cannibalistic pedophiles run a global child sex trafficking ring and conspired against Trump while in office. The caption on the shirt says, everybody needs to rally, we need to wake up. At the last rally, I believe, in Ohio, I heard somewhere that they weren't allowing you to wear Q shirts, which I think is just capitulating to the MSM. You're going to let the MSM dress you? If they tell you to take the Q off your keyboard, are you going to take it off your keyboard? Here's an opinion piece from politicsusa.com. Opinion: armed rebellion threats confirm Trump is a national security risk. Now, these are the stories that the public will accept to be real. I'm telling you, this is the new ubiquitous terror threat, and this is probably going to be protracted for the next 18 years. This is going to be the new radical Islam, vanilla ISIS, and we're watching it, I think, unfold. I think it has to exist in the mind of the public first, and it's almost there. The insurrection planted the seeds, but I think we're waiting on another PSYOP, an OBL type thing, another Timothy McVeigh to step forward and instigate something. Because look at these opinion pieces. This is what people actually believe. It says, there have been plenty of warnings that Trump represents a clear and present danger to the national security of the United States. After the events of January 6th, there should have been a government-wide effort to silence the treasonous Trump, but there has not been. There have been ample warnings and threat assessments from intelligence communities that he's a national security risk, but little is being done to stop the maniac. Now, this is an opinion piece from Politics USA, but I'm reading this because it reflects what I believe the majority will accept. The top counterterrorism official at the DHS, John Cohen, says Trump's delusion about reinstated in August could lead to political violence in the United States. On Friday, MSM host Nicole Wallace was speaking to Mr. Watts and commented, "It's jaw-dropping that the disgraced, twice impeached ex-president's utterances are now a national security threat on a daily basis. It's remarkable that it continues on. It's also remarkable because it's significant online. Think if you're a believer in this conspiracy and you've seen everything from QAnon to January 6th and the inauguration, how would this not lead to violence over time?" So this is from the DHS, and they're talking about these rallies in Ohio, and they're suggesting that these are clear threats, and they call it the big lie. The big lie is what they call the notion that Trump didn't lose. They don't even call it election fraud. They say, oh, it's the big lie. And they're trying to just push it to the side. But if you've listened to Trump in Ohio, if you've listened to any of the people around him, no, actually, it does seem to be the case that they think he'll be reinstated. So it says, according to conservative journalist Charles Cook in an article for the National Review, quote, "I can attest that Donald Trump does believe genuinely he will be reinstated this summer. I can attest, too, that he's trying to recruit journalists, politicians, and other influential figures to promulgate this belief. This is not a fundraising tool. This is not an infantile bit of trolling or a trial balloon, but this is a fact." The opinion piece goes on to say, it's obvious that Trump supporters take it as a fact that treasonous Trump will be reinstated in August. And many of them are ready to take up arms against the government if this fails to come into fruition. It says, in a free society, it's difficult to muzzle fanatics and underlings like Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene. So anyway, this is just an opinion piece, but I think this pretty much reflects how the masses see this QAnon thing, which is completely fallacious. It's a straw man. Just like the flat earthers they show you on TV are always the worst examples you could come up with. It's the same thing here. I've never met one of these violent insurrectionists they show us on TV. Echo Charlie says, healthy eating and yoga is the gateway. Yes, that's something that they've said too. Healthy eating and a belief that everything is connected. These are the things that define the yoga crowd, and the yoga crowd are said to be very susceptible to QAnon. The yoga crowd was called out last summer by the BBC for having a conspiracy problem. I think it's because they breathe too much. They're the ones who are just obsessed with the stuff, the air. Like, breathe in, get more of it. So, of course, the NWO, who's trying to cut down on our carbon footprints, would want to, clamp down on the breathers. All right, let's go through. I got some more voicemails.
Hey, Tim. Just wondering if we could auto-hoax the cyber attacks that are happening quite often the last few weeks. And I just noticed today at UMass Lowell, they went under a 2-day lockdown or cancellation of classes and due to cyber attacks. And I don't know. I just think my overall opinion of it all is that they are preparing us, like seeding the words and vocabulary into our diet of reading so then when it actually happens, we know it. Just like in November and December, they talked about insurrection in the news, but in another way, and then they actually made it happen in January. So I don't know, food for thought.
Good call, and appreciate the message there. And the cyber attack threat, EMP threat, these are all things that have been wargamed. And everything they wargame, they do in reality, or what we call reality, which is an alternate reality game, if you really look at it.
Hi, my name is Alex from Ring Central Team of Experts, and this is a courtesy call to check whether you guys need assistance on your...
Oh, no, actually, we're back online. Appreciate that.
Hey, Tim, check this shit out. I just live in a little podunk town in Missouri, and they had their little Republican, I don't know, fundraiser yesterday. Who shows up? The McCloskeys.
Oh, the McCloskeys. And the McCloskeys stepped out of the cover, out of the book, The Turner Diaries, right off the cover, into the world in 2020, 42 years from the publication of the book. The McCloskeys, the Turner Diaries, these are all very important figures right now in the zeitgeist. In fact, I've been doing a bit of Metascript analysis this morning, and I was just looking at the year 1969 and the parallels between 69 and 2021, especially with regards to the space race. But there's also a bit of helter-skelter, and a lot of this has been foreshadowed with the McCloskeys and the callbacks to the Turner Diaries, which we'll get into. It all does connect. So anyway, this individual is describing how he's out there in Missouri, and he came across the McCloskeys.
What the hell? I just want to tell you that they're paying them to run around to all these Republican fundraisers. Everybody getting their picture taken with them.
So they want to get their pictures taken with a couple that became famous for pointing guns at marchers on their street. Now, this was I guess the climate was a little chaotic. There were riots at the time. They knocked the fence down, but their house wasn't being broken into. Nobody stepped on her lilies. They didn't touch the lawn. So they come out with an AR-15, and she's got a gun, like a golden gun, kind of held sideways. It was just a psyop to say, hey, look, wealthy couple, no kids, giant mansion, very insecure and violent. Then you have the peaceful marchers, and they're in a city where they have a very high homeless population. And so the gated community has to confront this. So this is all theater, and I believe the McCloskeys are playing into it. And if you take a selfie with them, well, you just took a selfie with a couple that appear to be templated off of the cover of the Turner Diaries, the inspiration for white nationalists everywhere.
It just makes me laugh.
Okay, another voicemail from the same individual. Oh, this should be good. This is the Pac-Man one, I think.
That's all I got.
Yeah, this is the one.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about the Pac-Man world record because I saw that the highest score you could get for Pac-Man is 3,333,360. Then I started doing research on it. It was achieved by Billy Mitchell in 1999, and seeing that he faked the whole thing, and it was all certified by Twin Galaxies because he was a part owner in the company, and so they had a bunch of fake world records. The biggest one being Billy Mitchell with Pac-Man, and then he started trying to sue a bunch of people talking about it. Man, that's all I got.
Okay, so let me take a look at that.
Okay, so I wanted to...
Yeah, it does seem to be. The game's maximum score, 3,330,360 points. The Ballad of Pac-Man King. Yes, I'll look into this. And as you know, the number code always tells you stuff. The video games have been an integral part of this PSYOP entertainment complex. In fact, the most influential game of all time was Space Invaders, which was released 42 years before COVID. And the number 42, Outer Space Invaders, these things are always connected, but the video games have it all. I have a collection of video game covers, like one called Warp Speed. Like, think Operation Warp Speed. And the video game from decades ago is about driving around delivering vaxes at the end of the world. And the cover art has these meteors or something coming from the sky, space junk. And the space junk, and it all looks like COVIDs. All right, let us continue through the messages. I want to get through all of these. Here's another one from...
Hey, Tim. Can't wait till you're back. I got some real gravy here for you. If you could look up the U.S. Navy released footage of of course they're going to release footage of the 40,000-pound bomb explosion that triggered an M3.9 quake during a shock trial on the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford. So I don't know if you can see this video, but it's about 30 seconds showing the, whatever you're looking at. And I think it looks fake. I mean, I've never really started seeing things the way you do. And it's pretty funny. I actually think it looks like they just twisted some video game engine. And it's like I think they're trying to get us accustomed to seeing their new level of CGI. And that's messed up. I don't know if I can see it or if you can see it, but let me know. And anyways, that's it.
I'll take a look at the M39 trial on the USS Gerald Carrier. I'll look into this because our worldview, I believe, is more or less, and I found what he was talking about, it's informed by video evidence. And is video evidence? Well, television lies. A photograph is a lie. That there's a level of mediation that the mass minds have gone through, our minds have gone through. A lot of us have pulled out of it, but if you're still in it, yes, you have become acclimated to accepting obvious CGI as evidence of something real. You haven't ruled it out, and it matters. It matters in the aggregate. I mean, how many fake things have you accepted on bad evidence? And how does this, in the big picture, form your worldview? It may seem innocuous. You're like, oh yeah, I believe that I saw a video of space junk landing near, I think the last one that we saw was out near Seattle. It was space junk. The other one landed in the Indian Ocean. But anyway, so you don't question it. You just passively accept, okay, space junk's real. Well, then when they amplify the PSYOP a little bit and they have space junk knocking down condos, well, you're not going to be in a position to say, no, they're just faking it to put us under space junk lockdowns. And a few years ago, you may not have believed that they could have done COVID lockdowns based on something like, with such a low kill rate. But I think space junk lockdowns, climate lockdowns, these are all things that they would like to have us go through, and they will accomplish this if people don't question the computer models and the simulations. So the caller brings up a good point that, yes, we have been conditioned to live in a simulation. Okay, I have a few other voicemails I want to get to. Okay, let's see what we have here. Canada. Okay, a couple old ones here. I'm looking through. I think I have another one. I went through this one yesterday. I have an individual who's pretty mad about the debate with McToon, which is another discussion in itself, and we'll go over that separately. Because there isn't a debate to be had here. I mean, try to imagine, like, if you believed in, let's say, simulation theory. Debate simulation theory versus heliocentrism. It's like you're not even in the same ballpark here. It's not a debate. Nor is asserting that the world is flat, is that a reality denialist position? Because reality denialists would say that what we see isn't there. but nobody's disagreeing on what we see. We're disagreeing on the interpretation. And the interpretation that leads you to believe in outer space as presented includes the filter of their video evidence. So you have to look through their screens. You have to accept that to be real. And I kind of wonder, too, this moon landing thing, right? For decades, the moon landing hoaxers have been called out as the kooks. And it kind of moved on to flat Earth. And the more I look at the flat Earth topic and debate, well, look, I don't think you can debate flat versus round. I think it's fallacious. But you can easily debate moon landing, real or fake. You can. And so that's where I think we should be focused, or where I want to kind of focus, is on what we can debate. And I think that the flat Earth debate has been inserted, or is being inserted, in order to, I think, take away the credibility of people who could actually credibly criticize these space agencies and their hoaxes. Like, how are you going to be in a position to criticize the Mars bases or the lunar bases if you can't defend your, quote, model, if your credibility hinges on that? Why are you going to defend a straw man? And the model that you've been given to defend, and I say given because it just showed up one day, is full of holes. And it presupposes that it says a lot of things. Like, it presupposes that, that this evidence means, therefore, that we're enclosed. There's no more land. So the model we've been given automatically rules out that the world's any bigger. And I think that's a problem too. There's so many problems with the model we've been given, it's not defensible. And then also you have the biblical baggage attached to it. And you can't bring a Bible to a conversation about flat Earth any more than you can bring a Bible to a conversation about climate change. Now, let's talk about climate change. Well, let me get my Bible because I think God's doing it. Here's my verse. This one here says, oh, the sodomites make God mad and he will send the floods or turn you into a pillar of salt. It's like, no, I'm sorry, but that's not evidence. It's not evidence for climate change. You can't use the Bible for evidence about the shape of the world or the animals on it or anything. It's the source isn't admissible. And so no globe believer or even globe defender, none of these individuals debating would disagree with that. They would say, yeah, the Bible has no place because you can't trust it as an authority for a lot of reasons. And I would say this, and this is where they won't agree with me, that the screen that they get all their information from, that is the Bible of the day. And that if you accept everything that comes through the screen as absolutely true because it came from that authority, well, then you're in the same position as the people pushing the false biblical model. And it's false because it hasn't been conclusively proven. Even if it turns out to be accurate, you don't have a model right now. There hasn't been any investigation, no new evidence for either side. And you won't ever see any attempts to unite on this and explore, because they don't even want to have doubt. What they're doing is I think they're mostly attacking the idea that the people who doubt establishment science can actually have a point in the first place. They don't want to admit that you have any points. You know, when I talked to this Mick Toon, and one of the first things we discussed was the ISS. I brought up how they have an arm, and the arm was hit by a piece of space junk. The piece of space junk ripped a hole in the arm above its elbow. That's what they reported. And so I said to him, okay, you find this to be interesting? He said, yes. And I said, well, the mission was called Celestial Immunity. So isn't it interesting that the ISS got vaxxed? And I believe he laughed at that, but then changed the subject. But my take on it is that, no, this is not just a coincidence. This is not just a way of telling a story based on a random occurrence. No, the fact that the ISS got, for the first time, hit with a piece of space junk in the arm above the elbow on a mission called Celestial Immunity tells you that this is a propaganda operation. That alone is so discrediting. So we're not in a place to debate because they can't defend the space station, and they won't even try to defend it. They want to keep you focused on the Earth's curvature. Do you know the curvature of the Earth? And can you see too far based on your vantage point? And then you include their formula that includes the assumed radius of the Earth. There are so many assumptions built into it, but you can't say that the flat Earth quote model exists and that it's competitive with the globe model. Because the globe model, if it is a lie, then it's going to fit your expectations. Same thing with the ISS. When you look at the space station, the footage that is from the inside, or the spacewalks, well, if it's not real, what you're being given is meant to fool you. Every question will have an answer. Every observation will have a false explanation. I mean, the naivety of the people defending things like global warming and pandemics and even the globe itself, the naivety is what kind of astounds me here. It in a way, it's no different than the nature of those who are faithful in their religion. I would call them MSM fundamentalists. And the MSM, the mainstream, is what comes through the screen. And it's beyond simply the mainstream news. It includes entertainment. It includes all of your comic books, video games, really all media that gets published falls under this. And if it doesn't, it's usually getting censored or marginalized. I have a video here, Crisis Shakers. I've been seeing a lot of these show up, and when I see videos like this, I think we're looking at a psyop, the other side of the COVID psyop. So if you remember last year, people were dying of COVID everywhere, and you saw the actors on the screen. Well, now the anti-vaxxers have their victims.
I'm Skelton, and I'm very real, and unfortunately, this is also very real.
So she says, I'm very real, and unfortunately, this is real. And it's a video montage of people shaking and saying that they got the vax. Now, they're not at the hospital. They're not talking to the doctors. They're not getting big settlements or payouts. You're not going to see them on the nightly news. No, they go to Instagram. They shake it up. They shake their money makers right on over to GoFundMe. Help people who have been injured by the vax. This person here says, I pray that everyone keeps donating to help with the circumstances. Like, yeah, keep throwing the money at them. They're raising $50,000 for these 5 crisis shakers. That's the term I coined today, crisis shakers. Hey, if any of you watched South Pole's Saturday Night Live parody, there was a skit that was mocking Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and their rocket envy. Well, look what got posted today. This is a comparison of Blue Origin and the rocket that's going to go to Mars. This space race thing is all reminiscent of 1969. You have a lot of competition between these, and it does turn out that, yes, Jeff Bezos is going to space with his brother. However, Richard Branson's going to get there first. Richard Branson has already started his countdown. If you follow his Twitter, he's going to space on 7/11, the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. Interestingly enough. All right, let me go through the rest. I think I have all of the voicemails covered. I want to double check. Here's Richard Branson talking about going to space to check out the customer experience.
I am so proud to have this remarkable crew of mission specialists and pilots by my side as we fly to space. I've always been a dreamer. My mum taught me to never give up and to reach for the stars. This July, our dream will become a reality.
This July, our dream will become a reality. I mean, you see how reminiscent this is of 1969? This is why you have to read the Metascript. Go to the metascript.com if you haven't, because there is a templating going on to our reality. And if you can see it in the big picture, then you'll see the nuance. And 2020 summer was templated off of 68s. And we were looking, last year I was saying, if this is their methodology, if this is their MO, then next year we're going to see 1969. We're going to see space race, rockets to the moon. We're going to see another Charles Manson, and who knows what else. You just go through the history books and see. And in many ways, we do see this rhyming of history right in front of our eyes. So I find that to be very fascinating that on 7/11, the anniversary of Skylab, we've got Virgin Galactic going to space. Another kind of interesting occurrences here. Statues of Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth II have been toppled, desecrated, and damaged in Canada. In the same day, I see a statue of Princess Diana go up. I've also seen a video of simulations showing satellites being taken down by the Chinese military. And someone sent me this. This is Call of Duty Season 4. And you have imagery of satellites being taken out of orbit. It's just one of the things we'll be covering soon. Anyway, if you're concerned that anyone you know is becoming an extremist, I have a link here. It's from Facebook. It says, "We care about preventing extremism" in Facebook. Others in your situation have received confidential support. How can you help? Facebook and Twitter are both trying to stop extremism at the source. So if you know any extremists, make sure you go report them to Facebook and other social media giants. All right, thanks for joining. This is Where's the Curve by Chief Crow. Subscribe below and get the replays, podcasts, and also InfinitePlainsSociety.com is now a hub with all of the links that you could possibly need.
Horizon line is flat, center sky, it looks the same through the
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the message to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheep's in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. No.
For another crisis actor with soulless eyes and a heart in a soul.
Okay, thanks for joining. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms Auto Hoax. I'll put a link to the song in the chat. You can get links to all the music played at Infinite Plane Radio. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com. That's the new hub. Phones are open right now, 833-311-1984. And I'll go over a few topics. It's kind of open phones, open topics. Open phones for open minds, but we're also very tolerant of closed minds. So if you're closed-minded, and also if you hear the gunfire out there, it's just fireworks. It's not. Sounds like a war zone. Okay, again, 833-311-1984. The people out there are celebrating their freedom. It's not as ironic this year since people aren't wearing masks, except for the ones who voluntarily wear them. And I find that the anti-masking position is now kind of in a funny way, because if you're opposed to the masks, don't wear one, but the people who want to wear them still can, and we're really not obliged to stop them. And I think all along it's always been not anti-masker, you've just been anti-mandatory masking. And that's how you know they were trying to brand you and impugn you by saying, oh, you're an anti-masker. It's like, well, no, you're pro-face, or they're anti-face. If you're going to go with labels, the mask Karens were anti-face. And many of them still are. But no, in truth, you were just against the mandate. And as it's been lifted, you see people just dropping it. And I still do see people here and there. And I find them to be interesting. I'm like, well, okay, they watch a lot of TV. If you're that scared, why are you leaving the house? I used to avoid people on purpose, just by, for lines, avoiding traffic. I would do things at night. Like, it's not hard to avoid people. But if I thought I could die and I have to wear medical protective devices to go outside, I wouldn't go around people. So I think they're very brave, we'll say that. The brave people wearing the masks, conquering their fear. It's like, wow, you broke out of quarantine? Phones are open, 833-311-1984. I chose 311 because the present zeitgeist, which gets an update every so often. So after 9/11, we had the post-9/11 universe that we lived in for 19 years. Now we're in the post-3/11. So if you've been paying attention, 3/11 was the date that they declared the pandemic. It was the new 9/11 for all intents and purposes. That's where all the predictive programming pointed, as it did with 9/11. You had a lot of preparation for that particular date. Only 3/11 wasn't hyped the way 9/11 was. So looking at it through that lens, you can see, okay, well, the next 19 years, we're going to be in this new universe. So it's the post-3/11 world, post-COVID. And not post, because it's not over. It won't be over. What's also interesting, and this is one of the topics, is that they've reinvented the previous threat of radical Islam, but now it's the radical QAnon. It's quite literally that, as you'll see, as you've probably noticed, that the radicalizing verses of the Quran have been replaced by the radicalizing verses of QAnon, and now you've got vanilla ISIS everywhere. White Al-Qaeda. And I put the 1984 in the number because that's the year it's always going to be. I don't think Orwell was warning anybody about how things could go wrong. I think he was just describing things as they are. All right, here's a couple of the topics I wanted to get to tonight. One, I want to talk about this Metascript again. We're often talking about the zeitgeist that we're in. And how it's guided. That's the thesis of the book, The Metascript Decoded, is that there is guidance, that there is a bit of news bending, a projection of agendas decades into the future by framing the news, framing the entertainment, framing the movies to lead the mass mind to specific conclusions, like drills in the mind. So anyway, last summer, and this is one of the things we talked about extensively, last summer, 2020, was templated off of 1968. And that was reflected in a number of ways, which we talked about. But I was thinking, well, is this the MO? In other words, if 1968 is being used as a template for 2020, are they going to follow this? Are we going to see 69 being reflected in 2021? And sure enough, as you've noticed, 1969 has kind of resurfaced with the talk of the race to the moon, the space races. And there are a number of space races going on right now. Races to the moon, races to space, competition between the space CEOs here in America. Then you have the Chinese and their race to Mars. Then you have Tom Cruise and his race to film the first movie on the ISS. So this has all been against the backdrop of the crypto talk, which kicked off with Elon Musk and the Dogecoin to the moon meme. So this to the moon talk and its association with these space personalities has been pretty prevalent if you're just looking at the zeitgeist here. So I'm looking into this 1969 and I came across something very interesting. So one of the things that we noted last year, 1968, aka 2020, you had these peaceful protesters. And they were called peaceful. That's just how the media framed them. And it was kind of perplexing. I'm like, are they just gaslighting us? Why would they keep calling them peaceful when they're stopping cars, fighting in the streets, burning things, breaking things, even if they're only damaging property and not killing people all the time? It's not peaceful by definition. But this got me thinking, okay, well, this could be part of the script. And so here's where it ties in to the past. So 1969 was when the peaceful hippie types became violent. At least this is exactly what Charles Manson was talking about. And by the way, when Charles Manson became a cult leader, he became a cult leader after he was released from one of his stays, and I think he was 33 years old. Cult leader Charles Manson became the 33-year-old. Anyway, this is one of these stories I wanted to get into today. The story of Charles Manson and Helter Skelter and its relationship to 1968, 1969, and how it seems to be kind of reflecting today. And we'll get into this. I have a bit more to talk about on that. But before we get any further, I also want to comment on this. Richard Branson going to space in 7 days on 7/11 happens to be the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. Richard Branson is competing in the space race between these space popes here, between Bezos and his brother and Branson. Let me go ahead and go through your comments before we go any further. One Step Too Far says, did you see the cop kill the guy who stopped the mass shooter? No, have not yet. Have not yet. But go ahead and post a link and I'll go over it. So let's go ahead and get into this. My main point is this. Charles Manson had this prophecy about this race war. And he was trying to instigate it, interestingly enough, with a psyop. That's what they were doing. And he imagined in his head that the Beatles album, the White Album, was communicating a message to him. And this is what he was communicating to his cult followers. So you have this this album that he's reading all kinds of significance into. And so the song Revolution #1 is the one that he interpreted. Much like QAnon, you can take messages and interpret them in any way. With this particular, with the Manson cult, they interpreted these Beatles songs in very self-serving ways. So they took Revolution Number 1 to mean this, though, that it was a transition from peaceful protests to violent revolutionaries. That this was basically what he was suggesting, that they had, that he was there to kick off this revolution, which he called Helter Skelter. Now, here's one of the lines in here is, well, this is what his interpretation was, that they were in the end of days, basically. Now, Helter Skelter, this song, Revolution Number 9 is another one. Revolution Number 9 is just noise. It's machine gun fire and oinking of pigs with the word rise being chanted. I mean, I find it to be unlistenable. I think it's garbage. But the fact that Charles Manson was basically creating a psyop, a false flag, blaming these murders, real or fake, I think they're probably fake, but blaming these murders, scapegoating blacks in order to kick off a race war. It's like he should have just gone to work for CNN. I mean, that's a very Jussie Smollett type of operation. But that's what they were doing. Anyway, I find it to be very curious, very interesting material. And again, I'll get into why, and it has to do with this Reflections of 1969 in 2021. And that's one of the things I'll be returning to as we get deeper into this. In fact, I've been updating some of our mind maps. Other things to talk about. A few other things. This is Big Think. We are all conspiracy theorists. Trump's rally just ended, and Salon just put something out a little while ago. Donald Trump's real legacy, the weaponization of alternate reality. It's funny, like the media has no self-awareness. It can talk about how putting people into an echo chamber of conspiracy theories can make them violent, or they're in an alternate reality. They're being manipulated by demagogues. And it's like, what do you think you're doing? Most of the hate crimes are instigated. All of the wars are supported and instigated by MSM. It's not the conspiracy theorists causing the problems. But we talked about this earlier. What we're actually seeing is a mass purification. It's a holy war. It's a holy war, and they make it look like they're trying to, clean up the surfaces of things that could, germs and viruses. They want to sanitize things, but no, they're trying to clean your minds. We're looking at a global brainwashing operation. I've been saying for some time that the pandemic was really just a cover for getting rid of memes and ideas. In other words, they're fighting an infodemic. The infodemic is real. The scamdemic is what it is. I mean, there's hardly any point in really going deeper into that. Also, just so you know, tonight we're going to be adding more music to our 24/7 live stream. I'm also going through archives. So if you have any requests, if you have any tracks you haven't heard in a while, we're also creating videos for some of these tracks to put them back into circulation. And I'll be playing a couple of those tonight. In fact, let me go ahead and take a quick break while I make sure my phones are on. The number is on the screen, but this is a track from One Step Too Far. This is Moon Man. Be right back.
I roll a Ada in a book, they ask me what that took. I manipulate mathematics, roll up on a math book. Cause you're getting shook, I'm shaking bacon. All these looks that you be making cause offenses that I be taking. So watch it before you make them. Shooting stars and asteroids, the night sky is fantastic, boy. Making straight galactic noise when flashbacks hit from acid, boy. And every time a flashback hits from every single acid hit, I remember just what happened when the last few times I had a bit. Anyway, let me get back to the night sky where you're looking, you'll find me when I die, so fried, oh my, I'm burning a bunch of lies. The shit that ain't never harsh, in fact the shit is always kind. So I made a game plan to stay landed on the moon. Leave me stranded dancing in my moon pants and chanting about a new sense of sense that I'm free from urgency and nothing could be hurting me. And when I walk I'm hurdling, gravity's now absurd to me. I'm on the moon, man, I can't stay on the ground. Just call me moon.
All right, that's a sample of one of the new tracks, of a few others. And of course, I'm also going to make an effort here. And if you're listening, if you're one of the contributors to Infinite Plane Radio, I do want to have short interviews, maybe introductions to some of these tracks from some of our artists. So I'll have them call and we'll pre-record some interviews, etc. Maybe even take questions, which is one of the things we can do with this phone system. We can take third-party callers, fourth party. Not that I care to. You know how it devolves so quickly, especially when people are vehemently in disagreement with one another. Okay, so I have a few things here I want to go through as well. This is something that might give some hopium. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, how's it going? I called a few weeks ago with the Sharp Power Economist magazine.
Oh, yes. And I
remember?
Yes, the Sharp Power Economist magazine cover from December of 2017. And I talked about that a few times because it says the new sharp power of Chinese influence. And I'm like, new influence? That sounds like flu or influenza and then Chinese. And so, yeah, that was a great find. And you also pointed out some of the video games, the video game covers, like Warcraft.
Yeah, I have a few others for you if you're interested, too. I just came across recently. And I was wondering, too, if you ever looked into the, I think his name is Larry Salona, the guy who wrote the obituary on Kubrick.
No, actually, I haven't looked into it, but I think somebody had mentioned something about the date of the obituary. Why don't you fill me in on that one? Because I think that was a really important point.
Yeah, like when I called, it was just like off the top of my head. I didn't have the information available, but I went and looked it up after we talked. And so he worked for The Guardian, obviously, because I thought it was like The Times for some reason, but Kubrick was living in London at the time. So this guy named Larry Salona, he was like the main obituary writer for The Guardian, and he wrote Kubrick's obituary. And Kubrick also had this exact writer write the obituary for the woman who died in Eyes Wide Shut, and even says Larry Salona in the film. And then another interesting thing about that is Larry Salona is an anagram for Royal Lancer, so that's kind of an interesting point too. And if you want to look up like an interesting video about this, there's a channel called Collative Learning, and he has a video called The Plot Thickens, and it's about, this topic.
Awesome. I'll look into it. And if you care to, infiniteplane.media is the forum, and I'm having people post links there, and we have a lot of people looking into it. And yeah, that's a pretty solid one there, because there are many indicators that Kubrick's death was faked. That it was, I mean, he's probably dead, I'm sure of it, age-wise. However, his theatrical death, and of course, the release of his last movie being timed with the Apollo anniversary, everything about it suggests pre-planning. So the fact that it's encoded into his movie, which is a key plot point, the death of that particular character, doesn't surprise me.
Right. If you wouldn't mind looking up something, there's a Time magazine cover that I think really plays into the whole, everything is scripted thing. And it's from 2008, I believe, and it's called Why the Economy is Trumping Race. That should come up on an image search.
Okay, here we go. Why the economy is trumping race. And I think I remember seeing this one, and this is the one that has President Barack Obama with the devil horns and divided into black and white and color. What is it about this cover?
Well, it's got the word Trump in it. So right there, it's like, black and white, Trump, like pushing the race issue.
Got it. I see that. Yes, absolutely. And that's something about Trump that I find very interesting and telling here, because if you want to think he's rogue, go ahead. But there's no one I can find more hardwired into this metascript than Donald Trump. In fact, today is the 36th anniversary of Back to the Future. And that movie, of course, Donald Trump is in it. He is Biff Tanner, the inspiration for Biff Tanner. And it's loaded with predictive programming for 9/11, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah, for sure. No, Back to the Future is crazy. And to add on that, too, the Biff Tannen character is a conglomeration of Trump and Elvis, which ties into the Jurassic Liars theory.
Totally, yeah. I mean, if you took Elvis and Trump and you just merged the two, you would arrive at Biff Tannen. And they did that on purpose, I believe. I think it's all intentional. That movie is very significant also because of the time travel and the numbers in that movie. It was released in 85, but it like Trump there's all kinds of references with Donald Trump to time travel, always involving the number 85 and 58. I mean, even Trump Tower is 58 stories high. There's so much about that movie. In fact, I have some links on it. So no, I always appreciate when you find examples of predictive programming like this, because it just tells us, yes, we're looking at a stage.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever heard of the movie Daybreakers?
No. What is Daybreakers?
It's got Ethan Hawke in it, and so it's pretty intense. It's a movie about widespread virus, like pandemic, that starts with a bat, and it basically turns terrible people, if you will, into vampires, and then they turn people around them into vampires. So it's kind of like a vampire pandemic. And then what's really interesting about the movie is there's a character in it literally called Elvis, and his blood is the key to the whole, finding a cure for the thing. And he even wears a jacket that has a phoenix dragon symbol on the back, and he drives a Firebird. On the side of the Firebird, it says rising from the ashes. So it's got some pretty intense imagery in it.
That really is. And I hadn't made that correlation. Okay, so this is all very fascinating to me, because the symbol of the bat has been used with the Batman franchise with Dark Knight Rising as a phoenix, this burning bat. And the phoenix means reset. You burn down, build back better. And what was the catalyst for the reset? Well, it was the bat, the virus. Mm-hmm. And I hadn't made the correlation between the bat and vampires until very recently. Like at Transylvania's castle, they were giving out vaxes, or you can kind of scramble Dr. Fauci's name into Dracula if you bend the F into an A. My point is, I hadn't made that connection though to Dracula or vampires very much until just now. And now that I think about it, the very first zombie fiction was I Am Legend, which became The Last Man on Earth, which became all these other ones. But it really started with Richard Matheson's I Am Legend. And in that one, it's a plague of vampirism. And he's the last human in a world of vampires. That's the plot of the movie, The Last Man on Earth. So yeah, this is a very interesting find here. Daybreakers, all these elements, vampirism, plagues, and bats.
I think there is something to the vampires, because we're inundated with all the zombie, stuff in mainstream media, but also vampires are everywhere. And even in that movie Daybreakers, there's kind of a factory basically where one of the main characters is played by Sam Neill, who's in a lot of these predictive programming movies. And they have a harvesting center where they're actually hunting down humans with pure blood, and they're storing them because that's what the vampires feed on. So it looks like the Matrix too, where they're almost in Matrix pods in this big containment facility. Fascinating.
Yeah, that's a story right now in Newsweek. Actually, it's an article from a couple of months ago. But can blood from young people slow aging? Silicon Valley has bet billions on it. I mean, I heard that Peter Thiel was injected with young blood I mean, if he was, it's not working. I've heard that Al Gore has a refrigerator van following him, and it's full of blood packs that he ingests. I think David Icke said that. I find that believable, but I haven't seen anybody conspicuously not aging.
Yeah, I find that not credible too. Like I've heard people like Alex Jones say that they have like this anti-aging technology and all that, but I don't see that in effect. What I kind of think it is the people who don't get this, V, they're going to have like the pure blood that's going to be so desirable to these people.
Now, what about this? Because I do think vampirism is a thing, but could it all just be a psychic? As in, like, if they feed off the fear in some way, could they be harvesting our energy? And is that all they need? Or do you think there is going to be some eventual culling, as so many think?
Well, I think both are plausible. There's even a scene in Daybreakers where Sam Neill, he's kind of like the head vampire. He drinks someone's blood, and he's even like, this blood's even tastier than normal because it's full of your fear. So they do talk about that pretty often in these programming things.
Unbelievable. See, that's what's so insane about this is that, like, I was talking to one of the biggest skeptics of this whole notion. He's an author who wrote a book really countering everything QAnon says. But you can't say they don't have a point when everything in the culture seems to constantly reference this predation, this intra-species predation, that the elite class are somehow involved in blood drinking or whatever. And it's all over. I mean, I'm always talking about the one where Lady Gaga has the piano shaped like a human brain, and she's got Freddy Krueger gloves while she's playing the music. And the song.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
And the song's called Adrenochromatica. No, it's called Chromatica, but you think adrenochrome. And her mouth has this glowing mask that's glowing purple. So I think that song is just kind of flaunting it, the performance. So I can see why people arrive at these conclusions. And Sam Neill, I'll have to check this movie out because he's always in movies that contain a great amount of symbolism. Like he was in that In the Mouth of Madness, which is one of the few movies I've watched probably more than 5 times.
Yeah, that movie's like all of John Carpenter's stuff is it's almost like a Kubrick level, the way he implants all these things in the films, and he just seems like he's just as connected.
I think so. I think some of the ones who, there's a few of these directors that I think are meta-scripters, and it's indicated in their films. And I have a list of them, and also authors as well, worth looking at. And that's why I find it fascinating when you bring up things like these Economist covers. Well, we have Economist covers, we have the movies. All these things are communicating the zeitgeist right out in the open, and that's what we're reading. These video game covers are also very fascinating. So Daybreakers, the battle for blood begins. Even that is very suggestive of the Vax Wars, the battle for blood, and it's got the crossbow, like the penetrating device.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. There's a lot of crossbows in the film.
Fascinating. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. What else have you come across as of late?
Well, speaking of John Carpenter, it's kind of interesting that there's an alternate cover for Escape from New York. If you look up Escape from New York Laserdisc, I think it's the Japanese version, but it's another really in-your-face 9/11 one that I haven't seen anyone reference before. Okay. But if you look at you can see like the helicopters, they're all facing the towers, and like all their lights are just like directly over the 2 towers. And then you have the one eye symbolism and all that.
Right. Okay, I think I see the one that you're talking about. And this is I'm actually, I'm looking at the novel. Escape from New York, a novel by Mike McQuay, John Carpenter, and Nick Castle. And it has the burning towers. It says the high...
Oh, wow, yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, this is so the book cover... He's facing burning towers. That's the fire's in front of the towers, but you can look at the way the picture's arranged. So that's an interesting example. And now I'm looking at the one you referenced. And this one, is this the one with the Statue of Liberty on the ground?
No, that's the main cover. There's one where it's like a big, Kurt Russell's head is like the main focus of it with the one eye. And the towers are kind of in the background with a bunch of helicopters facing them.
Okay, I'll come.
You might have to add in, if you do like a Japanese laser disc, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, I'm finding it here now. I'm finding it here now, the Japanese version. And you're correct. I can see added layers of symbolism. The one eye symbolism is always prevalent on so many movies. That's fascinating. Yeah, another metascriptor, another author worth looking at. And even this novel might be worth looking into. For example, Tom Clancy's a novelist who's being credited with having predicted a number of things. And it's uncanny. Like, did you know Some of All Fears predicted 9/11, more or less? And on 9/11, an American astronaut was reading that book, and he claims that he...
Oh, there, I see it on your screen.
Yeah, he claims that he witnessed 9/11 while reading a book about it. I mean, so unbelievable.
It's sorry to interrupt. I saw it flash on your screen there. It's not that one you have. There's a few, obviously, but it's the one where Kurt Russell's head is really big.
Oh, okay. I see. I see. The one where his head is... There's like the snake is back. There are so many here. I'm kind of inundated with covers, but notice, though, how conspicuous these things are. Between the Twin Towers and the Space Needle, that's where a lot of the focus seems to be. Do you think the Space Needle has had its comeuppance yet?
I don't think so. I'm kind of... I know that Jurassic, his dates, haven't quite panned out yet exactly, but I kind of feel like it's going to happen maybe like, I don't know, within the next 3 years.
Yeah, I've been following Jurassic's work, and I think you might be right. And oh, by the way, I did find your cover here. And yeah, it definitely has helicopters firing, and the bullets are going right through the towers. And Donald Trump claims that he saw the second plane from his one of his building.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was like you probably know this, but his apartment was used in the movie The Devil's Advocate, and it probably did have a front row seat for that whole event.
I think so too. I think they were laughing. I mean, I think that they really get a kick out of this stuff. The Dancing Nurses says it all. And did you know the date of the Freedom Tower, or rather the One World Trade Center tower, the one that replaced the Twin Towers? Do you know the date that thing was opened?
I think it's 11/3. If that's correct, I learned it from you.
yeah. As an 11/3, 13 years from the 33-year construction to destruction ritual. So they're built in 68, taken down in 2001. 13 years later, a Phoenix number, the new tower opens on 11/3, and it's 1776 feet tall. And I have found a number of references with that number that tie it to the Tower of Babel. Another topic, but nothing is coincidental, and you can see the integration between the real events and the fictional events. I mean, this is incredible. Great find here on Escape from New York.
So this is kind of a weird one. I never heard of this movie before. I think it was a television movie, but if you look up The 10th Kingdom, and it would be like the VHS covers of it, it's got the New York skyline, and it's like a total like as above so below, and it's even got like a big like devil on the top. But I mean, it's really an interesting one when you think about like this is like the inverted kingdom.
Okay, this is interesting. Let me take a look, because now I see this. The 10th Kingdom.
And there's two different versions of the cover.
Okay, I'm going to go through a few, and I found the one that you talked about that has the devilish face on the top with the Twin Towers reflected on the bottom.
And then they do the opposite too, where the towers are on top and the other like Fantasyland is on the bottom. It's like they're purposefully inverting it with their two versions.
Someone sent me an image today, and I bet I can pull it up really quick. It was from an article about how the space station may need to be retired. They were talking about the death of the space station. And the cover had this appearance where it looked like the solar panels on the top were the towers, and the ones below were a reflection. Not that dissimilar. Here it actually is. The article is, "The ISS as we know it may be coming to an end." But take a look at the solar panels and tell me it doesn't look like the Twin Towers and then like a reflection, like they're mirrored. There's just kind of an
oh yeah, definitely
kind of reminiscent of the cover we're looking at here, and I think that might even be the meaning, because I think we're looking here. I believe we're seeing the Tower of Babel. I think that's the main symbolism behind this thing. And it should be an interesting week, by the way. In 8 days, or 7 days now, Richard Branson is going to space, coincidentally, I'm sure, on 7/11, which is the anniversary of Skylab falling to the Earth 42 years ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's quite the coincidence.
And people who look at...
They're also doing that... Oh, sorry. They're also doing that EMP test on the 9th.
Oh, the EMP test. And this is consistent. Anything they do in drills, it's not because they want to stop it from happening. I mean, this is so peculiar. You do fire drills so you don't get burned at school, but everything else they drill for happens to us. Oh, we drilled for terrorists. It happens. We drilled for COVID 19 years ago. It happens to us. So if they're drilling for space junk and it happens a year later, you can bet that these EMP drills they have been doing are putting key agents and assets in place, so they're going to do it. And whatever they do, I hope they don't kill the internet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, if their predictive programming pans out with Blade Runner 2049, sometime around 2020s, they had like a full solar flare or something, some major EMP event where all the digital data got wiped out. So, I mean, I hope it doesn't go that far, but it might.
Yeah. And commenter here says drills are rehearsals, and that's kind of how I look at it. And there's a number of video games that are showing satellites being shot down. That's been a reoccurring theme of late. In fact, I was mentioning the song Helter Skelter because the first line says something about a she falling down. And the whole song is about, of course, this instigated war. And as I said, I believe 2021 is partially templated off of 68. So I'm looking for predictive programming that way. I mean, if predictive programming is real, as we're demonstrating here, then you can look back and you could find it to be a predictive model if you know what you're looking for. And anybody who's looked at the Metascript, like the metascript.com, the breakdown, the connections with the number 42 will understand why it's so consequential that Richard Branson, Virgin Galactic, another reference to the goddess of the night sky, why Richard Branson would be going to space on the anniversary of Skylab falling. I mean, that's quite a ritual, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I think you've touched on this before, but his character is based on the character of Zaphoid Beeblebrox, I think it is, from Hitchhiker's Guide, and that's the 42 from that book, too.
Exactly. He's based on a character out of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and Jeff Bezos is another interesting character. They're all interesting characters, but they all kind of relate because he's in New Mexico right now, Branson. He's going to do this in New Mexico. Bezos is from New Mexico, not far from where I live right now, actually. And I think they're also templated, Bezos in particular, is templated off of The Man Who Fell to Earth, David Bowie film, and a character about a Martian who comes down to Earth, uses his superior knowledge to become extremely wealthy, like owns all the biggest corporations, and then he basically goes back to Mars. And I think there's a correlation between all of these characters, and we've analyzed this before. So anyway, it's just very consistent that the guy from Virgin would be taking a flight on the anniversary of Skylab. It's a trip, right?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I've seen that movie before, The Man Who Fell to Earth. There's actually an interesting Elvis scene in that movie, if you remember, where he's like sitting down watching the wall of TVs, and an Elvis song is playing, and they make a lot of mentions to different numbers. I think the number they mention is 84, which is like one of Jurassic's numbers that he talks about.
Oh, yes.
So that's an interesting scene.
And, okay, Elvis and Bowie share a birthday, which is 1/8, which is also kind of fascinating. Let's see. Then there's a number of things that relate all these characters together, and it all seems to tie to that number. Like Elvis dies at 42. David Bowie, of course, his name, DB. D is 4, and B is 2, 42.
Oh, yeah.
And then, what's more with David Bowie, he's based on I mean, because that's not his real name. It's based on the character from Space Odyssey, Kubrick's film, David Bowman, the guy who later becomes one with the monolith. So all of this is integrated and connected. And David Bowie's persona and his music and his movies have all tied in and paralleled with the advancing of the space age. Not a coincidence that the first music video in space was a David Bowie song, or that the Tesla Roadster is named after him, Starman, which of course is an anagram for Mr. Satan, another reference to the man who fell to earth. I mean, it's a very integrated story, and I think whatever happens on 7/11 is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Have you ever seen the movie Upgrade or heard about that?
No, what's Upgrade about?
Oh, that's a definite must-watch. It's really entertaining too. Like Daybreakers is entertaining too. But so Upgrade is about a guy who becomes basically a quadriplegic in a wheelchair, and a character who's almost exactly like a younger Elon Musk. His name, I think, is even Eron, like Eron. He gives him this chip to put into his back that's going to give him back his movement, but then the chip slowly starts to take over his entire body, and it's very similar to the neural net or the Neuralink that Elon is supposedly developing. And there's even a scene in that movie where someone sneezes nanoparticles onto someone else, and it starts to affect them. So I mean, it's got a lot of the nano neural net predictive programming in it.
Okay, I'm going to have to watch that one. That one looks solid. I mean, I saw an article by Futurism today, and they called him Elon Muskenstein, or like Frankenstein, or Franken-Muskenstein. They think he's going to do this thing where the Internet of Things is going to somehow involve all of us and AI, artificial intelligence. And have you heard Grimes talking about how artificial intelligence is going to allow us to perfect communism?
Yeah, I did see that video. It's pretty wild.
Now, here's a bit of foreshadowing, I think, because whatever you think of AI, I think it matters, because a couple of things here. AI is 19. A is 1, I is 9. So 9/11, of course, 19 hijackers, 19 years later, COVID-19. Now the World Economic Forum is talking about this global AI initiative, or Gaia, and global AI. And World Economic Forum is all about the post-reset. So rebuilding society with this global brain. And even going back, by the way, Pearl Harbor, that was actually called Operation AI. So it seems like so many of these major psyops that transform the world have that code attached to it. So it's worth looking at. And this movie Upgrade says, not man, not machine, more.
Yeah, exactly. That's like what Klaus Schwab says.
Precisely, exactly. Klaus Schwab, Klaus Vader, who is, at the head of this organization, which has the 666 in its logo, and Reset literally is just Phoenix. It's the same thing. It's their occult order, and it's presented in this way that's meant to be, I guess it's palatable to most people, this new religion, and people are going with it. Have you seen the digital monolith at NATO?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so this takes everything a little further, because everything we've seen, I believe, the major events from the 60s on forward have had Kubrick's signature all over them. And the monolith, which was appearing in 2020, again, another 1968 callback. In 2020, monoliths were appearing all over the place. Well, just now at NATO, all the world leaders, including Joe Biden, were ogling at this big glowing monolith, and they call it the digital monolith. And it's an idol, basically, but it's the new god. It's the new monolith is digital, because I think this is basically about this AI god thing that's going to police us all. I think this is their god.
I wonder if that's who they're going to set up as the leader of the New World Order here. It's like literally, like everyone's kind of expecting a person or an alien or something, and it might just be like a monolith AI device.
That would be consistent with Stanley Kubrick and his vision and this idea of the space odyssey. And all of this stuff is very much, I think, fascinating to talk about, because clearly it's part of our story. They're shaping our zeitgeist, and every one of these book covers and movie covers just reinforces it. I mean, how many coincidences do you have to see before you can just call it a pattern? And at this point, I mean, this is almost an art form, reverse engineering decades of propaganda to figure out what the truth is.
Yeah, I had a kind of an interesting thought. I was researching, viruses because of all the stuff that's been going on. And have you ever heard? It's just kind of weird. So, like, if you think of like the last year of Trump's presidency, have you ever heard of the Epstein-Barr virus?
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up. So, for the way I came in contact with this is that A.G. Barr, his father Donald Barr, worked at a high school who employed Epstein. Now, Donald Barr wrote a bunch of Gothic Gothic tales, but they were like romance novels, but they were very dark, basically about keeping teenage sex slaves on desert islands, but not islands, but small planets in outer space. So anyway, that's Barr, and I'm like, wait a minute. So A.G. Barr's father hired Epstein, and this guy's a total creep, and he wrote books about what Epstein created in the future. So I thought that was strange, but when I was searching across them, I found, that there's an STD called the Epstein-Barr virus, and I looked into the Epstein-Barr virus, and it causes people to have the Alice in Wonderland syndrome.
Well, I didn't get that far. What's that?
Okay, the Alice in Wonderland syndrome is a neurological disorder where people feel smaller than they are, larger than they are, or they lose track of time.
Wow.
So this is all really strange. I mean, it sounds like being Cosby'd, but there's an STD called the Epstein-Barr virus that gives you the Alice in Wonderland syndrome.
I was thinking about it in terms of like scripting too, because it's like, what are like three of the biggest things that happened at the end of Trump's presidency? You got Epstein, and then Barr, his attorney general, and then the virus.
Ooh, Epstein-Barr virus. Fascinating sequence there. And yes, the Alice in Wonderland syndrome, AIWS, is associated with brain tumors or psychoactive drug use, and it may be the initial symptom of the Epstein-Barr virus.
Well, that's wild. I never heard of that.
Right. Well, it's all, to me, this all sounds really, strange considering how often you see Alice in Wonderland associated with mind control. And here you have Epstein and this story about child trafficking and human trafficking. So that all kind of ties together. And then again, Donald Barr, the book that he wrote, it's worth looking at on the Wikipedia. It's called Space Relations by Donald Barr. And Space Relations is about basically sex trafficking in outer space on little islands. And this was the boss of Epstein.
Yeah, that's out of control. I'm definitely going to check that out. It's ridiculous. I do have one more small one for you if you're interested. It's kind of like a Transformers knockoff, I think. But if you look up Mighty Orbots, it's kind of like an anagram of robots.
Okay, Mighty.
And then
find him. It's Mighty Orbots. I got it.
And then Devil's Asteroid is like the specific movie, I think. So it's another one where they relate, this virus with space. If you look at the cover, I'm assuming it was big in Japanese, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, again, you see the virus from space. It's just the spiked ball, just like the cover that you brought up earlier, the sharp power. It's such a common theme, isn't it? They're constantly correlating outer space with inner space, aren't they?
Yeah, and like that doesn't even look like an asteroid. It looks like one of those underwater mines or something. Like it's totally out of place. And then they call it the Devil's Asteroid.
Right, the Devil's Asteroid. This is all very fascinating because, like I said, they correlate outer space with inner space. And so space junk is stuff you need to get out of your system, right? Well, when the Celestial Immunity mission was going on a couple weeks ago at the ISS, the arm was hit by a piece of space junk right out, like, the arm's 32 feet long, and right past the elbow, it got a hole in it from a piece of space junk. First time it was ever hit by space junk in its 20-year plus history, and it happens to hit the arm on a celestial immunity mission. So they vaxxed the space station. I mean, this is fascinating.
It's so silly. And, like, you just made me think, too. So the word junk probably means something that we haven't really thought of yet, because you have space junk, like you said, that stuff we have to get rid of, and then also the junk DNA. So they're,
yes.
combining. Yeah.
Good point there. Junk DNA, and also, another thing, injected materials is often referred to as junk. And so, these correlations aren't unintentional. There's another cover by The Economist worth looking at. It's the one that's called The Aliens Among... No, I think it's called... Yes, The Aliens Among Us, How the Virus Shapes the World. And this cover is another one where they clearly make a correlation between outer space and inner space, where it looks like probes and satellites, but no, these are viruses and bacteria.
Yeah, that looks like that Warp Speed game.
Exactly. And then also the aliens among us. Well, who are the aliens among us? These, of course, would be the invaders, the ones who are carriers or super spreaders. So there's a subtext here, to this virus and the invasion story, and then the outer space story. And then also, if you look at the cover of Independence Day, it has the mothership descending upon I believe it's the Empire State Building, and it's like blasting it with.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the significance of that, it's the same basic symbol. If you ask me, it's the same symbol of the Space Needle, where you have the disc, and then you have the vertical shaft, or the tractor beam. The tractor beam is what you're seeing here. But anyway, Independence Day is another movie that this one was foreshadowing 9/11 in some ways. People compared it to 9/11. But when they lit up the Empire State Building like a big needle, it also looked like the cover of this movie. But this is another example where it's outer space invasion, and the symbolism is connecting again to the needle, the Vax needle.
Yeah, that's pretty ominous. And when they lit up the Empire State Building, that was crazy, where it was red with the siren going off. That was just ridiculous.
Right, and it was like the Eye of Sauron or something. But and I have an image of it here, and it looked like a big needle. And they said that they're going to keep this thing lit until the pandemic is gone. And I'm like, so you got a big glowing needle on the skyline there.
And I think that they, I don't remember exactly when or what it was for, but they were projecting like images onto the Empire State Building, like different like gods and goddesses and things like that. I don't remember that off the top of my head.
Awesome finds. Escape from New York. I'm going to take note of all of these. The 10th Kingdom one. Let's see. I'm going through. I'm bookmarking all of these, and I'll put these on my minds.com account for people listening. Definitely appreciate you pointing these out, because this is very revealing. And I think one of the best things you've pointed out so far was the Economist cover, Sharp Power, 2017.
Sure. There's one that says Space Invaders scene too. I don't know if you've seen that, The Economist.
No. Which one is that?
I think I don't remember the exact title, but it might, if you just put in Economist Space Invaders, I think it'll probably come up. But it's another one that just, equates all this to space.
Oh, okay. This is fascinating, because, I see it now. It says, will vaccines work? It's got the Space Invaders game and a bunch of needles that look almost like Empire State Buildings. That's fascinating.
Yeah, it looks just like the Atari game again. So, like, they're really, like, they started this, symbology early with the, prior to even 8-bit games or 8-bit.
Now, the significance of Space Invaders, here's another correlation here, is inner Space Invaders, right? Or the virus. And they look like little viruses. But also the game Space Invaders is the most influential video game of all time, and it came out 42 years before COVID. So there you have the number 42.
Oh, wow.
Always associated with space and Space Invaders. So 42, another example of it correlated with 2020 and tying into this particular agenda. And on the cover here, it also says searching for alien life. So what is, I mean, the other articles often relate to the picture in a subtextual way, searching for alien life. And then you have, of course, the viruses correlated with UFOs.
Yeah, that's the big, everyone, expecting an alien invasion or something, but I feel like it's already here.
Fascinating. I'm going to put all these in our collection. I mean, this is great work here. The Economist just has to be listed among the metascriptors, along with the various authors and directors that we are, finding to be a part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot for your time, man.
Yep.
I appreciate everything you do.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks for calling, and call back anytime. And again, everyone listening, the number's 833-311-1984. All right, have a great evening. I have a couple of other people trying to call in.
You too. Thanks.
And if I missed your call, just leave a voicemail. Let me get to your comments. I think somebody had a link here. One Step says, I posted the first TV spot for Spider-Man that includes a bank heist that ends with robbers escaping in a helicopter and getting caught between the Twin Towers. Okay, somebody asks, is there a 30-second skit of Giuliani in drag with Trump motorboating him? Really odd. Oh, yeah, there is. In fact, I can probably find that for you. Oh, what about it? I'm sure there's a rational explanation. It was a roast. This was a press roast in 2000, and I don't think they foresaw YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. I don't think they ever imagined that this would come back to haunt them in any way. But yes, that is what happened. But whatever it is, I don't think it was like blackmailable material there. Yeah, great call. Appreciate that very much. We get all of our best tips from our listeners. All right, how did we get to a video of Giuliani smooching Donald Trump? Okay, let's get back on track. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. I think I had accidentally cut a call. Just go ahead and call back at your convenience. Evolvement posted this in Discord. I don't know if these are actually like on the market right now. Maskini? Is that what that is? Okay, it looks like a couple masks tied together, and then it looks like a swimsuit made out of masks. I don't think it's real. Although I have seen people swimming with masks on. And it's like, what do you do if one of them doesn't come back up? Like, do you rescue them? Okay, I'm going to go through a few other links. Oh, by the way, Donald Trump spoke in Florida today. I just heard a broken record. Let me know if you heard anything in that. I didn't catch anything. Got a shout out from Toto Cult. Says it's been a minute. A lot of people who have fallen away, who have lost touch with Infinite Plane Radio, are finding us again because some of our old channels have been banned or are coming back from the dead. They always come back. Sometimes it takes a little while, but they do come back. I do have a bit of hopium to share if anybody's interested. We'll probably get to that in a few. Yeah, we'll get to that. Came across something. It ties into everything else having to do with this time travel. Donald Trump, Time Traveler, Baron Trump, and all these books that seem to suggest that, yes, we have a time traveling president and they're involved in some kind of, what would you call this? I mean, the war in the deep state involves all kinds of elements that people aren't really fully aware of, I don't think. But you wouldn't believe what I came across today, so let me pull this up. It has to do with Ingersoll Lockwood, the author of the book about the time-traveling Trump. And what this person found is this. There's a secret message on his website, the author site. So somebody set up a site for Ingersoll Lockwood. And on the site, there's hidden like messages, like Easter eggs. So here I am. I'm at IngersollLockwood.com. And if you select all, you'll find that against the white background, he has messages in here for people to find. So I went through the messages, and here's what I found.
This is not CNN.
And that was also an Easter egg, I guess. But this is all hopium. So this is what it says. It says that military intelligence intercepted a plan by the deep state to destroy America 16 years ago. So they knew this plan was going down, and they needed somebody to fight back. So it says white hats needed someone loyal for the role of the president. So after approving certain clearances, the military installed Trump into the RNC. Think about that for a second. The military installed Trump. Now, I didn't write this. This is on that website. The media was complicit. The algorithms weren't strong. The white hats controlled the election. Anyway, it goes on. There's a few other parts I want to get to here. So it says, all the people, it looks like they will get away with their crimes, but they won't, because Trump and the military have been dismantling the web of criminals in the dark. The top levels of corruption are under control. Trump has started this Space Force. It talks about how they're basically monitoring all the bad guys. I'm going to scroll to the end of this. It says the media was left in the dark. They're trying to delay the military from making their next move. Again, this is all hidden on his website, and a QAnoner clued me into this today. It says right now, everything on TV and politics is fake and has no legal standing. So that's good to know. It says, don't forget, Barr is a patriot working behind the scenes. Anything stating otherwise is false. I'm going to move on to see if there's anything else good here. To take down the establishment. There's more good than bad. Dark to light. Military operation. Trust the plan. So if you think that sounds delusional, you're probably right. But that's making its rounds. Now, you want to believe that Joe Biden doesn't eat babies, but what do you make of this? Biden munches on ice cream and cherries during his Michigan trip. Again, you can't say the QAnoners don't have a point. They're constantly throwing stuff out there to make us wonder, like, what are they really doing? Does anybody else find that to be very questionable? All right, a few other things I had to get to. Again, phones are open if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. I have a number of topics that I had on the Minds account here. Most of the stuff we went over earlier today. Okay, happy birthday, Tom Cruise. Interesting. Also, 36th anniversary of the timeless film. Back to the Future opened this day, July 3rd, 1985. A little bit of trivia, but again, if you look into predictive programming, it is somewhat noteworthy, worth looking into. Here's Claire Halton says, on this day, Back to the Future was released. Here's a few images from it. Again, Biff Tannen is Donald Trump. And so if you want to know what we were talking about there, you can find that the creator, the writer, Bob Gale, says, yes, Biff Tannen was inspired by Trump. Says the character possesses aggressive and selfish personality traits, bullying those around to get what he wants. In a new interview, Gale explained how Trump inspired him. This admission came after the outlet pointed out the parallels between Biff and the president. And that's pretty interesting right there in itself, that they had noticed these connections before he even announced it. And I would say that these are not coincidental. Everything about that movie has to do with 1985, has to do with even 1858, if you look at the sequels, and everything. It's called the Trump 58 Matrix, something we may look into here very soon. In fact, we'll do a mind map on it because it's unbelievable. But when you see it, you'll you'll know, okay, well, it's there. This is again why I suggest that maybe he's not rogue. Restless Bear says it's the 50th anniversary of Jim Morrison's death. Okay. Oh, by the way, Rush Limbaugh was on the air for 33 years. Doors fans remember Jim Morrison in Paris on the 50th anniversary of his death. Just another empty casket. No autopsy, very unusual. A sealed, no witnesses. All of this very unusual. He's probably there in the background somewhere. '27 Clubber, Jesus Christ Complex. So the story is, and then of course his dad, military intelligence, Gulf of Tonkin. There's quite a lot there to look into here. But the story is that he faked his death and he came back as right-wing pundit Rush Limbaugh. There's a few things that would substantiate that. Another topic for another day. Let's see. Knockout Bear says Biff does love them motorboat ladies. Really, I'd have to watch the movie again. Does he do that? Now, the Trump 58 Matrix just shows you again that you can't really be talking about a rogue character if he's this like integrated into our collective conscience. I mean, that's kind of what they've done. Listen to this. Ring of Fire, World War III fears. Just bringing this up. Pearl Harbor style attack. Bringing this stuff up. I think it's all very interesting. Also noteworthy that Michael Flynn, the QAnon leader, that his brother, now this is worth looking at. He controls the Pacific. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Yes, General Charles Flynn takes command of U.S. Army Pacific operations. That's kind of nice to know. Brother of QAnoner, who suggests that Trump could be reinstalled. 777 says, peed on breadcrumbs. You know, that's what has been said about QAnon from the beginning. But I talked to someone last night about this. We had an interview worth listening to if you want to know how wrong QAnon has been and how little it actually matters. And it doesn't matter because they say that the Q drops, and look, the Q drops in total have 60,000 more words than the New Testament. But they say that the Q drops pertain to the future. So you can find a Q drop from July 2018, and it probably pertains in some way to right now, today. But we did speak with Mike Rothschild, author of The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, a Cult, a Conspiracy of Everything. And what I'm convinced of is that QAnon is not a hoax. It's not a few people who arrived at something and it's just this runaway train. No, it's a movement. It's organized. And I think it was probably, it is just as scripted as everything else. It's a plot line. It's a narrative. It's gate-kept. It's guardrailed. And it's leading us on a predictable track. And I think what they're doing, and I alluded to this earlier, for this post-3/11 world, they've reinvented the universal terrorist threat. But instead of it being ISIS or Al-Qaeda, well, now you've got the vanilla ISIS, the QAnon radicals, the QAnon extremists. By the way, Matt Groening from The Simpsons is a Freemason. That is a picture of him with his Freemason regalia on. And I've seen him making the 666 sign with his hand. The AOK sign, which is not okay anymore. It's a hate crime now. But anyway, this might explain why The Simpsons are so often like integrated into this predictive programming all the time. And in case you want to hear it, I do have a couple of clips here. Have General Flynn talking about reinstalling Trump.
Lawfare for those that don't know, but lawfare, which is part of the warfare that we were in, You have legions of lawyers that are out trying to block and tackle some of these different investigations that are ongoing in different states to try to discover the truth. I mean, it's just that plain and simple. It's an incredible level of deceit and dishonesty to say that anybody that wants to determine whether or not our elections were free and fair is a conspiracy theorist is just a real disgusting way of saying, we stole the election and we're going to get away with it, and we don't want anybody else to know what the truth is. And one thing I do know, and I'm a perfect example of it, is the truth will eventually come out on top. It'll eventually.
So someone in the comments here says they can't believe anybody would still be following the QAnon thing. Well, he's massively popular. Now, here's a video of the McCloskeys on their front porch waving weapons at the peaceful protesters. Now, the thing is, their house was not in danger. There's no reason for them to get out with the weapons as they did. I mean, I guess you can debate that. My take on this whole thing, though, is that this is fake. They're out there getting autographs. They're meeting people. They're running for office. These two individuals are part of a psyop. And if you look at their wardrobe, and this is all about symbolism, it is an exact copy of the cover of the Turner Diaries, which, like Space Invaders and like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, came out 42 years before 2020. So here's the cover of the Turner Diaries, which inspired Timothy McVeigh. And then here are the McCloskeys in action. Same wardrobe, same storyline. Although the Turner Diaries is quite a lot to go into here. It's laughable. It involves nukes, which are fake. So, like, no, the white nationalists aren't going to nuke everybody else. It's not even possible. Totally unbelievable story, but the public will believe it, and they find it believable. Prince William and Prince Harry united to unveil a statue dedicated to Princess Diana. It looks nothing like her. In fact, somebody transvestigated it, and they pointed out that it has an Adam's apple. But interesting that the Queen has her statues in Canada pulled down, and now here you have this thing put up. It's not as grotesque as the statue of Baphomet in Michigan, but it's pretty bad. And there's this statue of Elon Musk you got to see. I mean, you think they could 3D print or something, a mold, but this statue of Elon Musk looks nothing like him. I keep showing this to people. I'm like, hey, do you know who this is? And like, no, it kind of looks like my friend's dad. Like, nobody would associate this. This is not Elon Musk. I'm sorry. You can't gaslight me into it. It looks more like Mayor Bloomberg than Elon Musk. There's nothing even remotely Muskian about it. Like, how does this happen? How does this happen? Anyway, let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and address your comments. Again, phones are open if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Let's see what we have. Lickety says Flynn calls him a betrayer. Oh, yes. She called it. Lynn called General Flynn a traitor. I didn't know what the big deal was. But now I can see. Because if you look at it closely, it looks to be the case that the QAnon is a massive provocation in order to ensnare the right entirely in this campaign to broad brush anybody who doesn't believe the mainstream news as extreme, and also to bring up this idea that mentally ill people can catch extremism like you can catch the flu. Oh, if you're mentally unwell, unstable, you're mentally ill, you can possibly catch a conspiracy theory that radicalizes you. So that's just another way they're figuring out how to demonize information. Like I said, this has all been about the infodemic they're trying to quell. Here's a note from Facebook. Are you concerned that someone you know is becoming an extremist? We care about preventing extremism on Facebook. Others in your situation have received confidential support. Snitch. Do you remember a year ago it was, oh, your neighbors are coughing, snitch, they might have COVID? your neighbors are going outside, snitch, they're breaking lockdown. Well, now they're saying, oh, you know somebody who might be an extremist? I mean, how many people do you think have reported me? 100 YouTube channels taken down. I'm pretty sure they know me already. Oh, by the way, Rachel Dolezal embraces the social media influencer who transitioned into a Korean. This is insane. Meanwhile, Telcom X, Sean King, is getting ripped on for exploiting people by pretending to be what he's not. This is all insane. That's why I say it's always going to be 1984. It's never going to change. And not only is it never going to change, but I don't think the ratio of people who see through it to those who can't will ever change either. Like, I think it's unchangeable. Take a look at this. Here's several examples of harnesses on the space station. I mean, there's literally hundreds of examples we could point to. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You're an anti-science cretin for not believing what they tell you to believe, for not believing that they're floating in space. Elon Musk said his Starlink satellite network is on track to beam broadband internet everywhere in the world, except polar regions by August. The significance here, I think, is this. One, he said he's putting 42,000 of these CubeSats into space. 42,000. The reason that number stands out is that it references, of course, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Now, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is being referenced as well because, like the caller had mentioned, Richard Branson is based on one of the characters, one of the tritagonists, Zaphod Beeblebrox. This is Richard Branson, right out of that movie, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So Musk has said he's almost completed his mission of providing broadband internet everywhere in the world. Well, I want to point out that the movie itself, in the very intro, which I won't play the audio because it's horrible, but it starts out with the globe, as seen from outer space, surrounded by cube-shaped UFOs. You know, like CubeSats. And what do? They blow up the world. So the movie actually begins with the Earth blowing up. But again, it's cube-shaped UFOs. So you see the pattern there? Cube-shaped UFOs, cube-shaped orbiting routers. I mean, I had this notion in my head that maybe Musk is actually putting, I don't know, bombs up there, tungsten rods, kinetic weapons or something. But yeah, so just a heads up. Salty Siren says, I knew he looked familiar. Oh yes, he's Zaphod Beeblebrox. Jeff Bezos is, I mean, there are a number of characters you could say that their archetypes borrow from. Maybe Dr. Evil. There's quite a lot of iconography around Amazon worth talking about. And he's being ripped on because of the way that his rockets look. Oh, and by the way, another connection between these space popes and the number 42. Construction begins on Jeff Bezos' $42 million clock. Yeah, he has a 10,000-year clock that's being built into the mountains. And it's $42 million, 500 feet tall. But I think he's based on the man who fell to Earth. Jeff Bezos from New Mexico. The man who fell to Earth lands in New Mexico. So let's look at the iconography really quick here. Whenever you look at Bezos, what's the first thing that stands out? For most people, it's the eye. Jeff Bezos' crazy eye. The one eye symbolism. The last caller brought this up as well with that movie cover from the John Carpenter film. The one eye symbolism isn't that subtle with this one. And my contention is that not only is it probably a surgical alteration, entirely intentional, it's symbolic, and it has to do with his role as one of these, among the priesthood of the cult of the obelisk. But now let's look at David Bowie, who plays the man who fell to earth in the movie. And when you look at Bowie, one of the things that should stand out to you is that he too has a very distinctive asymmetry. One of his eyes has a very dilated pupil, which is it's emphasized on all of his album covers. And then of course you often have this as well, the lightning bolt, Satan falling from the sky like lightning. And by the way, when the Tesla Roadster was sent to space, it was playing the song, a David Bowie song. The character in it is called Starman, which is an anagram for Mr. Satan, which I think could also be another reference to this idea, the man who fell to earth. But there he is up there. Another example, though, of how Bowie is all over this space odyssey. And Bowie, of course, David Bowie is based on, this character is a reference to David Bowman of Space Odyssey. So it's interconnected. Jordan says, watch G.I. Joe reruns on YouTube. It explains everything. I believe it. Now, the song Space Oddity is the one about Major Tom. And I'm wondering, could Major Tom actually be, Tom Cruise, who's going to the space station here soon? We shall see. All right, let me go through the rest of the topics for the evening. For some reason, the nonners are looking after Britney Spears. This is from George News, a big QAnon channel. This is what they're saying. Britney Spears is a trafficking victim. The situation ties to Pizzagate. An exposure of what happened to her can expose the bigger epidemic of trafficking in Hollywood, Project Monarch, and much more. Goes on to say, getting Britney's story out will save her and liberate so many other Hollywood victims who have been enslaved and abused by the satanic Hollywood machine. Pray for Britney. So, Britney, if you're listening, the QAnoners are out there praying for you. Knockout Bear says, leave Britney alone. Martyrs. They're looking for martyrs, I guess. Now, how do you catch a person who catches predators for a living? Have you seen this? The Chris Hansen from To Catch a Predator is being sought after because he skipped court. Apparently he was subpoenaed and he decided not to go. So now they're trying to catch Chris Hansen. Not sure how they do that. Zara says Rose McGowan spells it out nicely. Now, Rose McGowan, didn't she date Marilyn Manson? There's a connection. Now, there's a few connections to go into there with Rose McGowan, Marilyn Manson, and a few others we should probably look into here. This is a good one here. Let's look at Rose McGowan. Wasn't she part of the Children of God cult? Was that her, or was that... Yes. Rose McGowan's childhood in the cult Children of God. So this is all very interesting. I'll have to hear what she said. So I'm going to have to catch up on this because she was involved in the cult that Joaquin Phoenix and River Phoenix were a part of. So this is a cult helmed by a rogue preacher, had all kinds of Pizzagate stuff involved. So you may say Pizzagate is a hoax. You may say that the QAnoners don't have a point, but whatever you think, there's something here. Joaquin Phoenix and Rose McGowan spent their early years in a religious cult, then it became infamous. It says, I remember this stuff. It's pretty dark, pretty sordid. And isn't it interesting that whenever you find these stories, it's never the Satanists. It's always just Christians. It's the Jesus types. It's like, do they project much? You have a satanic panic. They're warning about Satanists. Like George, that Free Britney. It's like, we got to save them from the Satanists. It's like, I think you need to free them from the Jesus people first, because they're the ones who are turning up behind all these cults. I mean, they thought Charles Manson was Jesus. It says they melded worship of Jesus with 60s era free love, that the apocalypse was coming, and that their doomsday prediction encouraged them to live hand to mouth, to beg for food. What are the allegations? All kinds of stuff. But anyway, this is all really intriguing. I'm not going to read it. You can read it yourself. Children of God cult. I didn't want to get sidetracked. However, the part that I find interesting is that it connects Rose McGowan to Joaquin Phoenix, who played a pivotal role in the build-up to 2020 as, the Joker, and also with his activism, his climate activism, his veganism activism, his communist claptrap at the Hollywood thing. All of this stuff is interconnected. Very fascinating. Also, of course, Joaquin Phoenix, his brother, River Phoenix, is supposedly dead. His death is, of course, connected to other individuals who are connected to this conversation, people like Johnny Depp. So the death of River Phoenix connects Johnny Depp, who's actually good friends with Marilyn Manson. So we'll have to mind map these covens and these cliques to show how this stuff is interrelated. Zareth says he was Process Church and MK Ultra. I'm talking about Manson, right? That's right, Manson does the same thing with the eyes. I was actually looking at some Marilyn Manson covers the other day. Look, 42 weird facts about Marilyn Manson. First article that pops up. And you're right, the emphasis here on the eye. And this is what I was pointing out with, of course, Jeff Bezos. Manson, of course, is very open about his musical influences, and Bowie is one of his influences. Now, there's something really strange too, we're finding out stuff now about Marilyn Manson and how much of it is real. His accuser's 33. Instead of going to the cops, she starts this story. It's like, are they tearing down an idol? He was accused of having Nazi knife sex, whatever that means. So I find it all to be very dubious, although there are some kind of strange things about Marilyn Manson, but is it all just shock value? That's what I would have to ask. I'm not going to do a deep dive now, because as far as I'm concerned, he has served the PSYOP entertainment complex. He's basically a crisis actor. He was there with Littleton, playing a role, certainly not calling anything fake, but helping to say, oh no, these shootings are a referendum on America. Zareth says they're all tied together. I agree. I definitely agree that there's these connections, and that's what I want to explore. I also want to look at the Manson killings again. In fact, we'll do this tomorrow. Tomorrow, Sunday the 4th. Because again, I want to talk about this 1969 and its relation to 2021 with the space races, whatever's going on with society now. We're going to see a few things, I think, in the coming days or weeks because of the instigations with Trump. It's getting very interesting, if you ask me. I'm going to leave phones open for a few more minutes. I want to scroll through my Twitter feed. So if you want to follow along with my Twitter, it's @RealTimOsman. That's my Twitter feed, @RealTimOsman. And what I mostly do there is I take notes on things. I like things. I retweet things that we'll be discussing later. Here's a quote from Branson.
As the Virgin Galactic founder, I am so proud to have this remarkable crew of mission specialists and pilots.
Again, just want to remark on this Virgin. Virgin is another reference to Isis. The ISS is a temple to the sky goddess Isis. The New Agers, the Thelemites, call Isis Babylon. So you'll find terms like Isis, Babylon, Virgin, interchangeably used, referring to the space station. And that's why I've been talking about this thing being the Tower of Babel. and that it's going to take a fall. So none of this is coincidental. If it's on TV, more or less, it's scripted. I mean, there's obviously some things that aren't 100% scripted, but that's why I'm talking about a lot of these things from the Metascript perspective, where you can see how there's this bigger picture that everything fits within. And it's so consistent through the decades. There's quite a lot to talk about, but like I said, we'll continue with this tomorrow. If you have anything to add, if you want any of the links, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com, go to the forum, and I'll post the links to everything we've discussed here, everything the caller brought up as well. All right, one more thing. Like I said, we have a lot of new music being added into the 24/7 stream. So if you go to infiniteplainsociety.live, we always have the 24/7 stream going. So I'm going to take off. This is a new track. This was posted by Symbia. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, what's up, caller?
Not much. I just thought I'd call in and see how's it going with you.
Pretty good, actually. What have we been discussing tonight that piqued your interest? Did you hear the last caller?
No, I didn't really catch the last caller, but I heard you talking about 42, Elon Musk. Then it got me thinking, like, have you looked at his dad and how weird it is that he married and had a kid with his stepdaughter? Have you covered that?
No, although...
That's 42.
No, I haven't.
42 years younger.
Okay, that's interesting. Elon Musk's family tree. I remember that he said his dad was evil, and he cried. And I thought, this guy's got to be acting, because why would somebody... I mean, he's crying, he's in his 50s, but he said, quote, "My dad has a carefully thought out plan of evil. He plans evil, and he's done every crime you can think of." He's roasted his father, and that's actually a direct quote.
Yeah, it says that it's like, his estranged father marrying his stepdaughter that's 42 years younger than he is.
I see that.
Thought that was...
Okay, Elon Musk's dad, 72, had a baby with stepdaughter who's 30, 42 years younger. Yeah, great connection there. Very, very bizarre. This whole story just gets weirder all the time.
Yeah, how does that make any sense? Like, what's going on there? That's not a coincidence.
Well, if I had to guess, just given this whole, my view of what the space program actually is, the esoteric side of it, it all revolves around, I believe, sex magic and this belief that they're incarnating certain energies when they're conceiving at certain dates and times. And so I think this is some kind of occult eugenics. These inbred elites with their religion. Like, there's something sick going on here for sure. That can't be a coincidence.
Yeah, I thought I'd call in. Yeah, I don't know if you covered the Yulin Dog Meat Festival.
I haven't
going
covered
on in China, where they're eating like a few thousand dogs. I don't know about your feelings about eating dogs, how that goes.
I've heard about that. I've heard of rescue operations. It's insane what I've seen. I don't know how much is real, how much isn't real. We can get into that, but really quick on what you just said. Someone said Chalk Body Outline did a stream on Elon Musk's father.
Interesting. I have no clue who they are.
I'll take
or
a look.
What that is.
I'll take a look. But yeah, of course, that's.
Do you take up any issue with people eating dogs, or is it just like to each their own, or what's your opinion on that?
I guess I would need more information. Can you send me a link or post a link at infiniteplane.media in the forum to any documentary on the topic, and I'll comment on it? Anything people post there, I'll go over, but I don't have
I just meant like domesticated house animal, canines. Like, do you take up issue if someone were to eat them?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and yes, I mean I hope people aren't eating Fido. I get that. And I will look into this topic about what's going on in China. All I know is that from what I've seen, there are people who are involved in rescue attempts. I'm not sure.
So
I mean, who's saving the
if
bats?
you have an issue with the people eating dogs, what's the big difference between a dog and a pig?
Or a bat, for that matter. You know, who's going to save the bats?
Yeah, or a bat for that matter.
Appreciate
or a
the call. Look, I'll look into this dog festival and I'll comment on it because it sounds dark and satanic. So appreciate the call. Have a great night.
Likewise, thank you.
InfinitePlane.media. Go to the forum, post whatever you want. We will talk about it, and I'll show you what I mean. This is why we have the forum too, because a lot of these discussions are ongoing. So if you have something that you want talked about, you will get views here, and I will share it, and we'll learn what we can. So let me see what we have in here. McTunes and Fight the Flat Earth destroy Horatio Barron. I'll look at that one. John McAfee's Dead Man Switch. Another nothing burger. No surprise. Although, I'm going to dig in this one a little bit more tomorrow. The sister of the guy that was killed after McAfee's dogs were poisoned thinks that McAfee's still alive and that he faked his death and got away. Also, I may revisit my conversation, not debate, my conversation with McTunes and offer, I don't know, some kind of commentary on it to see what it's worth. But, we're dealing with broken machines. They've given over their perception to the monolith. And I think that's actually what it means. And I put this in the book, The Metascript. The meaning of the monolith, the space age, the space odyssey, is about man merging with machine, man's consciousness merging. That the monolith is just a giant smartphone with a person's mind inside, and they can go across the universe. And that's kind of what I think we're seeing here, is that the more you're integrated into the surreality, the more that you're plugged into the matrix and the world stage, the more you're on the other side of the screen. You're in your smartphone, you're in the TV, you're in the monolith. And I think that's the bigger message, and I think that's where most people are. And if you're debating people who are in it like that, well, you're not even debating. You're coming from a different viewpoint. I mean, it's worth talking, it's worth discussing, but I think you have to know the limitations of each other's positions. I don't accept video footage from this particular agency as evidence, but I can understand why you would believe what you do if you do happen to take that as evidence. Zareth the Alchemist says, people taste like bacon, so I've heard. I saw this conspiracy theory that said that the cabal, the elite, that they have certain gene pools they pull from. So for example, and this, I don't know where I read this from. I think it was above Top Secret. But it said that there are human hybrids already, and that there are these hybrids that are human and pig. So you have these human-pig hybrids that are apparently making up a large number of the police forces out there. Now, this isn't a joke. I read this on above Top Secret, and I thought that's nonsense. I thought it's just totally unbelievable that you have groups of people who are like genetically connected to pigs. And then I thought about a certain person whose father was a cop, and I thought, well, looking at him, maybe. Yeah, it was from above Top Secret, so it's not any stranger than the reptilian thing. Anyway, Dead Man Switch. The Dead Man Switch was supposed to have gone off. It's been a week, right? How long after someone dies? I think it might have been 7 days. If he hasn't tweeted, it would go off, and we're supposed to get 31 terabytes of data. And this was not destroyed, as some had believed, in the collapsing condo. That actually didn't happen. I have to go through one more quick piece here, just because the title. Donald Trump's real legacy to America, the weaponization of an alternate reality. The weaponization of an alternate reality is what happens left and right. This is what happens when they insert something not real, like radical Islamic terrorists, like the invisible body-possessing demon that's now spreading across the land, and it's going through variants. They create an alternate reality. They weaponize it. They polarize groups. And if you ask me, the only thing in the vax is a schism. And that's, I think we've been vindicated on that. All right, thanks for joining. If you know of any extremists, make sure you report them to Zuckerberg or Jack Dorsey. Anybody with extreme opinions. All right, this is PGA and Symbia, Speak Penguin or Die.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak penguin or die. Time to hijack mass media narration, inject the real into all their creation. Go full red pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. Keep your constant blackwash and mandoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for science, bitches, don't make us wait. It's 3:12. Go full red pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak penguin or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full red pill and don't max it. All hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak penguin or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you, it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go for rap, pull and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. No, speak penguin or die. Speak penguin or fucking die. Go die already. Go for rap, pull and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's time to hijack mass media narrations, inject real into all their creations. Go full red pill and don't exit. All hooks for life, it's the next shit. Keep your constant blackwash and mandoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for the science, bitches, don't make us wait. It's 3:12. Go full red pill and don't max it. All hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak penguin or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full red pill and don't max it. All the hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak penguin or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you, it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go full red pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. Now speak penguin or die. Speak penguin or fucking die. Speak.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak. Go full red pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next or die.
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying to keep denying that they got all of them eyes prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things of that'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Thinking, let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the thing.
Okay, I'm interrupting here. Let me go ahead and jump in. I am going through some of the footage now of the news this morning. The update news is that this Beirut bombing, and someone pointed out that there were some things in Twitter before kind of foreshadowing it with atom bomb imagery. Atom bomb anniversary this week. 75 years. Let me see. When was it exactly? What was the exact date? You know, this is an important week then. August marks the 75th anniversary. Okay. 75th anniversary, August 6th and 9th. Since the U.S. dropped atomic bombs on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So that's interesting timing there. So let's go ahead and go through some of that footage now. I'm going to go ahead and bring some of these up. Michael says it's Obama's birthday. Barack Obama's birthday is today. Interesting. Okay. Well, hopefully Michael, has something nice for him. No hate. Says here, bombing put an abrupt end to the war in Asia. If they were just to bomb us all with tear gas, it would actually put an end to the COVID-19 scenario. Because if you didn't know that, actually, it's scientifically demonstrable that, yeah, in fact, you can cure COVID and purify the land with tear gas. Okay, so let's see. Big explosion in Lebanon. I read somewhere it was a fireworks company or something, but before I say more, I want to point this out too. We've been looking for some kind of event, some new 9/11-y event in order to bring about the next phase of this, something a little more real than COVID. And so that's what we're going to look at here. We have something spectacular in terms of visuals, very impressive explosions. What they are, don't know. So let's go ahead and get started. No Despair Bear says, I hope the bomb kills COVIDs. Watch them say, well, I don't know. Their writers have great imaginations, and I'm sure they'll come up with a way to make the bomb spread COVIDs. Okay, so here we go. Let's take a look at some of the footage. This is 3 hours ago. Now, the audio is kind of low, but as you can see, pretty spectacular. It looks like a very theatrical explosion. I mean, this is huge. Let's go ahead and see what the comments say. Well, here's another one. So you had a blast and a follow-up blast. So here's the next one. go through the actual reports. News stories surrounding these. Okay, next. A huge explosion rocks Beirut, widespread damage and injuries. This is an image sent by someone in Discord, just so you can kind of compare. You know, we've been saying for some time that it looks like COVID-19's little emblem, the icon itself, it looks like a planet Earth covered in explosions. Like, that's what it looks like. Someone here says it looks like CGI is mixed into the explosion. Yeah, you could add CGI into it, sure. Testing out their PS5 level graphics. You know, as long as you're not assuming that this was recorded, you know, real time, many of these other possibilities are highly likely. I mean, it's not implausible that this thing is hoaxed out, that it's just a big theatrical production, but I have to continue to go through all of the available evidence, and we'll see what we find. Just being objective. Okay, so here's another explosion. This is another angle. Fast rising cloud. How big would you say that is? Mushroom. Again, what are we looking at? But I also have no reason to think it's a world-ending event. I'm just kind of curious the timing of it. This is the week. This is an anniversary week of the Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Let's go ahead and go through some more. Kez says that one looks fake AF. Well, you know, what are you comparing it to, though? You know, here's why, as a video editor, my take on it is, you know, I instantly see fake. You know, it's pretty obvious. In this one, the camera movement and the sound, that's where you would have difficulties faking things, unless it was pre-produced. So that's the other side of it. So nothing, you know, I don't really think it looks fake necessarily, but I have to see more footage. Now, like the space station, for example, they show you stuff and their camera's mounted, or SpaceX, when they land rockets, their camera's on a tripod, no motion, very easy to fake. But an unsteady camera like this, not so easy to fake. Although it could be an effect, but again, let's just continue to go through. Going through to see if there's any explanations here, or is this anonymous footage, which we should be watching out for. You know, like if they're going to fake asteroids falling or something, we need to watch all the footage and make sure it's not just a whole lot of footage from some anonymous source handed out through actors. Mr. Biggiesworth says COVID nukes would make a tasty gummy candy. Educational snack as well. Educational snacks? Oh yeah, even just little COVID-shaped candies. Auto hoax until proven otherwise, says No Despair Bear. Osher says they nuked the wrong state, not even close to Portland. IFEP 73, 3 to 4 blocks in diameter. No Despair Bear says it's a Tuesday like 9/11. That's right, 9/11 happened on a Taco Tuesday. Everyone in that immediate area should be dead, says IFEP 73. Looks like water vapor, says Linda Curtis. Orange smoke. Yeah, okay, someone said it was a weapons cache. I heard it was a fireworks factory. Like, this is where they stored all the red smoke bombs. You know, those little colored ones, you light it, you throw it in your neighbor's yard, and then it brings out the smoke. Yeah, this is definitely a smoke smoke bomb factory. Really, that is spectacular. Chalk Buddy Outline says, is that Elvis in the cloud? Oh yeah, you know, there are so many things that were spotted in the 9/11 clouds that you can't unsee. You saw the devil. If you watch that one, let's see, had a... Like that one made all the tabloids. You did see a devil in the smoke. I saw another one in the 9/11 towers that I can't unsee it. Here it is, in fact. Like when they fell. So, does anybody here see what I see? And this is a snapshot from 9/11. Now, there is a meme that corresponds with this, which I could probably have access to if I asked in Discord. But yeah, there are a lot of people who see these still shots, and they usually see things in it. If anybody knows what they see, okay, Chalk Body, you see it? Oh, sure, you see it. X, you see it. Who else sees it? Pow Chicka Pow Wow says Kez. Exactly. Okay, I think we're all on the same sheet. So anyway, here we are looking in the clouds at the explosion in Beirut, looking for similar things. Any indication of fakery or hoaxery. It's dramatic. No reason to assume that anybody died or cried yet. I did see some overturned cars, but the people near the cars were all very well dressed. They didn't look like they were covered in anything. Yeah, this has been 75 years since the bomb was dropped on Nagasaki. Again, watch the follow-up explosion. Okay, here's a collection of the explosions as seen from 4 different points of view. It says, many injured after reports at a Beirut firecracker warehouse. So it's firecrackers. So I said firecrackers and smoke bombs. Hope nobody lost a finger or an eye if they had bottle rockets. Okay, let's continue to peruse the footage. Next, what we have here, this is from RT, breaking, massive explosion rocking Beirut, cause unknown. Now, when people say it looks like CGI or looks, fake, one thing to consider is you've only seen these things in CGI. You've only seen them faked, or most of what you've seen has been faked, like in the movies. So, one thing I'll say, one thing that makes it look legit to me is multiple cameras consistent on the timing. Again, unless this was massively pre-produced. So I'm not doubting the reality of the explosions. I'm just not sure what they are. Smoke bombs, firecrackers. You can see some flashes down here. I find it very, very difficult to believe that this is a fireworks factory exploding. Like, we've never had a fireworks tent where somebody drops a cigarette and then you have a big, awesome mushroom cloud rocking the city. It doesn't happen like that. They would all have to explode, at once, or one exploding would blow the other ones out of the building. Like, I don't know if this is how it would work. It's too singular a detonation to be several million packs of Black Cat fireworks and M80s just spontaneously blowing up. And part of the explosion here, I'm going to watch it in slow motion. Okay, so you definitely see the buildings are detonating. And this is where it does look kind of CGI-ish. You have like a swirl of cloud cover, like exploding out from that ground zero radius here. Very, very big explosion. I mean, it looks like it's taking out some buildings. Commenter says, why are they telling us it's fireworks? It looks like a hydrogen bomb. Look at the soil. Yeah, that's a good point. It does. Look at the way the ground, the soil gets swept up into it. It looks very much like a hydrogen bomb, or what we've been shown to be hydrogen bombs. Now listen to this. How come there's no emotion from the person taping it? No screaming, no running, just filming quietly. This seems odd. Did this person know it was going to happen? It's a valid point there. Tim Austin says 50 tons of ammunition nitrate from a seizure 9 years ago. Okay, so let's say it's 50 tons of ammonium nitrate from a seizure 9 years ago. It all exploding at once like this in such a spectacular manner 75 years after the bombing of Hiroshima, Nagasaki. I'm saying fake. This is obviously fake. Compared to Oklahoma City, right? Commenter says, why the red smoke? Linda Curtis says, there was aftershock hitting the windows and people filming. Many tons of fireworks would be needed for a fire to cloud that large. I agree. So we're suggesting it's unexploded ordnance. No screams, no panic, just dropping the phone. No yells. Right, well, okay, let's continue. 50 tons of ammonium nitrate. We're going to dig into that explanation. Okay, let's see what we have. I'm finding a few articles here. The nuclear detonations from 75 years ago being brought up. Very, very curious. This is from RT again. I'm just going through the Twitter feeds. A Lebanese official says the massive blast that shook Beirut was caused by confiscated high explosive materials. So vague. So here's some imagery. It says, it would be naive to describe it as fireworks, they told Lebanese TV. CNN producer in Beirut says there is a chaotic scene in the emergency rooms. People with broken limbs showered with broken glass. Footage shows a blast shaking Beirut. Says one video filmed from a nearby boat shows a white pall of smoke over the city, followed by a red plume shooting into the sky, and then a massive explosion. Okay, so here's a scene from a boat. Yeah, I want to see it from the ISS, from one of these satellite cameras. So this was Instagrammed.
What?
There you have your sound.
What? What? Swear, bro! What? What?
Okay, let's go ahead and see what the official explanations are. Second video shows the explosion as seen from a rooftop in the Capitol. Okay, here's another explosion. I would say that the viewers are reacting appropriately. These aren't steady cameras. It's not tripoded. Lebanese hospitals told to prepare for casualties, large number of injuries. Okay, now this is where, I have to ask questions. Like, this looks fake to me. And here's why. It's like, wait a minute, a couple of questions here, and I've seen so many things like this. So you saw that, you get hit by a bomb, right? Let's say you're walking by a fireworks factory and it blows up. You go to the hospital. They put a bandage on your head. They don't bother to clean the blood off your face. They give you a bandage on your head because you presumably have a wound there. They don't take the bloody shirt off you to check if you're injured, if there's any glass embedded in your body. If you were picked up, they would have ripped off the shirt, looked for other injuries. That bandage on the head would presume that he's been treated. This is someone who hasn't been treated. So I'm saying that this looks highly suspect. I would go so far as to say this is probably a mass casualty drill, and it's staged and it's fake, and this guy gives it away. You know, couldn't even get the blood out of his mustache, and he's got some kind of injury, yet his eye still looks injured. So, and look, oh, he just happened to walk in front of the cameras. Mr. Bigglesworth says, how did so many cameras just manage to be facing the explosion at the right time? Exactly. They say 2,500 injured so far. Linda Curtis says it'll probably be 2,997. Blop Jones says, dude, the hospital got taken out. He probably put that on by himself. Cool story, bro. One, which hospital? You said the hospital. Is there only one hospital in Beirut? Only one emergency center? And two, he put it on by himself. So he had hospital bandages. So you're suggesting that the hospital blew up, but a lot of the bandages, the cheesecloth flew out the windows. So he got some from the burning hospital and wrapped it around his dome. Give me a break. Blop Jones trying to do damage control for the New World Order's bullshit story. JG says possibly staged. What exact injury would such a head bandage fix? An open skull? Exactly. It's like, no, the hospital's closed. Okay, well, just give me some cheesecloth to wrap around my head and I'll walk in front of CNN. Give me a break. No blood on the bandage. Blood all over his shirt. Look, if this guy if he walked up to an ambulance, not just a hospital, let's say there's some ambulances there, unless Blop Jones is certain that all the ambulances were blown up. You walk up to an ambulance, shirt would be removed. They would check you for wounds. He probably has shattered glass. I mean, what hit him in the head and caused him to bleed all over, but didn't hit anything else? Random Steve says, if it just happened, it would be soaked unless he's been changing it. It doesn't make sense. It looks fake. Blop Jones says there were 2 explosions. Okay, good. I believe that Blop Jones was actually there. So if you want to call in, I'll put my number on the screen. Commenter says that's sweet paprika on his shirt. Sweet paprika. It does. It does kind of look like that. A little bit of a spice garnish like you put on deviled eggs. Kind of does. I really can't deny it. It looks like something they made in a special effects room. Crisis actors were obviously in place. So look, I don't give a benefit of the doubt to the lying mind control media. I don't give a benefit of the doubt to well-known, well-exposed, pathological liars. So when you say, well, maybe the hospital was closed, so he had to do that himself, you're giving the benefit of the doubt and you're giving excuses. You're making excuses for the mainstream media. It's like, the story makes no sense, so we get some commenter, well, here's why it makes sense. Because this guy, and I know him, he had to just grab some cheesecloth and wrap his head up because the hospital got blown up. Like, how'd you know? You know, I mean, I'm surprised I haven't had someone call in and say, this is really offensive that you're calling it fake because my friends are there and they just got, blown up and they're still missing. Like, really? Random Steve says, if the bandage was soaked and dripping, that would be the picture the cameraman would get. Right. I'm still curious as to what kind of injury he has. And look how clean the bandage is compared to everything else. Abbas Ibrahim, chief of Lebanese General Security, says it might have been caused by high explosive material that was confiscated from the ship and stored at the port. Right. Again, that's their official story. If you ask me, it sounds unbelievable. Just spontaneously exploded. Give me a break. Makes more sense than a fireworks factory. Oh, it was a fireworks warehouse, and we didn't have our. I mean, do they think we're stupid, or do they know? 200 says year of the psyops. Absolutely. Okay, let's go back and look at some more of the reporting. Again, this says a wounded man walks near the scene of the explosion. How much did they pay him? How much did this crisis actor get paid? American crisis actors, at least the ones who are being paid to crisis act during COVID-19, are getting paid $2,400. It's broken up, and they still haven't paid us our second half, but how much do Lebanese crisis actors make? Random fake name says black and white duality shirt. Masonic shout out. Yeah, I was going to bring that up. Black and white stripes, duality, order out of chaos. Very Masony. First it was fireworks, now it's confiscated explosives. PGA says the guy looks like a bee too. Yeah, he does look. I saw the yellow there as well. And I'm like, okay, yellow. Definitely a bit of symbolism here. All right, hold on a second here. I got to take a deep drag of this Flocka. The strain is actually called COVID-19. And I'm going to follow it up with a line of chopped up hydroxychloroquine. Now, I might even take a shot of this black market vaccine. Not supposed to exist. Ready to start my day. X322 says, maybe he's Italian. All Italians carry cheesecloth. Yeah, that's a valid point. He could be Italian. Just a tourist. IFEP73 says, another report I came across, they were waiting on the results of a trial from a terrorist they performed. Interesting. So, okay, I have to look at that. Rudy says they don't even bother making it believable anymore. It's just for the yeah, it is. It's for the hypnotized sheep. Okay, so they've added to it then. It could be a terrorist attack. JG says it's red like a COVID plume. Yeah, that's the other thing. Someone posted a picture of it. It does look like a COVID plume. And so, again, you look at the COVID-19, and the COVID-19 is a symbol. It's an idol. And zoom in on the thing. Just another fake sphere that they're using to control the masses. NASA probably made this. Okay, so to me, this looks like, and I thought this from day one when they first showed it to us, I said, this looks like the planet Earth, the fictional planet Earth. Well, we'll just assume it's a ball. It looks like planet Earth, and the gray would be smoke because of bombs, and the red would be plumes, mushroom clouds, like the one we just saw. And so to me, this is an emblem of the takeover when the Chinese, the red, bomb everything. JG says, will the world now get covered in red explosions? This could be the start of it. You know, for how long have we been saying that World War III would be nuclear holocaust, mutually assured destruction? Random C says the black market vax is just Clorox clean update. Well, there is a black market vax. You know, they leaked it when there was the hot mic at the White House. And of course, hot mic means it's meant to be believed, and if they told you, you wouldn't believe them. But if they leak it, you will believe it. It's the strangest thing. It's kind of a paradox. You know, you don't trust anything about somebody, but if it's something that they inadvertently leak, then it's gospel truth facts, like chemtrails. Linda says, I'm sure NASA will say it came from those vehicles not of this world. Well, I know above the Bronx Zoo, there was a flying saucer. Still waiting to see if there's any eviscerated giraffes or elephants found in abandoned fields. Okay, so I want to find out more. Is this 50 tons of ammonium nitrate, and is this what it would look like? And then why would you have it in a concentrated area like that? I mean, the whole story makes little sense. Seems very staged, just based on the fact that, as someone else pointed out, all day yesterday, getting tweets about remember Nagasaki, remember Hiroshima. You're seeing images of nukes all over the Twitter sphere. And we wake up, to this. So let me go ahead and see what else. Look, 75 years since the atomic bomb was dropped. Take a listen.
多分亡くなったんだろうと思いますけど、その後は分かりませんけど、その子の目が今でもこのお話をすると涙が出そうになります。辛い辛い。
Okay, so basically, though, 75 years, the survivors of the nuclear attack on the Japanese towns of Hiroshima and Nagasaki want to make sure their stories live on. Campaigns and online events are taking place to remind us of the world's first nuclear bomb attack. Now, the nuclear bomb, kind of like asteroids, kind of like COVID, kind of like global warming, is another world unifying psychological operation. So the world has to see it, so we all know, look what happens if we don't get along. Look what happens if we don't unify politically, ideologically, religiously. I mean, the justification for the one world order in many of the ways they have presented it to us is world peace. That's why all these astronauts are always saying, from up here in space, at the International Space Station, where we're all friends, we don't see national boundaries. We don't see borders. It's all just one. And that's all, of course, more propaganda, idealism. This is a quote from a survivor. There is now a sense of impending crisis that we don't have much longer to live. So the powers that be rule through contrived crises. So here we're looking, again, this whole week. This is a quote from Jerry Brown. The world is under the sword of Damocles and is not paying attention. So the idea is that the world's like basically in a huge, like a Mexican standoff. Everybody's pointing at everybody. This is still a threat. I was kind of wondering about this too, because I was thinking, did all the nuke phobes become 5G phobics? Were they repurposed? And look, if you look at the anti-nuclear weapon crowd, those activists sure wasted a lot of time and energy. Mo says it happened at the shipping port. Easy to stage something there. Absolutely. Blop Jones says if they did have a bunch of explosives stored, it would be a perfect target for the Jews to hit. Right. How do you know it wasn't Muslims in a plane crashing into that building where they knew that the Lebanese had stored 50 tons of ammonium nitrate? Or maybe it was a white racist, white nationalist Nazi hijacking a plane that had previously been hijacked by radical Islamists, and he flew it into a location where he knew there would be explosions and that it could be easily blamed on Israel. Or it could just be a staged event, fake and staged. Magnus von Thule posted a link. I am interested in the link, but I'm not going to click it without a blurb if you want to tell me what it is. Okay, it's another explosion. Thank you. Mr. Bigglesworth says, the official narrative says it has nothing to do with Israel. Hassan says, gas accident. Look, either it's the fireworks warehouse, the town like stores their fireworks there for every 4th of July or something, which makes a lot of sense. It's either that or unexploded munitions. Again, here's an image from RT. Well, let's go ahead and see what the is. A lot of follow-up has come from the commenters. Blast unknown. The devastation has wreaked havoc on the city. I don't know yet if that's the case. It does look very limited, if you ask me, to a certain area. Lebanon's health minister said there's a high number of injuries. No deaths have been reported. No deaths have been reported. Quick, if you really want to capitalize on this, you have to go to these people. This is so messed up. We could do it, and I'm just not going to do it. I'm just showing you what could be done. You go to these people don't exist, or these people do not exist. .com. And what you will find is a website that generates fake dead people. Well, not fake dead people, but people who do not exist, which you could then use pretty much in your psychological operations. So let me go ahead and show you, because they're essentially like free crisis actors. So this person does not exist. Now, again, this is all from a website called thispersondoesnotexist.com. And every time you refresh it, it generates a new face. It's called Generative Adversarial Network, the GAN. So basically, we're looking at non-existent human beings, and they look real. So here's how I would approach this. Let's just take this person. We'll say she was blown up in the explosion. It wouldn't be difficult to construct a narrative here where we say this person, we'll just call her Tina Baker. Sorry, Tina, I'm borrowing your moniker. So Tina Baker was killed on August the 4th, 75 years after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, by an explosion from a munitions factory. Then we set up a GoFundMe account to pay for her remains to be properly interred, and a funeral, and awareness about unexploded ordnances and or fireworks. And then we bank on it. I mean, you know how much money you can make with GoFundMe? So anyway, sad story. This person, Tina Baker, blew up in the explosion. Prove me wrong, and if you question my narrative, you're committing a hate crime, you're a right-wing hate monger, a racist, a bigot, and you should be censored. How do you like that? Commenter says, let's do it. Oh, you mean let's do what the MSM does and what they enable? Let's create fake victims and raise money on GoFundMe from dupes who are manipulated by emotional appeals? Rip Tina Baker. We may have to do it. I'll consider it. Let's see if there's any other victims that look believable. There's a Karen. No one will have sympathy for her. Okay, yeah, here's one. Innocent. Just nearby. He was on a boat. We'll take 33 faces. So we'll just take 33 faces, put them in a folder. We'll need some backstories written up. Again, the aim here, though, is sympathy. Create some, look, definitely there. That's going to tug at some heartstrings. This is how they look at it. When I say they, I mean the ones who organize the psychological operations. All right, so let me go ahead and continue. Yeah, rip Tina Baker. We may have to do a GoFundMe. Because GoFundMe dollars bring people back to life. And they actually do, in a way. You know, imagine this. You're like you're an out-of-work actor. Hollywood's been shut down because people found out it's run by pedivores. So you become a crisis actor, right? You fake die, you get paid. It's like a whole new life. Brand new start, new career, new identity. It's like being reborn. Okay, look, mother of all bombs, MAOB, says a Moab-sized explosion went off in Lebanon. Yeah, mother of all bombs right now happens to be trending, which nobody died. Okay, here's an aftermath shot in the streets. Okay, so here you can see the blast radius. You could see what kind of damage it did. Overturned cars. And look, I'm looking at parts of buildings that are facing me away from the bomb that look intact, and the other sides in the blast path don't. So, I mean, it is consistent. I'm not necessarily doubting what they said it was. It's what it looks like. I'm just suggesting this is pre-planned, anniversary, huge propaganda move. It's not like they had a bunch of Antifas running around at night while it was dark, smashing stuff up. So when the sun comes up, they have a scene. Like, this is a legitimate explosion, blast. And are these areas that are full of people? Looks like all the windows have been shattered. There's a statue that didn't get knocked over. Now, I'm just pointing this out. That building has a 33 on it. Doesn't mean anything necessarily. But, yeah, if this was Antifa, that statue would have been down. So it was a real explosion. Commenter says, it looks like a massive ordnance air blast explosion. I love all these experts. Like, you remember how nobody knew anything about coronavirus on March 10th? And then March 11th comes around, and everybody knows everything about COVID. Everybody's an expert. And then June comes around, and now everybody knows everything about police brutality. And, you know, it's like they become instant experts. Well, everybody's a munitions expert now. Everybody is a munitions expert. And so expert Mike Glenn says, oh, that's a GBU 43 MOAB massive ordnance air blast explosion. And then left-handed lunatic says, no, moron, that's not a Moab. Those need to be carried by C-130s, and anyone would have noticed a large plane flying around with a bus-sized bomb. So there you have a couple of bomb experts, munitions experts on Twitter, debating over the cause. It is spectacular. I mean, really, we didn't get a real 9/11 with the COVID. We didn't get any visuals. Just cheesy CGI graphics. But this is pretty dramatic, this explosion. Okay, so let me go ahead and check my notifications. I just got tweeted a clip by Bigglesworth. Okay, let's see what you have here. To put it politely, the story was a number of people have oh, that's funny. A number of people have been sending me tweets. I'm trying to find something I haven't seen yet. Let me see what RT has to say. Many injured, major damage, still waiting for deaths. They've been blamed in a fireworks accident. First one hit the city's port at 6 p.m. local time Tuesday. So again, like 9/11, it happened on a Taco Tuesday. The first blast struck the city's port shortly after 6 p.m. Tuesday. Within minutes, reports flowed in of another more devastating explosion. The video footage captured shows shock waves striking buildings kilometers away. Massive mushroom cloud of dust, debris shot into the sky. The minister said on TV that there are, quote, a very high number of injuries. The only report we have is Tina Baker, and we know that to be fake. Okay, here's another angle. And you know, if they were to pull off a fake nuke, and I had thought about this before, that they might do this. If they pull off a fake nuke, they can use it as an excuse for shutting down power, and they can say, well, it is imperative now that because of fallout, you have to wear masks and gloves and foot covers. I Will Create TV says, no coverage on CNN about it, just 2 small reports. I thought it would be a big story. RT says, this is a huge blast. Hopefully nobody got hurt. First red flag that it's a PSYOP is the date. You know, in fact, last night we were talking about how one of the linchpins that shows me how connected all these things are is how timed they are astrotheologically. Like, these are holidays to them. So the fact that it happens on an anniversary, like for example, last year on July 13th, there was a blackout in New York on the 42nd anniversary to the day of this epic historic blackout. You know, we have these reoccurring themes, and this is just another one. Mo22 says they had to blow up their Wayfair shipment. Yeah, they may have been receiving a ship full of, you know, basically adrenochrome and children in cabinets. All right, let me see. I have a link here. Thank you, Brogetta. Let me go ahead and peruse that, and we'll go back to the RT piece. Again, another red flag is this bloody guy with the cheesecloth. We'll call him Cheesecloth Man. Cheesecloth Man tells me that this thing is a hoax. Okay, new footage. 5 kiloton explosion, at least 40 killed, more than 30 injured. Disclosed TV. Okay, so we see explosion 1 and explosion 2. And yeah, you can see the roofs being blasted off these buildings. Look at that. I'm in the camp of not CGI. But look, just because it's a real explosion doesn't mean the story's real. And that's the main thing not to lose here. So what is the story that's going to be attached to this? Juan Gordon says, looks like a missile from the left entering before the explosion. So let's take a look here and see about that. And if I find any video of interest like this, I will give you a link if we find anything that's revealing. Okay, so supposedly, in this person here, this is Juan Gordon. He says he sees a missile enter before the explosion. So it's a 22-second clip. I'm at 8 seconds, 9. I see a bird. Okay, no missile, although I did see a bird. Screenshot. Maybe this is a missile coming in. I'm glad that people are hyper analyzing the footage right away, and no one bought the firecracker factory excuse. I don't see any evidence of any kind of a missile, though. I did see birds. Let's see. Definitely not a bird, says Starbull. King Kong says small black object on the left. Okay, let me take a look again. We have someone here suggesting that it's a missile of some kind, which could have been launched, I guess, from the water. Going through your comments, Strawberry Blind says possible tornado in Rhode Island. You know, this year we did see the advent of the tear gas NATO. We had fire NATOs before, then we have tear gas NATOs, which is what happens when Dad Tifas use leaf blowers to push back the tear gas away from their snowflakes. Like, stop tear gassing my snowflakes, you fascist Nazis. And they blow the tear gas back, And then the fascist Nazis, they get their leaf blowers and they blow back. And so you have two currents pushing the tear gas, and then it ends up becoming a literal tornado of tear gas. Usually it catches up bits of debris, burning debris. Then you have this burning fire tear gas NATO just ripping apart downtown Seattle. I think this is like the 68th night of protests that they've had there. Thirst for Truth says Cheesecloth Man looks like he's wearing a Boston bombing costume. Simi says birds are all CIA drone vampires. Yeah, I thought about CIA drones being used to give us our vaccines. Mr. Bigglesworth says 2,500 casualties, many suffering superficial wounds caused by broken glass. Now, if that's real, it sucks. And you look, I mean, was this area heavily populated? Is that consistent? Does it look like 2,500 people would have been in the path of this explosion? These are important questions to ask because numbers can be fudged with easily. Now, if they're actually hurting people in a psychological operation or a staged event, that's extremely problematic and for a number of reasons, because they don't actually kill people at staged events. You know, you assume that there's huge numbers of deaths because of what you've seen in the TV and all the fake news in the past. Sync Lloyd says mushroom cloud meme generator. Zin Vallis is predicting 2,997 dead, like 9/11. Yep, exactly. Simi says tear gas tornado sucking up ass Chazistan incel tears. Absolutely. Okay, let's see. Will there be another explosion on 8/8 or another one on 8/11? Look, I think just the fact that this is timed to coincide with the celebrations, commemorations, memorials of the event 75 years ago. You know, and look, 75 years ago, nobody would have had the ability to have, disputed the big stories, the big lies, like the way we can now. And my contention is that 75 years ago, atomic bombs weren't dropped. Something else was dropped, but I don't believe that these weapons that they describe are what they say that they are when it comes to nukes. But they need us to believe it because they're going to psyop us later. Okay, so I'm going to watch one more time. I'm trying to find this supposed missile coming in from the left. And I haven't seen it yet. But I'm going to, if you can give me, hey, whoever pointed this out to me, it's a 22-second clip. And this 22-second clip does have, right before the explosion from 8 to 11, it does have a bird. And so I'm saying it's a bird. Everyone's saying, no, it's a missile, it's a drone. So I see where the cursor is, I see a black dot. Now, either it's a bird much closer to the camera than it is to the explosion, or it's a missile or a drone. And as it moves, it appears to be flapping. I can see wings up, wings down. So it's a bird. It's arcing. It's a bird. It's not going into the explosion. It's much closer. So we can rule that out. Good eye, though. But no, there were tons of birds flying around here. Watch, there's a second bird closer up. Shaken by the blast. See that? Another bird. So bird, not a missile. Whatever was there was already planted there in advance. No direct energy weapons. No tactical nukes. X32 says, X322, and you're probably right about this. He says that's the ISS's shadow. That would be consistent. The ISS is 275 miles above the surface of the Earth. And according to the ESA's footage, you can see its shadow. And so you would expect it to look like that. and you wouldn't see it for very long. And it would be vaguely shaped like a bird because the space station does have those solar array, kind of like wings. No doubt. Sync Lloyd says it looks like layered video. Well, you have to think about this like you're in the Illuminati. What would you do? Like, how would you do this? You would have 10, 15, 20 witnesses, and you would have them carry a phone, and you would say, okay, we have it preloaded. The fake footage is in here. Just, present this as your own evidence. Now, does it look real to me? Yes. I'm not really convinced that there's anything fake about it. I just think we're going to be given a fake explosion. The original explanation was fireworks warehouse, bunch of unsold fireworks blew up because someone took a smoke break and didn't extinguish it, and it set off the section where the red smoke bombs were. And now apparently 2,500 people are covered in broken glass, like this guy. And they didn't even bother to take his bloody shirt off. Where did that blood come from? Where's the other victims? And look, I look at crisis actors all day long. I know what they look like. One thing about crisis actors is they have great hair. And you can't say that this disheveled man with this fake injury, theatrical blood, doesn't have like studio quality, movie ready, film ready hair. Okay. Let's see if there's any more developments. Again, look what's trending. 75 years since the atomic bomb. And now it's trending Moab. Deaths, injuries reported after massive blast. Huge explosion shook the Lebanese capital on Tuesday, causing extensive damage, wide-scale destruction across the city. Lebanese Red Cross reported hundreds of casualties. The cause is not immediately clear. Let's see what Sky News has to say. And hopefully they're not going to show us footage from Hiroshima and Nagasaki and claim that it's from today. Because Sky News was giving their footage to CBS and it was footage from Italy, and they were saying, oh yeah, that you can use this. So CBS is showing us these emergency rooms saying, look what the epidemic is doing in your town. This is the epicenter of it. Meanwhile, the footage was from Sky News, and they had shot it in Italy. So I don't really trust them, but we're going to see what they have to say. Okay, looks like I have some numbers here, actually. Explosion was heard 150 miles away. They're now saying 2,750 injured. Nearly 50 killed. Very 9/11-y in terms of the numbers. At least 2 massive explosions shook Beirut on Tuesday. And that's something else to consider. We're talking about symbolism here. So 1, it rhymes the historical dates. But 2, you have 2 explosions, twin explosions. So that's probably something. It registered as a 4.0 earthquake, says Blop Jones. Thirst for Truth says the heat from the explosion should cook any COVIDs in the air safe zone. Yeah, it's a temporary mask-free zone. So if you go to Beirut, you're thinking about where to go for a vacation once you get your Trump change. I would say go to the latest temporary mask-free zone, Beirut. COVIDs has been cooked out of the air. Now, you could go without a mask in Seattle and Portland because the tear gas has purified it there. IFEPE says there was a terrorist attack within the last 2 years at that same exact location. I want to link to that. Let me see if I can find something. Okay, here we have Beirut blast 2015. So that was in November. You had two, again, twins, 2 bombs, 2 suicide bombers. Worst attack in Beirut since the end of the Lebanese Civil War. After 48 hours, they arrested 11 Syrians who were blamed for the attack. There's your 11 again. Very, very 9/11-y stuff here. 2 bombs, 2 suicide bombings. These events are kind of rhyming here. Happened at 6 o'clock. What time did this one happen? Didn't they say 6 o'clock? It says this one took place inside a bakery at 6. The second blast was 5 minutes later. Okay, so that's definitely the case. So that's probably going to be brought up. ISIS had assumed responsibility for the blasts, but it was posted from an unspecified Twitter account. On the internet, they said it was the Soldiers for the Caliphate. Again, 2 explosions heard 150 miles away. It says it coincides between, okay, this is some of your motivation. It does coincide with mounting tensions between Israel and the Lebanese Shiite militia Hezbollah. Okay, here's someone else. Another, this individual is walking through the scattered debris with the international sign of WTF. Now, I don't see any glass. I don't see anything on him. I don't see a mask, which is problematic. Shouldn't this individual be wearing a mask? This is Washington Post. I'm really taking a close look at any and all photographs of so-called victims. Red Cross told all ambulances to head to Beirut to report for duty. Okay, so here we have some close-ups of the location where it happened. I'm going to go back to the Twitter sphere and look for anything breaking. Again, the timing of it is especially telling. Have you seen any pictures of dead, injured, or wounded? Does anyone here think that there are 2,500 victims? Jordan says, soon to follow major blood donations. Yeah, I've pointed this out before. At every one of these psychological operations, you've got a lot of people crying afterwards when you have these candlelit memorials. They have like these cry festivals at the scenes of the death. They pass around the candles, big group hugs, lots of tears. Then you have the Red Cross. They get lots of blood. And I'm like, wait a minute. The crisis actors don't have any tears. And the crisis actors don't bleed real blood. Fake tears, no tears, theatrical blood. But then the consequence of the fake event is they get real tears. They get real blood. Isn't it interesting? It's like a big sacrifice, but instead of actually sacrificing people, you pretend to do it, and then you get real blood and real tears, real emotion. AK All Day 2323, hashtag Lebanon Strong. If you have a Teespring account, I would say hit up Teespring and set up your Lebanon Strong. If we do go ahead with the Tina Baker crisis actress GoFundMe account, we will want those. Okay, let me see what we have here. This is from the BBC. Many injured as large blast rocks the city.
He has said, you might have heard this a few minutes ago, some local reports have suggested that the explosion was an accident at a fireworks storage warehouse.
Accident of fireworks storage. Okay, look at this. A large blast hits the Capitol ahead of the verdict in a trial over the killing of ex-PM Rafiq Hariri in 2005. So, okay, so there's a few reasons here why I guess it could be tied into this impending verdict. All 4 members of the Iranian-backed Hezbollah group are suspects in the murder by a car bomb. Okay, attack. Anyway, it looks like they already have a whodunit going on. Commenter says they could literally just make a movie about 2020 and call the movie 2020 and nobody would complain. Yeah, that's kind of a good point. I almost want to start that. Does anybody have a Kickstarter account? Let's kickstart it. Let's start a movie called 2020. It'll be the most fucked up movie of all time. And, you know, we don't even need to release any plot details. Just a short blurb, 2020. And, yeah. I'm kind of disappointed that they haven't sent out the murder hornets for real, though. All right, let's go ahead and see the latest again. I'm just following what's trending. The timing of it, huge red flag. Can't ignore that. Here's another explosion. Very dramatic, and this is meant to be dramatic. In fact, it's so visually arresting that this is going to be the next pivot, if you ask me. I don't think this is going to be disappearing tomorrow. I don't see it as a world crisis, but I just see it as a massively distracting event. Like, you know, it's not going to make the news anymore that some Karen got yelled at by a manager for not wearing a mask. Or some snowflakes melted because they got tear gassed, you know, after remaining on the streets after it's been declared a riot. Like, that kind of stuff is getting old. All right, I'm just going through Twitter again to see if anything else has popped up. Everyone says nuke, which is interesting. That just shows you the programming, that people are conditioned to expect it. So if they do fake one, people are going to believe that it's real. Kind of like anytime we see some unannounced SpaceX launch happening at night. You know, it happens at night where it looks kind of like something out of a science fiction movie. People will say, oh, it's a UFO. Intelligent life from out there coming down to judge us. Okay, so yield estimates for the explosion are at least 100 tons of TNT. Okay, here's Fred Wellman says, it looks like a big explosion. I've seen big explosions, including the big ammo dump in southern Iraq in 1991 that had the chemical weapons in it. So compared to something else, it's definitely big. They say it's a larger version of what went up in 2012. Anyway, like I said, everyone's a bomb and munitions expert now. Can't wait. You got tired of all the virologists in your family telling you to mask up and to take a bath in hand sanitizer, to mind your social distancing and to listen to Dr. Fauci. You got tired of that. This is what's next. Munitions experts. Perfect meme here. I'm a journalism. If you just got here, thanks for joining. The topic is the explosions in Beirut. Fireworks. I'm just going to go with what they initially reported because I trust the news. Just going to auto-believe it. Fireworks munitions factory blew up. Huge cloud, shockwave, heard 150 miles away. Hey, check this out. People are digging up pictures from Spanish flu era. And people are just as ridiculous 100 years ago. People are just as brainwashed, kooky, and ridiculous as we are today. Commenter says, this could be just the beginning if this is an attack, and then you could have a counterattack. The thing is, if it was an attack, wouldn't you bring your own bombs? Like, why would you blow up something that was already there? So it doesn't seem like an attack. It seems like a dramatic inside job thing. It would have required some kind of, insiders being involved. An attack would be they pull up in a boat and launch something and bounce. And then they, of course, target areas that aren't full of explosions so they can blow those areas up. But anyway, like, what kind of terrorist will go hit the fireworks factories? Like, I'm going to make a statement. I'm a terrorist. I'm going to blow up this city. But let me go ahead and go for the place that is probably already designated as, if anything's going to blow up, it's got to be on this side of town. So that's where your firework factory goes. It's not like the firework factory is going to be next to a school. So it's a pretty safe target. It's like, do you want to open your business next to this building? It might actually explode and wipe you out at some point. No way. No way. Again, we were looking in the smoke clouds for any indication of fakery or any kind of apparitions. Like after 9/11, all kinds of things were popping up in the clouds, in the smoke, and in the fallen debris. Haven't seen anything yet, but I will be looking. It did kind of look like a COVID-19 cloud. Again, there may be some correlation here to the verdict in a trial over the killing of the ex-PM in 2005. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it at that for now. We will be back later. One of the first red flags, though, was Mr. Cheesecloth here. Can anyone explain this photo? Can anyone explain this? I mean, to me, I'm looking at this as most likely in the category of crisis acting. For a few reasons. What kind of EMT in good conscience could let somebody walk around like that covered in blood? Doesn't even look like he's been treated yet. They didn't have the courtesy to switch out his shirt or anything. Okay, so I'm going to take off. I will be back in a few hours when we have more information. So did you know 2005 film titled V for Vendetta is about a totalitarian dictatorship that gains its power by creating a society of fear due to an alleged virus. All right, that's Symbia's new song, Auto Hoaxer Revolution. Thank you for joining. Today is July 5th. 2021, and we're going to do some updates over the things we've been covering over the last couple of weeks. John McAfee's Dead Man's Switch is a Dead Man's Nothing Burger. Whoa, what just happened? My entire browser just crashed. Doesn't matter, it's still recording. Yeah, John McAfee's Dead Man's Switch was a nothing burger. And there's a few reports, I mean, believe what you want. There are claims that he attempted to take his life back in February. And again, there are claims that this was an actual suicide and that there was a note in his pocket. We don't have any evidence for any of this. Now, I have mentioned before that the sister of the individual who was killed for supposedly or allegedly poisoning the dogs of McAfee believes that he's alive and that he escaped justice. She's one of many who think that John McAfee is not dead, and I believe that the leading QAnoners are all of that opinion. Hello to the chat. Thank you for joining. All right, so let me go ahead and continue through the rest of the updates. No UFO disclosure. I mean, what a disappointment. If you look back at June was supposed to be big. You know, June was supposed to be UFO, supposed to be some kind of disclosure, and everything we got was just recycled from last year. hardly even a distraction. So there are no UFOs going to be revealed this summer or anytime, I don't think. McAfee's Dead Man Switch would have brought a lot of things, I think, into perspective. It would have brought closure, vindication. I mean, we would have found out if we have the goods on the elite, if they really do all the bad things attributed to them. For example, fact check, Hillary Clinton was not hanged at Guantanamo Bay. We have all these articles that are repeatedly debunking the claims of the QAnoners, who say that everything that we see is quite literally a movie to cover up for the fact that the deep state is being defeated. That's this ongoing story, and yet, despite all of my time looking into it and all my research, I have yet to find a single shred of evidence. And so I'm thinking, well, if McAfee's Dead Man's Switch has anything, we would be seeing it by now. It's been about a week and a half. Nothing. So I'm going to drop that story until something else comes up. Some mention was made in the last few days of Jim Morrison's death anniversary. His death anniversary, of course, Jim Morrison, one of the leading 27 clubbers. And so I have a number of articles have popped up in my feed regarding the conspiracy theories that have popped up around Jim Morrison. Did he live underground after faking his death? Is he still alive? Did he actually die? 5 decades after Jim Morrison, frontman of The Doors, was found dead in a bathtub in his Paris apartment, mystery still surrounds his death. No autopsy was performed. Now that's unusual, with many believing he died of a drug overdose, fueling multiple conspiracy theories which swirl today. So there's various accounts of how he might have died. Here's a few. CIA plot. A British journalist in 1983 said that the U.S. CIA killed him as part of a plot to eliminate counterculture figures. His father, George Morrison, was a rear admiral in the U.S. Navy at the time. Others suggest that his death was due to the French services or a Zionist plot. In a 2007 book, it was asserted that he actually died in a nightclub, the Rock and Roll Circus, from an overdose, and then his body was deposited over at the hotel. Another theory is that he was killed. 2014, Faithful said her boyfriend and celebrity drug dealer, a junkie artist who supplied Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones, gave Morrison the drugs that killed him, probably an accident. Did he fake his death? And this is another story. This is the thing. We've looked into all of these, but the one they will not touch, the one that I think has the most supporting it, is the theory that he didn't die. He faked his death, or his death was faked, not as an isolated incident, not some individual going into hiding, but faked as part of a broader strategy involving total control over media and culture. And he's just a bit player. And the theory is that he came back as Rush Limbaugh, that he was repurposed into a conservative firebrand, kind of a controversial figure still, but now only in that direction politically. Instead of attacking the establishment, now he speaks for it. So what I found today that's kind of interesting is that he dies at 27. Then his girlfriend, Pamela Courson, who was 24 at the time, she also died of the same cause, overdose, 3 years later. So Jim Morrison's girlfriend is also a 27 clubber. And I happen to note here too, and this goes along with the theory that Jim Morrison was repurposed as Rush Limbaugh, is if you look at Jim Morrison's supposedly dead 27 clubber, Pamela Courson, his ex-girlfriend, or girlfriend, she looks exactly like Limbaugh's wife. Sufficiently aged, but aged well. Nothing's changed. I'd say very little has changed at all. Very little cosmetic modification, if any. So take a look for yourself. Is Rush Limbaugh's wife the same as supposedly dead Pamela Courson? I would say yes. All right, let us continue. DHS raises alarm over potential violence pegged for August due to conspiracy theorists. So they're calling it in advance. They're telling you that the QAnoners, the QAnon radicals are going to do another insurrection. They're going to do another big attack very soon, coming this summer. Evidence, well, what MSM reports. It's their straw man, which tells me that the terrorist will be a straw man. They will invent somebody, they'll carry out a false flag, and they'll blame anybody with a Q on their keyboard. So go ahead and take it off now. I don't know anybody calling for civil war. I don't see it. However, I do see CNN happens to find people calling for civil war. So that is a thing that is building up. And there are some politicians actually raising money off of the idea that they're going to get Trump back into office. Now, this is something I commented on months ago. I said, how come Alex Jones hasn't been arrested? And my take on it was, if he's not arrested for the comment that he made on January 6th, he's an agent. He's put there as an agent provocateur to heat up the rhetoric. And that's why he's immune. And so finally, July 5th, 2021, I'm seeing some taking note. InfoWars, Alex Jones tells the Trump rally, quote, Joe Biden will be removed one way or another. He doesn't speak for me. And I don't think he should speak for conspiracy theorists, quote unquote, or people who are even distrustful of the MSM, but he is. He is your spokesmouth. And I believe this is why he's allowed to sound off in the way that he does. I've played that clip before. I'm not going to play it right now, but he did say Joe Biden will be removed one way or the other. And everyone was cheering, and I thought that was extreme. Is he going to be visited? Now, I'm not a snitch. I don't really, I'm just suggesting that Alex is most likely there as the straw man I mentioned. He's the one that they created in order to justify censoring everybody. Listen to this now. Tell the DOJ, investigate and arrest Alex Jones. So there's a petition going around that is asking, why is he still free? Now, again, I just think what he said was so extreme that it's really surprising to me that he's still walking around. And you could say he's a character. You could say he's an actor. Sure. I mean, I remember when Madonna said she wanted to nuke the White House. But there's a distinction between Madonna with her pink hat and all these Antifa types and nukes being fake, and then an angry mob and Alex Jones there in a position to be said, I mean, look, he's an instigator. That's the thing. You can't really dispute that. And I'm just suggesting that maybe it's part of a setup, which is why I'm looking so closely into it. Now, I came across something very interesting, a couple of things, very strange. But you remember a couple of months ago, I said, hey, look, Joe Rogan is going to be canceled. I was predicting the cancellation of Joe Rogan based on 42 of his podcasts having been yanked. Spotify deletes 42 episodes of Joe Rogan. And if you pay attention, as we do, to the news and these patterns, the number 42 tends to signify a fall. So we were just suggesting, hey, Joe Rogan's probably going to take a fall here soon. This cancellation agenda. And again, I'm thinking that these characters are taking a fall willingly, that they're part of the program. Well, this is an interesting one here. We have Alex Jones full on attacking Joe Rogan, all out, pretty much calling Joe Rogan racist. I'll play a clip just so you can get the gist of it.
Is Joe, because Joe says we're all simian in a way, which we are. So he's not actually doing that. But according to your gods of Silicon Valley and your whole measurement system, dude, you're a really bad person that shouldn't be on the air. I'm not saying take you off the air. I'm just saying, Joe, I've got 6 more rounds in the cylinder of stuff just as bad or worse.
So, again, that sounds like a threat in a way that he's going to drop some more material. But he's referencing a clip where Joe Rogan is making some comments comparing people to apes. And so Alex kind of says, maybe you shouldn't be on the air if you're going to play by your standards of, say, this, if you play into cancel culture, that's his point. If you play into that, then you should, you live by cancel culture, you should be canceled by it if you cross those lines. And, by the way, I think people forget this, or maybe it's not worth noting, but David Hogg self-canceled like 2 years ago off Twitter. And he did so because he complimented Abraham Lincoln. And later he said, I cannot live with myself. Yep, February 5th, 2020, David Hogg canceled himself on Wednesday for expressing the opinion that Abraham Lincoln was a really good president just hours earlier. So he canceled himself, and then he had to tell everybody, hey, look at me, I canceled myself. So he's virtue signaling that he self-canceled. I mean, this guy's got, he's going up to heaven. Like, he's got a halo at this point. David Hogg's out there canceling himself. And I was cool with it. I was like, cool, he's gone. They're going to repurpose him. Maybe he'll be another school shooter, grow out his bowl cut. But no. He comes back to cancel Joe Rogan. Like, back from the dead. And that's who started the cancel Joe Rogan thing. And at first it was over sexism. That didn't work, so I guess they're going to try the racism thing. By the way, we have another group. We have the Dark Side that had hacked the Columbia pipeline. Now we have another hacker group called Revil, R-E-V-I-L, a criminal gang. The attack is a watershed moment, a combination of ransomware and a supply chain attack. A massive chain reaction on Friday. Infected. You see how they continually use the lexicon of epidemiology and infectious diseases to describe stuff that's happening on the internet. This is all very intentional. In fact, I would even say that the idea of the meme, which is a pseudoscientific idea, but the like memetics, for example, I think memetics was put there to also build this association early on. It's not a coincidence that the individuals who got, let me bring this up actually, look up Virus of the Mind by Richard Brody. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Richard Brody, a programmer, had found a way to kind of model the way that we share information, to make it seem like, oh, we're just passive recipients and carriers of information, and you can catch bad ideas. You can catch a religion. You can catch a conspiracy theory. Viruses of the Mind. Great book. But, I thought it was a good explanation of how things work. It's an explanation. It does show some things, but I think that there's an agenda here. Like, there is an infodemic, and the infodemic is the truth is out there, and they're trying to get rid of that. Okay, so anyway, the stores that were targeted are basically being subject to a ransom. I think it's going to be something in the millions of dollars. We'll see what happens with that. All right, we have more. Twitter suspends anti-vaxxers, spreading the idea that COVID-19's that the vaccines are magnetic. The anti-vaxxers spreading conspiracy theories that COVID-19 vaccines are magnetic are being kicked off of Twitter, and the leading promulgator of that theory, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, was kicked off of Twitter. Now, I've seen some where people are sticking forks and spoons to their bodies, and I'm not sure, but not everything that they're sticking is magnetic. But anyway, the story here is that, of course, they're being injected with something surreptitiously. And here we have L. Edwards, University of Reading associate professor, asserts that magnetic materials are painful to inject into a person's arm. He goes on to explain that this is the reason why vaccines are mainly composed of water and salt. The vaccine itself is a minimal part about it. Tenpenny has other allegations against the vaccine, including that there are 5G tips that will connect you to the network wirelessly. That's an interesting theory, but if they have that ability, they're going to sell it to people first. There are people who will line up to be injected with microchips before they ever have to find a way to sneak one into you. How many of you guys remember King Joseph, I believe it was Heli. What was the name of the king last year? It was there was an individual who claimed to be the king, or the king of England, and he was going to take his throne back. There were a few people who have been doing this in the last few years, but there was this hidden king, Gregory Hallett. So the hidden king, Joseph Gregory Hallett, was claiming to be a messiah. He was raised in an occult secret society called the Priory of Sion, and he claimed to be the rightful heir to the English throne. He said that the coronavirus lockdown was for the world governments to silently shift their power to bring about a new world. So that's most of it. That's a big part of his story. And so he was also saying, though, that he has a very pivotal role. That never came into fruition, but it was a very popular story. He was a very popular figure among QAnons for some time. In fact, when Trump walked out in front of that church with the Bible, they thought Trump was signaling this guy. So, is Joseph Gregory Hallett the Messiah? I don't know. That was last year. This year, woman who claims to be the secret Queen of Canada develops a following among QAnon devotees, report says. So this is a queen, this is another figure, a hidden queen, Romana Didulo, a British Columbian woman in her 50s, followed by 20,000 users of Telegram. And in her introductory video, she's introduced as the head of state and commander-in-chief of Canada, the Republic. Canada's actual head of state, Queen Elizabeth II, has been executed, according to her and her followers. And she was appointed as queen by the same people who are helping Donald Trump get back into office. So here you have it. There's your Queen of Canada. I'll put a link to everything discussed here over at autohoax.com, and that's where you can also get the podcast. It's a 30-minute breakdown of the major fake news events of the day. It's the only truly counter media presence out there. Elon Musk suggests that a brain parasite is forcing humans to create AI. And then if you take what Grimes says, because she says that AI is going to help us perfect communism so that we can just sit around and make NFTs all day. So Elon Musk is positing that all of this is starting from cat dung, toxoplasmosis. So toxoplasmosis, and this all starts with rats. And this is kind of fascinating because, we've seen rats, those little what are they? Some kind of rats. Were they muskrats? Rats on the Falcon 9 rocket. And this is not a joke. So if you go back to CRS-19, this was back in December of 2019. This was the refill mission from SpaceX on December the 5th, where they were sending materials, monkey suits, probably a couple of guitars. Who knows what else they sent up there to the space station. Well, on this mission, they were also sending mice so they could do science on them. They were sending genetically modified mice. They called them mighty mice. And this was discussed in the news widely that SpaceX is sending genetically modified mice to the space station to study muscular atrophy. And look, they've been up there 20 years. And I've only seen chubby astronauts. None of them are that fit. None of them are emaciated. They're not living an ascetic life up there. I mean, it looks like they're stopping at McDonald's every time they go around the world 93 miles. Like, those people are not suffering from muscular atrophy because they're not in space. It's just a bad joke. But this thing, it's called Mousegate. That's the scandal. And you can see it here. If you look at their actual launch coverage, you can see what appears to be a mouse, like a rat, running around on the Merlin engine. So again, a couple of things to connect here. One, it's the Merlin engine. So that's already, that's kind of suggestive of something I would like magic or something. But two, a mouse on the exterior of the rocket, it's that on the mission where they're sending mice to space, that can't possibly be a joke. So anyway, getting back to this story, rats to cats. Musk is suggesting that rats have given cats toxoplasmosis. And here's his actual tweet. It infects rats, then cats, then humans who make cat videos. And AI trains and achieves superhuman intelligence training on internet cat videos, thus making toxoplasmosis the arbiter of our destiny. Now, you may think he's joking. Maybe you don't. But this idea that there's some kind of mind control, that some sort of brain parasite that is hijacking us to cause us to create AI, that's where his mind is at. That's where Elon Musk's mind is at. And it's such a joke to me, but many people take this very seriously, and they're going to line up for the cattle carts to Mars once they start selling tickets. And I believe he's also offered indentured servitude. So if you can't afford the tickets, you can work it off. Although it's a one-way trip anyway. You're never coming back. I wanted to bring something up really quick here, because I found a great website that breaks down the Apollo 11 photography. And it really made me think that the flat Earth debates are pointless. And I've said this for some time, but this is the reason why. There is no model for a lack of exploration. That's why. It's just incomplete. So the debate is premature. It's not that the globe is something that can't be debated or that the flat Earth isn't debatable, but it's premature. But you know what can be debated right now is the moon landing and the space station. But you'll find that the professional conspiracy theorists out there, the big names out there who've been out there for decades, they only attack the moon landings. They won't touch the space station. And there's a reason why, because they're all operatives. They're gatekeepers. But these are the things you actually can take down. And the people who routinely defend the ball Earth theory, they can't defend the space station. It's laughable. They can't defend the moon landing joke either. Just a heads up there. But I have a number of examples, and I'll post them over on the site, of this Apollo 11 footage and photography that pretty much debunks itself. How many of you saw the picture of the Bucket Brigade out there? We've had a couple of interesting things out there that look very phony. We have the fire in the ocean, and luckily they were able to go put that fire out. And then there was a mud volcano blowing up. Don't know if these things are connected. Oh, great. I have a great tip here. Someone sent this to me. This is a great find, having to do with what we've been discussing with David Bowie and Space Oddity. Very interesting material here having to do with the monolith and AI, all in one. This comes from My Third Eye. He asked me, is President Joe going to cede power to AI, as Bowie predicted in 1969? And I had not heard about David Bowie predicting President Joe giving our governmental authority over to some AI. I'd never heard of that. Well, this is the thing. The Man Who Sold the World makes a reference to this. The album Savior Machine. On Savior Machine, there's a few lines here actually, about a President Joe who has a savior machine, and he basically hands over power of the world to this machine. The significance here is that David Bowie of Space Oddity is a name based off of David Bowman from Space Odyssey from Kubrick. And Space Odyssey, Kubrick is all about the monolith, which is where the AI comes into the picture. So it is kind of interesting to find that, and I have the lyrics here. I'm not going to play it. I actually find his music unlistenable. From The Man Who Sold the World, in the lyrics, he says, President Joe once had a dream. The world held in his hand, gave their pledge. So he sold them his scheme for a savior machine. Now, remember what Grimes said about AI perfecting communism, solving hunger, creating peace? The next line says, they called it the prayer, its answer was law, its logic stopped war and gave them food. So anyway, this idea of a savior machine and the monolith and President Joe all connects together, especially when you look at the digital monolith over at NATO that they were ogling and worshiping over there. In fact, I searched digital monolith, and my article was one of the first ones to come up. Digital monolith NATO. One world monolith. monocult rather. And this is, again, it's a television monolith. And you have all the world leaders up there. I don't know if they kneeled or if they kissed it, but they were certainly hypnotized by it. Again, appreciate that link. That was from My Third Eye. I get a lot of the YouTube chat comments, and I post them on my blog so I don't miss any of the stuff that people are posting. There's a Marvel series called Loki. They're 4 episodes in, and one of the most common words they throw around, according to the witness here, is variant. He said, I'm sure it's all coincidences. There's no way the timing of the show would coincide with MSM garbage. So apparently, if you look at the show called Loki, and I haven't seen it yet, the word variant is, I guess, the word of the season. And this is what they do. The entertainment is there to bolster the mass media brainwashing. The entertainment is there. It's the sugar in the poison. All right, let me go ahead and check my Twitter. I had a few links, and I think we're caught up on almost everything. The McAfee thing is looking very shady. If he had a dead man switch, where is it? There was absolutely no connection to any falling condos there. There is a lot of hopium going around the QAnon crowd, and they're hanging on every tweet of General Flynn, waiting for some kind of salvation from above. World Economic Forum's move towards Gaia is something to watch, and that's the global AI initiative agenda, that thing. It's AI. A is 1, I is 9. You see the 19 encoded into everything that involves a reset. Pearl Harbor was Operation AI. September 11th, 19 hijackers. 19 years later, COVID-19. The 19 is the reset agenda encoded into stuff. And it's not a coincidence that the post-reset crowd, led by Klaus Vader, are up there talking about AI. Also, I'm seeing a lot of crisis shakers. I'd like to know your thoughts on it. A lot of people are tweeting online, tweeting about how the vaccines are making them shake. And so I'm seeing a lot of these, and I'm calling them crisis shakers, simply because if it was a real medical emergency, they would be cashing out on it. They would be on the news, I would imagine. It wouldn't just be on Twitter. And it reminds me of a lot of these COVID patients that were clearly just crisis actors. So I think we have crisis shakers. I wouldn't let them influence your opinions. People do things for clicks. They do things for clout. Also, another minor synchronicity or pattern here. Someone pointed this out. Tom Cruise's fan mail address is at 42 West, 603rd Avenue. 42 West. The number 42, if you've been following this channel, is all over this ongoing narrative of the man who fell to earth. And it's a theme that runs through many of his movies. And the fact that Tom Cruise is about to go up to the space station sort of stands out right now. In fact, that's going to be something else to watch. Today is the 5th. So in about 6 days, Richard Branson of Virgin Galactic is going to go up to space. We'll see what's going to happen there. 7/11, the 42nd anniversary of the fall of Skylab. Probably not a coincidence there either. Finally, the Church of Satan is calling out QAnon conspiracy believers for projecting their own evils. Here's a direct quote from their site from yesterday. QAnon conspiracy believers are overwhelmingly Christian, and it's not a coincidence. If you believe one set of lies about a sky daddy and his crucified kid, you can believe other false narratives about pedopoliticians feasting on babies while worshiping Satan. The demonstrable fact that Christian denominations have overwhelmingly been proven to be tainted with systemic pedophilia in our courts of law is yet another part of reality that these lunatics refuse to acknowledge. And that was from something that was posted yesterday. Independence Day, America the Fragile. So there you have it. Even the Satanists have something to say about their reputation being smeared with all these Hollywood elites and Democrats. All right, thanks for joining. Go to autohoax.com to get the archives, the notes, the replays, and we'll see you all tomorrow, same time.
This Sunday, COVID, comeback and challenge.
A jump in cases of a deadly mystery virus.
Nearly a year and a half after the pandemic hit.
It looks like a war zone.
With a president refusing to face the crisis.
It's one person coming in from China, and we have it under control.
It's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear.
And much of the country turning into a coast-to-coast ER.
I've treated over 1,000 patients so far. Myself. Unfortunately, I've seen too many of them die.
I couldn't get through the next day of work without breaking down.
Life-saving vaccines developed in record time came to the rescue.
The FDA authorized for emergency use the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine.
It's a medical miracle.
Now, as cases and deaths plunge and the country reopens,
unbelievably amazing to go to a concert for the first time.
New challenges, millions still refusing to be vaccinated.
I made it this far without getting COVID, and I don't need to get vaccinated.
I don't trust it. I'm sorry, but I just don't.
And a new variant hitting the U.S.
We're seeing this Delta variant double every 2 weeks.
And causing lockdowns around the world. This morning, we look at our comeback from COVID, how it's changed how we live, how we work, and how we go to school, and at the challenges still ahead. I'll talk to Dr. Anthony Fauci and to a leader in the effort to vaccinate the world. Welcome to Sunday and a special edition of Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is a special edition of Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
Good Sunday morning and a happy July 4th Independence Day to everyone. Just as we now read about the great influenza of 1918 and 19, it is likely that 100 years from now people will read about the COVID-19 pandemic. What are they going to take away from that history lesson? Without question, things have improved, with the number of cases dropping dramatically since January. Still, through the month of June, some 608,000 Americans had died from COVID-19, including over 9,000 in the month of June. More than in World War II, World War I, and Vietnam combined. At one point, the U.S. was doing so badly that though we have only 4% of the world's population, we accounted for nearly 20% of the world's deaths. Since then, we have gone from being the leading example among industrialized countries of how not to handle a pandemic to a nation tentatively declaring its independence from the virus as other countries face renewed lockdowns. This morning, we're going to look back to where we've been, and we're going to look forward to the challenges ahead, as the growing Delta variant and vaccine hesitancy pose a threat to our own recovery here. And we'll be asking, what could we have done better? What have we learned? Why do some people get perilously ill while others remain asymptomatic? And finally, how prepared are we for when, not if, but sadly when, the next pandemic hits us?
A mystery virus.
Jump in cases of a deadly mystery virus.
Authorities confirm it is being spread from human to human.
More than 17 months after the first case of COVID-19 was identified in the United States, the pandemic has fundamentally shifted life for all of us, politically and personally.
It's almost like they're drowning from the inside.
Have a patient ask you if they're dying. All the time she just kept saying, I'm trying, but I can't breathe.
Taking a deadly toll on the nation.
Christmas will not be the same, nor any other holiday, because my mom is no longer here.
Now, after grief, trauma, isolation, and anxiety, and an unparalleled scientific breakthrough, America is reopening.
Unbelievably amazing to go to a concert for the first time.
How does this compare to where we were 6 or 8 months ago?
It's a night and day difference. We are back to normal as far as domestic passengers is concerned.
But even with the worry about contracting COVID at its lowest point on record, just 29% of Americans say the pandemic is over.
Let's celebrate the 4th of July with the independence from the virus. We can get this done.
Despite the nation's recent wide-scale success in vaccinating a lot of Americans, President Biden has fallen short of his goal.
Our goal by July 4th is to have 70% of adult Americans with at least one shot.
The nation is still recovering from the Trump administration's initial massive failure to respond to the pandemic.
We have it totally under control. It's one person coming in from China, and we have it under control.
We're going down, not up. We're going very substantially down, not up. It's going to disappear.
Misinformation originating from the Trump White House.
This is going to go away without a vaccine. Masks have problems, too.
Spread on right-wing media.
If the vaccine was so great, why were all these people lying about it?
Has taken root, aggravating vaccine hesitancy.
Well, I haven't taken the vaccine, and the reason is I don't trust it. I'm sorry, but I just don't.
I think we're moving into a medical dictatorship.
18 of the 20 states with the lowest vaccination rates are led by Republican governors. The pandemic has also hardened the nation's health disparities, disproportionately affecting Black and Latino communities who also lag behind on vaccination rates. Though the economy is coming back, those gains are not equally shared. Last month, 63 million U.S. adults said it was difficult to cover their usual household expenses. 1 in 5 renters living with children were not caught up on rent. 1 in 8 did not have enough to eat. Low-income students have been disproportionately left behind. And the pandemic has taken a toll on the nation's mental health.
We've all been shut up way too long.
Now, as the U.S. celebrates its overall vaccination success, anxiety is rising about new variants.
Delta is the most transmissible of the variants identified so far. Has been identified in at least 85 countries.
And there is now growing confusion about mask wearing, with the WHO recommending mask wearing indoors, even for the vaccinated. The CDC disagrees.
The bottom line is the CDC still says if you are vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask.
That's exactly right.
And if ever we had a guest who required really no introduction, it's the man joining me now. It's Dr. Anthony Fauci, who is the director of the U.S. National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Dr. Fauci, welcome back once again to Meet the Press, sir.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you for having me.
It's disconcerting to realize that we had nearly 10,000 people die of COVID in this most recent month that we completed in June. How preventable were each one of those deaths, and how many of them were unvaccinated?
Well, if you look at the number of deaths, about 99.2% of them are unvaccinated. About 0.8% are vaccinated. No vaccine is perfect, but when you talk about the avoidability of hospitalization and deaths, Chuck, it's really sad and tragic that most all of these are avoidable and preventable. I mean, obviously, there are going to be some people, because of the variability among people in their response to vaccine, that you'll see some who are vaccinated and still get into trouble and get hospitalized and die. But the overwhelming proportion of people who get into trouble are the unvaccinated, which is the reason why we say this is really entirely avoidable and preventable.
Look, we've discussed this over and over again about what's driving this. There's always been a sort of an anti-vaccine 10 to 15% But it isn't just the 10 to 15%. There's clearly been a political divide that's put over this. Have you discovered any new breakthroughs on how to break through this wall of hesitancy? Because again, I mean, I wanted to lead with this question. I think every death right now is nearly preventable, and yet we're knowingly watching us kill ourselves.
It's terrible, Chuck. Particularly, you know, for those of us who've dealt with diseases in which you don't have an effective countermeasure, like a prevention. I mean, over the decades that I've been doing this, you're frustrated because you have diseases where you don't have an appropriate countermeasure, be it prevention or a treatment. And then when you have a situation like you have today, where you have a formidable enemy in the virus that has tragically really disrupted our planet now for about a year and a half, destroyed economies, have just disrupted us in every possible way. And yet we do have a countermeasure that's highly, highly effective. And that's the reason why it's all the more sad and all the more tragic why it isn't being completely implemented in this country. And whatever the reasons, as you said, some of them are ideologic, some of them are just fundamentally anti-vax or anti-science or what have you. But, you know, we just need to put that aside now. We're dealing with a historic situation with this pandemic, and we do have the tools to counter it. So for goodness sakes, put aside all of those differences and realize that the common enemy is the virus, and we have a tool, a highly effective tool against this virus. And we in our country are very fortunate, Chuck. We have enough vaccines to vaccinate essentially everybody in the country. And there are people throughout the world who would do anything to get vaccinated. If you look at the world situation, you know, 10% of the world is vaccinated. We could vaccinate everybody if they would wind up saying that, let's just put everything aside and get vaccinated and put an end to this terrible tragedy.
Let's talk about the Delta variant. It is clearly the most transmissible variant we've dealt with yet. Is it more lethal, and how concerned are you that that it could cause another spike in this country?
Well, a couple of answers to the questions, Chuck. First of all, right now, the experience that we're seeing with this is that it is clearly more transmissible. It is more effective and efficient in its ability to transmit from person to person. And studies that we've seen where there have been the variant that's dominated in other countries, it's clear that it appears to be more lethal in the sense of more serious, allow you to get more serious disease leading to hospitalization and in some cases leading to deaths. That's clearly the issue. Now, with regard to your other question, what was the other question, Chuck? I'm sorry.
No. It's how in danger are we in this variant creating a spike?
Well, I think when you talk about how much of a danger it is to do a spike, I think you then have to look at the country as a whole and those areas of the country in which you have a low level of vaccination and a high level of viral dynamics. That's the thing that gets confusing. As a nation as a whole, we are doing very well. We have more than 50%, about 50% of the adult population that's fully vaccinated. We have now more than about 67% of the adult population that's at least one dose. The elderly have been vaccinated to the tune of more than 80%, and the deaths have gone down by that. That's the country as a whole. But we have a big country with disparity in the willingness to be vaccinated. So there are some states where the level of vaccination of individuals is 35% or less. Under those circumstances, you might expect to see spikes in certain regions, in certain states, cities, or counties. I don't think you're going to be seeing anything nationwide because, fortunately, we have a substantial proportion of the population vaccinated. So it's going to be regional. And that's the thing that will be confusing when people look at what we do. we're going to see, and I've said, almost two types of America. You know, those regions of America which are highly vaccinated, and we have a low level of dynamics of infection. And in some places, some states, some cities, some areas where the level of vaccination is low and the level of virus dissemination is high. That's where you're going to see the spikes.
Well, let's talk about a specific here. We know Mississippi is one of the lowest, I believe it's the lowest vaccinated, has the lowest vaccinated rate in the country. If you were in Biloxi, Mississippi right now, Dr. Fauci, would you be wearing a mask? You're fully vaccinated, but would you be wearing a mask in Biloxi, Mississippi?
I think there would be a good reason to do that. I mean, because there, as we've said so often, that vaccines are not, even as good as they are and highly effective, nothing is 100%. And if you put yourself in an environment in which you have a high level of viral dynamics and a very low level of vaccine, you might want to go the extra step and say, when I'm in that area where there's a considerable degree of viral circulation, I might want to go the extra mile to be cautious enough to make sure that I get the extra added level of protection, even though the vaccines themselves are highly effective.
Asymptomatic spread was the real killer with this virus, right? It's what's made it so difficult at times when we first were dealing with it. Can a fully vaccinated person be an asymptomatic spreader of the virus and, more importantly, this variant?
The answer is you'd have to say yes. I mean, if you're looking at studies that are being done, we will get the answer to that, because we are looking at situations where you have vaccinated people who have breakthrough infections, namely they're infected despite the fact that they've been vaccinated. Most of these people will be without symptoms. If you look at the level of virus in their nasopharynx, it appears to be significantly less than individuals who are unvaccinated, who get infected, and who have asymptomatic infection. So when you look at the level of virus to be lower, that would mean you could make a reasonable assumption that those individuals would be less likely to transmit the infection to someone else. Vaccinated person, breakthrough infection, unlikely. But it's not going to be zero, because whenever you have biological phenomena, there's always a range. But for the most part, it would be less likely.
Let me ask you about, you're somebody who, let's say you're somebody who took the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and you've seen that the protection rate, particularly with the Delta variant, may be lower. And you wish you had gotten the Pfizer vaccine. Would you advise that person to go ahead, if they feel more comfortable going ahead and getting a 2-dose Pfizer vaccine on top of their J&J vaccine? Or are they risking some health problems for themselves by doing that?
Well, Chuck, then you get to the interesting, complicated issue of making a recommendation based on data and a clinical trial in which you have data versus making an assumption that some people would say, and it's being done already, Chuck. I mean, there are competent physicians and healthcare providers who are saying, you know, with the J&J, a single dose, I'm not sure, maybe we should get a boost. You can't give as a formal recommendation from a regulatory authority or a public health authority like the FDA and the CDC respectively. But what you're seeing is that people are going ahead and making those decisions. And it really is the difference between a clinical judgment based on a feeling that, well, it's unlikely going to be a problem to do that, but you can't get a formal recommendation when you don't have official data based on good science and good clinical trials.
I've asked you this before. How close are we to, we've been under emergency authorization. Do you expect, and you said before we were close, and sometimes scientifically close, 5 years can be close when you think of it in scientific terms. Before Labor Day, do you expect to be to see these vaccines fully authorized?
You know, Chuck, I always have to give the same answer, and I'm sorry. I don't want to get ahead of the FDA in their deliberations, because that would be not productive. I would hope so. One of the things I think people need to understand, that when you have an emergency use authorization, it's usually under the context of the benefit is worth more. It clearly outstrips the risk. There are varying degrees of that. when you have a vaccine like the vaccines that we have now, for example, the mRNA vaccines, the numbers of millions of people who've received it, the high degree of effectiveness in the real world setting is very, very clear. Therefore, I would be astounded if we did not get full approval in the classical sense of these vaccines.
Right.
The FDA will have to be doing all of the dotting of the I's and the crossing of the T's. But this is a little bit different of a situation in which you have an iffy something that's been giving an emergency use authorization, and you're kind of waiting for a lot more data to convince you whether it works or not. There's no doubt when you're looking at these. So in this case, an emergency use authorization in the mind of so many of us is equivalent to a full approval when you have such overwhelmingly positive data that you're seeing with these vaccines.
I want to close with, we began our conversation with, frankly, how needless these deaths were in the month of June. Needless they were in the month of May. We have the tools to prevent death and hospitalization for just about everybody. Yes, there's a slight percentage chance for some. But when you look at the pandemic as a whole, how preventable were these 600,000 deaths? And how much did we essentially do ourselves in 2020?
I don't think, Chuck, I can honestly quantitate that. I mean, this is a really bad actor, this virus, globally through the whole planet. So even if you had a perfect response, you were going to see suffering and you were going to see death. To be able to quantitate it, how much better we could have done for someone who has been witnessing this and being part of it, at least from the standpoint of being involved in the development of the vaccines with our group here at NIH.
Yeah.
But as a person who's watched it unfold, the one thing I was struck with is if ever there was a situation where you had a pandemic that was as destructive as this, the one thing you'd want to do is realize that you're dealing with a common enemy, the virus, and not have the kind of divisiveness that we've had in our country in trying to address this terrible enemy. It's been like, in many respects, fighting with each other instead of getting together, putting all differences aside, and realizing that the common enemy is the virus, not each other. That's the thing that I've been impressed with. I can't give you a quantitation of how many deaths would have been avoided if we did not have that, but I'm certain there certainly would have been some that would have been avoided, and maybe a lot.
How are you holding up? It's been a tough year on you. You've been having two different bosses over the last year, two different, sometimes the support network, sometimes not. How are you holding up?
You know, it certainly has not been easy, Chuck. I'm doing fine. I focus on my job, you know, as the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. It was my responsibility to make sure that we did the science that got us to the vaccines that, as we know now, have already saved millions and millions of lives. So with regard to what we had to do the basic science, do the clinical science, get the clinical trials done, get vaccines, and now get even therapeutics, which we need to do, and we're going to be doing a lot more of that. So as far as I'm concerned, putting all that other noise aside, Chuck, and it really is noise, I just focus on my job.
Yep.
And when I focus on my job, I'm fine. When you get distracted from the other nonsense that goes on, that makes it more difficult. But I'm pretty good at focusing on my job.
Yes, you are. And it is a massive success story when it comes to vaccines and what this government-led effort did. Dr. Fauci, thank you as always.
Thank you very much for having me, Chuck.
And joining me now is Dr. Seth Berkley. He's part of an international umbrella group known as COVAX, which is working to speed up the development, production, and access to COVID tests, treatments, and vaccines throughout the world, particularly those countries with less means than the industrialized world. Dr. Berkley, welcome to Meet the Press. And I want to start with, paint a picture. You know, in some ways, America's in its own bubble with its vaccine supply, while you are trying to figure out how to vaccinate the world. How dire would you paint the situation right now globally?
Well, certainly I won't be as positive as Tony Fauci was. And just to start and put this into perspective, this is a global pandemic. It started in a point outbreak in China, and it very rapidly spread around the world. And I think the challenge we started with is to remind people that you're only safe if everyone's safe, because viruses will mutate and they'll continue to move, and that's what we've seen. I think initially people were not taking that seriously, and we saw a lot of vaccine nationalism. We saw high coverage in a small number of countries, 75% of the vaccine being used in 8 or 9 countries. And we now see, if you look at high-income countries, about 40% of the populations are vaccinated. But in low-income countries, it's still less than 1%. And I think when India, the variant that came out of India, the Delta variant occurred, I think people woke up and said, yes, this is true, because that went to 40 countries and now to 85 countries. And we have to keep in mind that this may not be the last variant. So what we need is a global process, and we're not really there yet in terms of getting the coverage we need.
Explain some of the hurdles, okay? I mean, basically you need 9 billion vaccines minus the billion. Let's say you need 8 billion people to be vaccinated. What are the biggest hurdles standing in that way?
Well, I mean, there's many. So first of all, as you know, when we started this whole effort, we had no idea whether any of these vaccines would work, or if all of them did. And we were very lucky. We had fabulous science. First vaccine, 327 days. That's amazing. The previous record before that was 4 years. So I think to keep in mind how fast the science moved. But we normally provide, in terms of vaccines, about 5 million doses a year. And so now what we're talking about is quadrupling that number, because the number you mentioned is people, but of course most of the vaccines are 2 doses. So we need double the number of vaccines to cover that population. So this has been a unprecedented, in a sense, drive towards that. And we've been very proud to see the increased supply. Of course, we've hit all kinds of problems. The biggest problem we hit was as the outbreak occurred in India, there were less for the rest of the world. But of course, at the beginning, had vaccines been shared, we would have been able to get to healthcare workers and high-risk groups quickly, and that might have dampened the spread of the infection. We ultimately, of course, need to get there.
All right, I'm curious, how do you handle, you're getting vaccine contributions from China, you're getting vaccine contributions from the United States, you're getting vaccine contributions as effective as some of these, the Moderna or the Pfizer vaccine. How do you deal with that as an international organization? Certainly, that vaccine is better than nothing for some people, but some vaccines are better. How do you equitably handle that situation?
Well, first of all, as I said, we had no idea whether vaccines were going to work when it started. But as vaccines began to show promise, our requirement is that vaccines go through a stringent regulatory agency, that they show high levels of efficacy, that they show safety, and we require WHO pre-qualification as a standardized way to look at vaccines across the world. At the moment, we're not using the Russian vaccine and Chinese vaccine. That may change over time, but we are using a range of vaccines. We have 9 vaccines in our portfolio now, soon to be 11 or 12, and that's what we started as a priority to move forward, because we realized we very well might have needed a diversity if it turned out that different types of vaccines didn't work. Of course, we've been lucky. Now, the advantage of this, it's not only that we did this. For example, the U.S. government, as part of Operation Warp Speed, invested in a range of technologies. It turns out that the mRNAs worked very well, the Johnson & Johnson you've already talked about. And so what now is happening is there are excess doses that have been produced by most of the high-income countries. Our estimates are somewhere between 1.5 billion to 2 billion doses. Those can supplement the doses that we've purchased. We've purchased about 3.4 billion doses of vaccine, but if those countries are willing to make those vaccines available now, we can move those forward. And, for example, the U.S. did its first donation with us to Honduras last weekend.
Dr. Seth Berkley, good luck with this. Obviously, none of us can get out of this pandemic until the world gets out of this pandemic. Really appreciate you coming on and sharing your perspective with us.
Thank you, Chuck, for having me.
When we come back, mask wearing and social distancing may be on the wane, but life after the pandemic may look quite a bit different than it did before this virus hit. That's next. Welcome back. Data download time. We've looked at unemployment and shuttered businesses here again and again during the pandemic. But there are some other ways that our economy has been transformed, perhaps more permanently, when it comes to the way people get around, what they buy, and where they live. Let's start with where they live. Check out where 4 of the top 5 markets for home sale price increases. In 4 of those metro areas, it's places that are a bit more open space. Stamford, Connecticut, much farther outside of New York City, Provo, Utah, Boise, Idaho, Austin, Texas. It's only number 5 in the list, San Francisco, which is a reminder that no, cities are not going to fully empty out. There are still some cities that are going to see some increases in population. But guess what? This move out of the cities in some places has led to a bit of hesitation on public transportation. Subway ridership in particular has plummeted from pre-pandemic levels. Just look at the recent work week compared to the same week in 2019. Maybe getting back to normal, but how we get around may be a bit different. So guess what? You fear the subway? You now suddenly are thinking about a car. After years of talk that people may not need more personal cars anymore, particularly Gen Z and young millennials, maybe they will never own a car. Well, guess what? New car sales way up. And look at how it's impacting car prices, actually. This May versus last, car prices are up 3% for new cars and a whopping 30% for used cars. Now, some of that increase in used cars has to do with there aren't the new cars available to buy due to that chip shortage that we've been dealing with around the world. And by the way, those used car prices, the inflation rate there is actually contributing to what appears to be a high inflation rate overall. But still, as you can see, what you're seeing here is that people may be changing where they live, how they get to and from work, perhaps for the long run. When we come back, looking ahead to how our lives have changed, from work to school to public gatherings, as America continues to reopen on this 4th of July weekend.
As everybody gets back to life post-COVID, I think it's going to be important for organizations to just clearly identify why this is a great place for people to work and why this is a great place for you to be a customer.
The money that we are waiting for from the Small Business Administration is the absolute lifeline, and it cannot come soon enough. We cannot open until we get that money.
We've learned a lot through the pandemic. A lot of these things are brand new for us. We're going to fail forward, but at least we're going to be trying something new for our families.
Welcome back. The panel is joining us. Audie Cornish, host of NPR's All Things Considered. Kate Snow, the anchor of NBC Nightly News Sunday and our senior national correspondent here. And Adam Grant. He's an organizational psychologist and professor at the University of Pennsylvania and author of the book, Think Again, The Power of Knowing What You Don't Know. Audie Cornish, I want to start with a poll number here from Gallup. Has life returned to pre-pandemic normal, completely normal 15%, somewhat normal 62%, not normal yet 23%? How would you have answered that question?
I think it's pretty obvious that normal left us a long time ago. I heard you talking earlier about post-COVID. There's no such thing as post-COVID, especially when you listen to those global vaccination rates. While many Americans are hesitant to take the vaccine that is available to them. So now it's a matter of how do we live with this going forward? How do we approach mitigation measures if and when necessary? And how do some of the industries that have been sort of culturally disrupted as a result deal with that now?
You know, Kate Snow, you saw the graphic about subway ridership, and I want to put up a graphic of the Cleveland baseball team. And show just attendance at this is an open air event, and attendance for the Cleveland baseball team is basically down more than a third from June of 19 pre-pandemic to just the most recent completed month here. I think this is proof that we are not normal yet, and maybe we're not going to be.
Yeah, two things. I think we're not normal yet, and part of that is the stress that a lot of Americans are still feeling about re-entry, about going back to, you know, the old commuting and the old going to the office and all of those things, school even. I was looking through my stories that I've done in the past year, Chuck, and looking at all the sort of mental health impacts and physical impacts on people. 42% of adults in this country gained weight over the pandemic, right? More than half were less physically active. 2 out of 3 weren't sleeping right. 1 in 4 of us drank more than we used to. So I think right now we're in the summer of reset, right? We're in a period where we need to get back our health, our mental health, our well-being, and really reset before I think fall in a lot of parts of the country will be a real challenge because people will be expected to go back to their employment.
Well, and I was just going to say, Adam, let's talk about what is life at work going to look like these days. I want to read something here about return to work. I've heard many leaders conflate working from home with flexible work. Choosing where you work is not the same thing as flexibility over how you work and when you work. But it seems pretty clear that culturally this is probably a big change that's not going away. We saw Amazon and Microsoft have been interesting tests here in the Pacific Northwest. Amazon wanting everybody to return. There was a revolt. Microsoft being very flexible. Everybody happy. Where are we headed?
Well, Chuck, I hope that flexibility is the future. We had data pre-pandemic that as long as people were in the office half the week together, that they could work from anywhere the other half. They were more productive, more satisfied, and more likely to stay. And there wasn't an observable cost to relationships or collaboration. There was an experiment at a call center showing that when people work from home, they were 13.5% more productive. And I think it's been very, very slow for organizations to adapt to that. 2020 forced us to rethink that. And now as people start to come back to some version of the office, I think that employers that force people to be on site all the time are going to lose the war for talent, and they might not be around for a very long time.
And speaking of work, I want to talk about the issue of vaccine mandates because it sort of gets back, Audie, to what you were talking about at the beginning. I'm stunned by this number here. I'm going to put it up. A majority of employed Americans apparently are against vaccine mandates, not in favor. Obviously, we've had a political divide on vaccines. We've seen aggressive, the idea that the cruise industry has been held hostage in the state of Florida because they would like one and they're not allowed to have one. I feel like this is culturally getting in our way. You can't send your kid to public school if you don't get the measles and mumps vaccine. Is this something we ought to culturally try to change the minds of?
Well, I think there are so many ways that COVID was kind of like a low tide that sort of revealed all the different sort of divides and ways certain systems have atrophied or trends that we were already seeing. We were already seeing this reluctance when it comes to vaccines, right? We were already even seeing that in schools. We considered it sort of pocket or fringe, and now this is showing us how these things can metastasize and create greater problems. I don't think we can answer that here in terms of work because some of this will be done as a battle in courts, right? Because there are rights that employers have to say, this is what we need our workforce to do, please comply. And some of it will be done by the employees, right? People who will move. And I think there's a lot of talk, for instance, about the 4 million people who quit their jobs, right, in recent months and how kind of eye-popping that number was considering the concern about unemployment. There is a percentage of people who are voting with their feet.
Well, I was just going to say, Adam, how much is this going to impact? Are we actually going to see rising wages? There's not a fast food restaurant in America that doesn't have a help wanted sign. And a lot of us are wondering, well, maybe raise your salaries.
I don't think we know yet. I think that what we're seeing right now is a short-term response to a dramatic shift in what people are able to do and what kind of work that they're willing to do. One data point that really surprised me, though, is that more than half of Americans say that they want their next job to be working independently for themselves, either as entrepreneurs or in the creator economy. And so I'm not sure that rising wages are going to be enough to give people that sense of freedom and flexibility that many of us got a taste of during the pandemic and are now saying we want more, but I think only time will tell.
But Kate, it also, I think, is going to increase demand. You brought up this mental health issue. There's many companies that don't provide mental health care coverage. You know, maybe they provide physical health coverage, but not mental health coverage. And now I think more people realize this is not a perk. This is a necessity.
Yeah, well, that's a huge issue that was revealed, as Adi said, when the tide washes back and you see things more clearly during a pandemic. We have had a mental health crisis in this country for decades now. And for the past decade, the numbers, we're constantly reporting on the numbers of anxiety and depression, particularly among our kids, rising. And the issue of access that you just raised, Chuck, has been an issue for years also. There are not enough psychologists and psychiatrists in this country, and there's not enough access and insurance coverage to go to those people. And with the pandemic, the rise in demand for that kind of help was so great that you've got people on waiting lists. You've got places in the country where there's one child psychiatrist for every 100,000 children.
Yeah, I know, and there's so many new apps and attempts, I mean, to try to deal with this crush with Zoom sessions and things like that. Yeah, go ahead.
Just for a minute, because I think she's bringing up such a fascinating point. You know, insurers didn't even know how to cover telemedicine visits, right? I mean, that wasn't even widespread. Yeah. We were doing some reporting on a medical school that is focusing on teaching virtually students website manner, right, instead of the bedside manner. There are actually going to be some long-term shifts that we are going to see because culturally we have embraced some aspects of remote work and remote interaction.
Yep, no doubt. All right, when we come back, we're going to do more of this as well, but we're going to talk about family reunions and some of the other moments of, yes, joy, but perseverance as well in what was a very tough time for COVID. Welcome back. Let's face it, this country has been through a lot. For months, we watched as friends, as relatives, as neighbors became ill with a disease that had no cure and, frankly, no proven treatment. We watched as schools and offices and, frankly, our way of life completely shut down. But we did want to take a moment to focus on other moments, moments of hope and joy, of families reunited, and of the small victories we got over this virus. And, of course, to remember our healthcare workers who became national heroes to all of us.
We will wake up tomorrow morning again so that no matter how exhausted we are in the emergency department, no matter what difficulties that come our way, we will succeed.
It has been some very hard weeks for the staff, but they stood up, they stood strong, and they will continue to be here to support this community.
Applauding our healthcare workers who are putting their lives on the line in the fight against coronavirus. People across the city took a moment to say thank you.
Those moments that remind us we're in this together.
We really missed them, so we were really happy to see our teachers again.
Look, Elijah.
For my birthday, at first I thought it was going to be really boring because of quarantining coronavirus, but it turned out to be really fun.
Thank you. Thank you. Despite the daunting numbers, every single day COVID-19 patients are recovering and are being released from the hospital.
The FDA authorized for emergency use the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine.
It's even more emotional because Bernie here, I treated her when she was sick, and now she gets to give me the vaccine.
It's been a year since many grandparents have been able to hug or kiss their grandchildren.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, I can't believe this!
This is a big, big deal.
Coast to coast, signs of reopening.
I think the community is going to reopen and things will start to get back to normal.
People are not only physically getting past COVID, but emotionally getting past COVID.
I'm glad the city is here, it's opened, and it's one, you know, words can't say how I feel.
Welcome back. There's no doubt that COVID was an MRI on our society. I want to put up one graphic here that I think shows it sadly so well, and that is life expectancy broken out by race and ethnicity. Life expectancy in this country went down overall, but among black Americans it was nearly 3 years. Among Hispanics, nearly 2 years, and among whites, less than a year. Audie Cornish, this revealed what we saw throughout the pandemic. Black and brown Americans were more at risk, had worse access to health, all of this. This, to me, if we don't see it now, the fixes we've got to make in response need to be prioritized.
And also the harm to these communities. I mean, if you know somebody who has lost someone to COVID and you're vaccinated, now is also the time to reach out and grieve with them. I mean, grief and isolation is monstrous. And this is the moment where I think we also need to reach out and acknowledge and comfort each other in the face of all of this harm.
Kate Snow, we've talked a lot about mental health, but this, the income inequality in this country was revealed way too often, whether it's in education, whether it was in health.
Yeah, the socioeconomic divide in this country, we always knew it was there, but it was just so easy to see during this pandemic. You look at every measure, you look at education and kids trying to go to virtual school who didn't even have the technology to do that. You know, you look at every single measure. I think I want to pick up on something Audie just said. I think that we all are culturally going to have to reevaluate our lives to some extent right now, too. I hear a lot of people saying they don't want to go back to the speed of life that we were living before, the frenetic pace that many of us had in our lives. And people are valuing community. People are valuing family time, quiet time, in a way that in some ways I think this pandemic fully changed us and made us appreciate things that we didn't maybe before.
Adam, I've never had a closer relationship with my kids this last year than with COVID, and it's something you're like, boy, why did it take a pandemic to do this? And I know I'm not alone.
Yeah, Chuck, when we study in psychology people's reactions to traumatic events, about 15% of people come out of them with PTSD, and that's the worst case, right, being broken by tragedy. Over 50% of people, though, experience the opposite, post-traumatic growth. It's a sense of not just bouncing back, but bouncing forward, feeling like you're closer to people. You have deeper connections. You have a renewed sense of strength. I got through that. I can get through almost anything. And especially seeing new possibilities and having a new sense of purpose. And to Kate's point, I think a lot of us are doing a lot of rethinking right now. This past year has been a checkup on our careers, our families, where we want to live, and how we want to spend our time. And we should not let that crisis go to waste.
Audie, what about what we do for a living? I mean, I've never felt more powerless, with the platforms you have, the platforms Kate and I have. We live in these hardened bubbles like ever before, and these information bubbles have caused death.
I would say that obviously misinformation is a concern, but it was prior to COVID. So the question is, what are the solutions? And I think the shine is off the apple when it comes to big tech. And more of these conversations are being more serious.
They sure are. Really appreciate all of you today. Very thoughtful panel to have on what many of us are hoping really is a different kind of Independence Day. Anyway, that's all we have for you today. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your July 4th weekend. And remember, you want freedom? Celebrate freedom. If you haven't been vaccinated, get vaccinated. And if you have relatives who haven't, encourage them to do it. We'll be back next week. Because if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. Hey, thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
certainly we have managed to push some people back. So that's what that 1.4 million represents. So think about that in the context of you have about 16,000 Border Patrol agents working 24/7, managing 2,000 miles of the southwest border, trying to keep these communities safe. They're pretty busy. So when I first started 30 years ago, the job was pretty easy. We went out there, we apprehended folks from Mexico, I processed them on the hood of my 4x4, and I drove them right back to the border and sent them back south, and it was a cycle, an endless cycle. Okay? That doesn't exist anymore. The demographics and the population we are seeing each and every day is much more complex. And how we manage that population is much more complex. So when you look at the breakout, as I said, back in the day we were predominantly Mexican citizens. Now we have people from Central America, right? Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. Well, what makes this community, and excuse me, Chief, if I share information that's Delaware-centric, but what makes this area so much more complex is now you get people from Venezuela, Haiti, Africa, Cuba, Ecuador, on and on and on. So it would be easy if they were all single adults, 25, 30-year-old. We process them, put them on a plane, send them back south. But they're not. They're kids under 18 years old. They're family units, a women with 2 or 3 kids. And then you have that single adult population. So every single one of them requires a different coordination responsibility. And it's not just the Border Patrol. I have to rely on other agencies to do this. I have to rely on ICE. I have to rely on Health and Human Services. I have to rely on non-governmental organizations. And then I have to lean heavily on communities. And the partnerships we have embedded with the county and the local officials, man, it is just amazing. Without them, we would fail miserably. And so I know quite a few people say, well, what about that other population that's out there? Those population that we call special interest aliens. Somebody from Yemen, somebody from Somalia, somebody from Turkey. Do we apprehend those? Oh yeah, each and every day. 148 different countries Border Patrol agents have apprehended individuals from. That's a lot of countries. Every single one of them has to travel through another country to get here. They have to go through Panama, Colombia, Mexico. Guess what? Guess where I have Border Patrol agents at? Colombia, Panama, Mexico. So this idea that if somebody comes from Yemen and they show up on our doorstep and we apprehend them, that's their first encounter with them? No. We know they're coming. We track and monitor, because they fly in, right? They're not walking. They fly into an airport. And I have agents that are out there each and every day, actually with our customs officers. We have a security program that we run internationally, and so we're monitoring their traffic movements. So I'm not trying to tell you that there's a risk out there. There's not a risk out there, because there is. But I'm also telling you that we're doing everything we can to address those issues. Those are just some of the countries that we've apprehended folks from. And yes, these last 2 months have just been busy. I mean, the numbers are through the roof. What are we doing against this? Go on to the next. So, a lot of people think Border Patrol are immigration police. No. My job is to secure the border, okay, against everything. If there's narcotics coming across, I'm going to do everything I can to catch it. If it's guns going back into Mexico, I'm going to do everything I can to stop it. If there's money going back south to the cartels, I'm going to do everything I can to stop it. If it's other, we've got to work closely to make sure that we don't abandon them or they don't abandon us. So we're constantly communicating. You look at the immigration stats. What's different? Back in the day, you'd catch 2 or 3, maybe 10 by yourself. Now I've got Border Patrol agents catching 150, 200 with just themselves and another agent or 2. Can you imagine managing that out there? And you've got, even though most of them are family units and kids, but you've got adult males with kids. You don't know who they are. You've got to manage these groups. And why are they doing this? Because their cartels are dictating it, right? They're telling these groups, I want you to cross here, and I want you to stay in a group, find a border agent as soon as you possibly can, and then when that happens, we're going to slide some narcotics through over here, or maybe these aliens that are criminal aliens, we're going to try and get them through over here. What we can't do is lose sight of the fact that they're trying to do this, right? They're trying to take advantage of this task saturation that's happening at the border. And I can tell you the Border Patrol agents are pretty disciplined, and they're starting to catch on really good to what's happening out there. Fraudulent family units, it happened 30 years ago, it's still happening now. We have done a really good job of running biometrics. We do some DNA testing. I don't have the capacity to DNA test everybody, otherwise my stations would be filled to capacity, and they're already pretty full now. But we are doing everything we can when we identify those types of false claims. Narcotics. One of the big things that local law enforcement deal with are sort of what's happening in our communities, right? The narcotics, the fentanyl, the methamphetamines, and this is all over the place. It used to be the big cities. Sheriff Cobria, do you have a drug problem in Kinney County? Yeah, Uvalde has it, San Antonio, every community has a bit of a narcotic problem. And why? Because this cop coming through the southwest border. So I've got to address those issues. And so people say, well, you know, the border's out of control. We're busy, but we are still up in every category of narcotic seizures except for marijuana. And the only reason we're not up there is because it's legal just about in every state. And so when you look at the fentanyl and methamphetamines, the heroin, cocaine, we have seen significant increases in seizures. That means our agents are doing a pretty good job to get that kind of narcotics threat. And then the criminal aliens. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't read a paper or a report from one of my agents that talks about a criminal alien, sexual offender that they haven't apprehended out there. Those folks aren't getting released into these communities. Guess what happens to them? They go to jail. When they get out of jail, they go back to the country of origin. They don't get released into the community. We are making sure that that is a priority for us. And you can look at the statistics there, and we'll leave these up afterwards so if people want to take a picture or look at some of the information. But these are national level stats. Next slide, please. I'm a numbers guy. You wouldn't think from down there that I'd be a numbers guy, but I am. I always focus on metrics and stats. And so that gauges for me whether my agents are doing a good job or not, or where I need to focus my energy on. So you look at tractor trailers and stash houses. Look at the increase in cases and the increase in encounters. For me, I didn't get more agents to do this work. I've got less agents. When I was in D.C. 10 years ago, I had 21,370 agents. I have 19,555 now. You talk about defunding the police, they defunded the Border Patrol over the last 10 years. And so we are having a significant impact on this illegal traffic that's coming in between the ports of entry. You look at the deaths and the rescues. I don't want anybody to die out there. Okay? But the smugglers have little regard for this migrant population that comes out in between the ports of entry. They'll leave them out in the middle of nowhere. They'll leave them in the back of a tractor trailer. They'll let them drown in the river. They'll tell them to cross in a location, and they say it's shallow. When they get in the middle of the river, it's over their head, and they don't know how to swim. That's what our agents are having to respond to each and every day, and they're doing a phenomenal job. Just look at those stats. How many rescues we've had? Almost 7,000 rescues. That's a lot of people that are getting saved out there that ordinarily probably would have perished. You look at what's happening. My agents are getting assaulted each and every day. 230 assaults already. I've got to make sure that they go home to their families safe. And so, what am I doing to help protect them? I'm making sure they have the best equipment. We give them the best policies. And we don't put them in a vulnerable position. And that's where those groups of 100 come into play. We've got to make sure that we're addressing those large groups in a manner that makes it advantageous to the Border Patrol or law enforcement in general. Then you look at the seizures of narcotics. As I said, we're up just about in every category, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to identify those cartels that are taking advantage of this situation. Because they're making not millions, billions of dollars off the illicit trade that's happening, both the migrant population and then, of course, the narcotics. Next slide. So people ask me, well, what are you doing as the deputy chief and now the chief of the Border Patrol? What are you going to do to make a difference? One, I'm going to invest in people. I'm going to make sure I have the best leadership team in the country. I'm going to make sure that I give our Border Patrol agents, and I've got 4 of them over here, I'm going to make sure they have the best equipment, the best training, and the best support. I'm also going to make sure they have the best technology. Somebody asked me, the sheriffs, hey, do walls and work? I'm going to tell you, infrastructure works. But if I can't get down to the river, if I can't get down to the border on a good road, what good is it to have something to slow somebody down or technology to identify them if my agents can't access the border environment? So I've got to work with property owners and communities to make sure that we have lateral access down there so our agents can patrol on the border and not 100 miles away from the border, because that's what's happening in some locations. And we're doing everything we can to remedy that. Then I've got to work with my partners. And in the Border Patrol, we have a strategy. First part of that strategy is to secure the border. That's what y'all are here to hear about, right? How are you going to secure the border? And I talked a little bit about that. The second part of that strategy is organizational excellence. And the third part is stakeholder engagement. This is stakeholder engagement, and my partnerships with the other law enforcement agencies, that's stakeholder engagement. Securing the border is making sure I have the right combination of technology and agents and resources and infrastructure. Organizational excellence, man, that's a big one. As I always tell people, if I can be good as an organization, all this other stuff will come into line and will give me, I think, a good enough strategy to address all these issues we're going to talk about today. I've been the chief of the Border Patrol for about 2 hours. But I think my whole life, I prepared for this moment, to take the baton from Chief Scott, who, man, what a patriot. That guy left everything on the field. He really did. I had a tremendous partnership. He asked me a year and a half ago to be his deputy. And when he asked me, I said, I'll do it under 3 conditions. One, I want to be heard. I don't want to be a yes man. 2, you're going to take care of me. And 3, I don't want to be the chief of the Border Patrol. And I said that. I didn't want to be the chief. I was okay being the deputy chief, because I could stay behind the scenes and influence what's happening, really, I thought, from a different perspective. But now that I sit in this role as the newly anointed chief of the Border Patrol, I couldn't be more proud of the fact that I'm going to be able to influence policies and decisions at the national level that represent each and every one of y'all. Okay? And I will guarantee you, in this new role, I'm not going to shy away. Somebody asked me if I was a so-and-so supporter. You know who I support? I support America. I support the flag. No one, I think, well, that's not true. There's a lot of patriots in here. But my family has raised their hand probably more than most. An allegiance to this country. It ain't going to stop now. And so going to bust my butt. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that your equities are considered in every decision that's made in Washington, D.C. And then we're going to turn that into practice. I'm going to make sure Chief Skiro and the rest of the men and women that wear this uniform have a plan, right? Because that's the big thing. What's our plan? What are we going to do about this migration issue that's happening? Okay? I'm not a policymaker, but I can certainly influence it. And so when COVID hit, guess what? I had a plan. I wasn't caught flat-footed. When civil unrest hit, I had a plan. Nobody plans better than the Border Patrol other than the military. This, I've got a plan. And my team, I've got some brilliant people in Washington, D.C. that are working on this plan right now. Okay? And it includes sending some people back south. It includes speeding up the processing so we're not bogged down in these communities. It includes better relationship and coordination with these other agencies. It can't just be a Border Patrol issue, or it can't just be a Del Rio issue. San Antonio has a stake in this. Houston, Dallas, Nebraska, Iowa. Every community is a border community. Okay? I told the sheriffs the other day, this isn't just an RGV South Texas problem or an El Paso problem. This is a problem for the whole country. And if we don't look at it that way, we're going to certainly lose perspective. I don't want to take up all the time, so I'm going to let Chief Skiro talk a little bit about what's happening here in Del Rio, and then we're going to get right to the question and answer period. Chief?
Good morning, everyone. So you heard the Chief talk a little bit about what's going on nationally, and I don't think I have to tell anyone in this room what's going on locally. We're living it every day. We have been for quite a while. But I am going to go through the numbers just a little bit so that you know kind of where we're at today. So far this year, this fiscal year today, we've taught 141,000 people just in the Del Rio sector. So the Del Rio sector, if you take a look at that map over there, you can see us centrally located here in Texas. So we're right in between Big Bend and Laredo. We're 47 counties, about 245 miles of border. And as the Chief told you, we've got around 1,500 agents to try and manage that 245 or so miles of border. And we're doing the very best that we can with what we have. The Chief is committed to getting us some additional help. We actually have received some TEY help into the sector, some temporary duty assignments. We've got folks from our northern border, from our coastal borders. We've got folks coming from as far away as Miami to help us manage this flow of people that are coming into the Del Rio sector. What we're doing with those people is we're putting as many of them as we can into our processing centers, because as we talked about before, that's where we're getting bogged down. We've got these big groups coming at us in a couple of spots, primarily here in Del Rio proper. We're getting a group of 156 in the morning, maybe another group of 70 or so a little bit later, and all of that causes more agents to have to be pulled in the process. And so these folks that are coming from the northern border and the coastal borders are taking on that role, so more of our agents that know the area can get back out into the border areas that they know well and deal with folks who would otherwise get away. So we've seen a tremendous increase. We've never seen anything like this in the Del Rio sector, and I know all of you know this. I spent some time out on the river here a few weeks ago with the media and talked to some of the landowners out there down on Lake Verde Road. And so they told me, we bought this property down here so that we could come and enjoy the river. And there have been people crossing this river since the river started flowing. But it's never been like this. So they expected, 4 or 5 folks across once in a while. They would see that, they would call the Border Patrol, and we would come. But 156 people at a time crossing the river, landing on your back porch, and waiting for the Border Patrol to come and get them is just more than they've ever dreamed possible. But we're doing 600%, or right around 600%. The number of family units that we're seeing, around 450% increase. The number of unaccompanied children, about a 300% increase. Now, on the unaccompanied children, we have done a really, really good job of getting those folks out of Border Patrol custody. So you'll remember back in the news when you read about us having, 2,000 kids in Border Patrol holding cells. That's not the case anymore. HHS has stepped up their game. They have built facilities, they're staffing facilities, so that these kids can move out of Border Patrol custody. That does not mean that they're not still being dealt with by the government. That's a problem that continues and needs to be addressed. But they're not in Border Patrol holding facilities, which are not designed for kids. They're just not. They're designed to deal with single adults for a very short time before we can move them back to their country or put them in jail if they're criminals. So we're doing a lot better in that regard. We're moving more of these folks out of our custody faster. So I know locally here in Del Rio, there were some concerns. We were releasing a lot of folks to our NGOs. Y'all would see us take a bus to the NGO. We would drop people off there. Our non-governmental partners, they would assist, provide humanitarian aid, and help these folks move into whatever part of the country they were getting to. So number one, Border Patrol agents have a very specific function. We're an interdictive agency. We go to the border, we patrol the border, and we identify threats. As the chief indicated, that might be people, it might be guns, it might be money going south. We identify these threats and we interdict them. And then we catch them. We bring them in and we process them within the confines of the law. That is our job. It's been our job since 1924. That is how we secure the border. We deal with threats, we process those threats within the confines of the law. What happens after that is not a Border Patrol decision. We're processing these folks. Some of them, if they're criminals, are going to jail. Some of them, if they meet detention requirements, are being handed off to ICE, enforcement removal operations, and are being detained. The ones that don't, right now, some of them are being released. Here in Del Rio, it was mostly family units. So these were families that came through, they were not amenable to detention, they had no criminal record, so they were being released, basically on a PR bond. We released them to the NGO, we're providing them with humanitarian aid, and they were moving out of here on Greyhound buses. The vast majority of them buying their own tickets. They had money in their pocket, they bought their own ticket, and they moved out. So I tell you that so that you know all of these folks that were coming here, most of them were family units and most of them were moving out. These are the folks that you were seeing in downtown Del Rio. And you're not seeing that as much anymore because more of the folks are being moved out through Eagle Pass. More of the folks are being moved out by ERO, so you're not seeing as many releases here in Del Rio. You will still see some. Most of the folks that we're releasing here in Del Rio right now are family units who had injuries that don't allow us to move them into another area for processing. They're elderly, some pregnant females, some of those folks. We just can't detain them under current guidelines. So we're processing them for release here. But that's the status right now here in the Del Rio area. The number of criminal aliens that we're finding that are trying to get away from us, that's the real story. Again, our agents are bogged down. They're dealing with all these numbers and these processing issues. So what happens, again, the cartels are very, very smart. They've got a good business model. They know to push these big groups through. They know we're going to be bogged down. And then while we're doing that, they're trying to move around us on our flanks. We've seen about a 1,400% increase in the number of sex offenders that we're catching that are trying to get away from us. These are the folks that are in these smuggling loads. Tremendous increase in the number of over-the-road smuggling cases being arrested in Kinney County by us, the Sheriff's Department, by Texas Highway Patrol, Uvalde County, Maverick, Val Verde. We're seeing this increase everywhere. These are the folks folks that don't want to be caught. That's why it's important that we have this support coming from the coastal border and from the northern border to help us with processing so our agents can be back out trying to stop that. We've seen a tremendous increase in the amount of support that we're getting from our state and local partners too. Has anybody seen the black and white count? So there were 200 additional highway patrolmen sent to help us here in the Del Rio sector. That was a month and a half ago. That number got bumped up to about 400 as of last week. And so again, the idea is because the Border Patrol is inundated with processing, because we're seeing these groups come across, the state has sent us some additional law enforcement help to help us cover the flanks until we get our plan in place to deal with this other issue. As the chief said, we've gone through this before. We've seen these increases, these surges for the last 30 or 40 years. It's never been this bad. I'll tell you that straight up. I've never seen it this bad. We're seeing more people coming now with a varying demographic that makes it a lot harder to deal with than it was in the previous surges. But the chief has a plan to address it, and I know that we're going to be successful in managing this problem. But I'll tell you right now, we could not do it without our state and local partners, our sheriff's departments, our police departments, our county judges, and our mayors, Texas Highway Patrol, Texas Parks and Wildlife. All of them have brought everything that they have to our area to try and help us manage this issue, because no cop wants to let a bad guy get away. It's contrary to our nature. We don't want criminals to get away. We've got a lot of them trying on our flanks. We really do. We've got a lot of folks trying to get away from us. We're working really, really hard to get as many agents back out on the line to deal with that, and we brought all of our partners to the fight to help us until we can get more of our agents back out on the line. That's the status here in the Del Rio sector. I really don't want to talk about it. Most of you know everything that's going on here. I've spent a lot of time out in the community talking to folks. I really want to get to the question and answer portion of this because we've got the new chief of Border Patrol here, and I know we're going to have a lot of questions for him. Thank y'all.
At this time, if you have a question, I ask that you raise your hand. I do ask that media hold all questions until our media portion to allow the community to ask their questions. When you raise your hand, I will come to you if you choose to say your name. And then if you have a specific question to either Chief Ortiz or Chief Skiro, if you could please address that as well. First question.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very proud of you. And my question to you is more of a suggestion. I am retired CBP DHS, and I was law enforcement, so I've had background investigations and everything. And I was wondering if you would consider having people who are retired, as many retired people here who were retired from Border Patrol or Customs, who could help you in some way, volunteer basis, would cost you nothing, just on the basis of being patriots. Consider it, please.
You gonna sign up too? You gonna sign up too? You know what? Great question. And we have actually entertained, this retire annuitant process. I will tell you that we've got some tremendous volunteers right now. And what we've asked is DHS to go to these other agencies, folks that have no tie to border security. They could be working in